The young man is completely stunned by the scene before him. He sees his parents looking so young, cooing at baby No Yun-ha with baby toys in their hands. What is going on? No Yun-ha isn't sure either. He actually thought he had been reincarnated into the afterlife. But when he reaches out to touch his mother's hand, he realizes his own hand is tiny, and he can't even move this body. It seems like No Yun-ha didn't die. Instead, he has turned back time to when he was just 1 year old. This is so shocking that No Yun-ha just keeps his eyes wide open. He feels this is completely illogical. How could he possibly have traveled back in time? He only remembers gasping for his last breath in the Abyss dungeon, and Lee Yu-jung crying and whispering the word miracle. Could she have triggered a miracle? Lee Yu-jung possessed power on par with the 12 thrones, so it wouldn't be surprising if she really managed to do this. But still, the idea of time travel is just too hard to believe. No Yun-ha looks at his parents' carefree faces and his nose stings. He never imagined he would see them again. In his past life, they both perished because of monsters. They were attacked when he was only 6. Since then, No Yun-ha lived with a hatred for monsters and became someone who slaughtered them in return. But now he has been given a second chance. Then this time, with these very hands, he will change his destiny. Life in the body of baby. No Yun-ha begins, and even though he retains all the memories from before his rebirth, the truth is he is still just a baby. In other words, he can't do a damn thing every day. All he does is eat, sleep, But regardless, No Yun-ha has a chance to live again, and that is a chance for him to turn over a new leaf, both figuratively and literally. Figuratively, it means No Yun-ha can avoid the tragedies of his past life, and literally it means that today he learned how to roll over. And the process of his first ever rollover is enthusiastically cheered on by a special fan named Nuna, his cute older sister who is only a few years his senior. But his memories of his sister are quite vague compared to his memories of his parents. There is only one moment he remembers very clearly: the day his family was attacked by monsters. She hugged him tight, using her small body to shield him, crying as she said, "Yun-ha, I will protect you in this life." No Yuna is still a sister who loves her younger brother deeply. Seeing No Yun-ha successfully roll over, she pounced on him, hugging him tightly, rubbing her cheek against his constantly and praising him. "Oh, you're so good, my dearest little brother," just like that. All in all, No Yuna is great in every way. She's just a bit overly expressive with her emotions. Time passes just like that. In the blink of an eye, No Yun-ha has become a 9-month-old who can sit up steadily. He begins to gather mana. Mana is everywhere, even if it's just a tiny amount. It also exists in the air. Before his rebirth, No Yun-ha didn't have much mana in his body, so that time was quite difficult. Therefore, if his body can handle it, he wants to start absorbing mana from a young age like this. It's just that the process isn't very smooth because No Yuna keeps interrupting, but that's exactly why. No Yun-ha suddenly realized something. The fact that his sister possesses so much mana isn't necessarily a good thing, because if someone has too much mana, they end up suffering from a condition called mana coagulation, which can eventually have a terrible impact on their health. No Yun-ha doesn't want that to happen to his sister, so he needs to help her learn to control her mana. But innocent No Yun-ha doesn't know any of this yet. All she wants to do is stick to her little brother and grow up together with him. Time flew by like a blink of an eye. Before long, No Yun-ha turned 4. Now he could do much more and spent more time outside than cooped up in the house. As for the reason why, it's because every time No Yuna went out to play, she dragged him along. His sister wasn't just popular with the kids, she was well liked by everyone in the neighborhood. Compared to his sister, he didn't seem to be very welcomed by the other kids. "Hey, No Yun-ha, why are you here?" "You didn't need to come. Speak of the devil, here he comes again. Look at this kid's attitude. It's obvious he doesn't want to see my face, but I was literally dragged here against my will." "Silly Minji," No Yun-ha replied. "I told you not to call me that." "My name is Kim Minji, not Silly Minji," she shouted, making No Yun-ha's ears ring. Once No Yuna arrived at the playground, she quickly established her position as the leader of the group. And just like that, the whole gang gathered, getting ready to play cops and robbers. No Yun-ha wasn't the least bit excited, because he felt like he shouldn't be playing with kids when he's actually 36 years old. But when he saw his sister's smile, No Yun-ha felt that this experience wasn't so bad after all. "I guess I can play along and act like a kid for her sake." The two siblings played together until late in the afternoon, and then they headed home. They were both covered in mud, but No Yun-ha seemed to be having a blast. Everything was going smoothly until they passed an alley and heard a feral dog growling. The dog's eyes were bloodshot and terrifying, and No Yunha. She was only half a head taller than her little brother, but she didn't hesitate to step in front of him. "Yunha, it's okay, big sis will—" "No!" Yunha's voice was clearly trembling with fear, and No Yunha realized this situation seemed exactly like his past life. It seemed that no matter how many times he was reborn, his sister would still give up everything to protect him like this. He still clearly remembered those words along with the feeling of his sister's trembling arms, but in this life things were different. No Yunha bravely stepped forward to face the dog. "No, I will protect you." As soon as he said that, the mana within him was released. No Yunha stared straight at the dog. Then he barked, "Get lost!" What frightened the dog wasn't his face or his childish voice, but the mana radiating from him. Not waiting for him to say it a second time, the dog tucked its tail and ran away. No Yuna was so shocked she stood there with her mouth hanging open for a long time. Eventually, she regained her senses and pounced on her brother, looking incredibly excited. "Yunha, what just happened? That was mana, right? I want to do that too, teach me." No Yunha seemed overly excited, but knowing her personality, that reaction was perfectly normal. Finally, No Yunha agreed to his sister's request. After all, he'd been planning to teach her since he was 9 months old anyway. No Yuna, looking thrilled, grabbed her brother's hand and ran home. No Yunha had always wanted to protect his sister's smile, and to do that, he had to stop the family massacre that happened when he was 6 to change that tragic future. No Yunha vowed he would do whatever it took. So after returning home, he started becoming his sister's private tutor, teaching her how to control the mana in her body, starting from the smallest steps. But for her, this was quite difficult. Seeing No Yuna fail repeatedly made No Yunha feel like the world was so unfair. His sister was born with the blessing of mana but lacked the talent to control it. As for him, he didn't have much innate mana, but he was very skilled at controlling what he had. The good thing was that No Yun-ah had been persistent since she was little, so failing many times didn't make her give up. "Just you wait and see, I'll definitely be able to do it." Persistence is a plus, but impatience is a minus. The exercise. No Yun-ha set for his sister was using mana to balance a spinning top, but she was too impatient and used too much mana. It made the top fly off uncontrollably. Up until that point, their family was still very peaceful and happy. One evening, while the whole family was watching TV, No Yuna's mother mentioned that since he would be turning 6 next year, it was time to go to kindergarten. "I don't want to," No Yun-ha pouted in reply. "That's not an option. You already promised Mom, remember?" It was true that before this, No Yun-ha had whined so much that his mother let him skip kindergarten. But in the end, he did promise her that he would start school when he turned 6. No Yun-ha couldn't believe that he, a man who had lived nearly 45 years across 2 lifetimes, was about to have to endure those whiny, troublesome kids. Just thinking about it was exhausting. Coincidentally, today was also New Year's Eve. On TV, a live broadcast of the New Year celebration was playing. According to the MC, the moment they crossed into the new year was also the second that Korea would create a new history for humanity. The screen changed to a female reporter sitting on a plane. She said they were currently flying over the site of the royal tombs of the Joseon dynasty. It was the resting place of their ancestors, the kings and queens of the Joseon dynasty. A new page in Korean history was about to be turned. "Ladies and gentlemen," No Yun-ha felt the female MC's voice making his head buzz. A new page. It seemed they had expected too much. After humanity learned how to use mana, everyone was always busy trying to master it, so they didn't realize that because mana was being concentrated in one place, monsters had started to be born. 1999, before the start of the 21st century, that horrific event occurred, an event that would later be known as the end of the century. Monsters escaped and began slaughtering people everywhere. Because of this, Korea lost 30% of its population. That was when humanity truly understood fear. From then on, people had to live in constant dread, always worried that a monster could appear at any moment, in the blink of an eye. Existing governments and laws lost their original power because only strength could defeat monsters, or rather only mana could establish a new order for the world. The true power in Korea after that rested only in the hands of the wealthy, the so-called chaebol class, and those with abundant mana like No Yun-ha in his past life. It was also because of the emergence of this new group of powerful people that the existing government was replaced, but by the time the situation stabilized, there had been many casualties. People lost contact with each other, so in remote areas there was nothing to do but sit and wait for the monsters to come and slaughter them. But in the midst of a Korea filled with despair, a glimmer of light appeared. That was the goddess Limga Yun. At that moment, Limga Yun's face appeared on the TV. She used to be a famous actress, and now she had become the first-generation goddess protecting Korea. The reason Limga Yun could become a goddess was that she possessed the ability to stop mana from erupting and could also disperse it. That ability was named White Grace, and all those who played the role of temple guardians would become the swords that protected the country. Known by the title the 12 Thrones, these players were nominally managed by the Mana Management Association, but most of the truly powerful ones formed their own guilds and operated from there. As the possessor of a rare, fateful gift that can hold back monsters and manipulate public opinion in South Korea, Lim Ga-eun became the first player. After claiming the title of the 12 Thrones, other names began to emerge, players who held both the 12 Thrones title and membership in powerful guilds. They began leveraging both the authority of the Mana Management Association and their own guild power to consolidate strength and rule over all other players. At this moment, Lim Ga-eun, dressed in traditional attire and looking stunning, stands before a magical orb placed in front of the temple, her expression deeply solemn. "Spirits of the heavens and the earth, please grant us the power to protect this land." As soon as she finished speaking, a blindingly bright blue light erupted from the orb, rapidly expanding to engulf the entire city. And slowly it covered the entire country. The camera cuts back to the female anchor sitting in the helicopter. Thanks to the aerial view, that magical blue light looks even more impressive. Ladies and gentlemen, a protective barrier has just been created before our eyes. This hemispherical shield can block mana eruptions. It is now covering the entire Seoul sky. Nuna is incredibly excited and runs out to the balcony to take a look while No Eun-ha follows his sister. The sight before their eyes is truly impressive. Even though it is night, the sky is covered in a shimmering blue light, completely different from streetlights. No Eun-ha's parents look up at the sky. Then they clasp their hands together and begin to pray, "Now we can finally live in peace. Thank you, goddess." Countless other families are standing on their balconies praying just like them. Nuna mimics her parents by clasping her hands together and doesn't forget to make her younger brother do the same, but he knows full well that praying is useless. Because in this world there are no gods. He clearly remembers the memories of his past life when the world was destroyed and all the gods had already perished. The blue light in the sky gradually fades, while No Eun-ha's sister beside him is still focused on praying, begging the goddess to let their family live happily together. No Eun-ha watches his sister intently, then smiles. He then clasps his hands together, sincerely begging the goddess for the time to live this life truly happily. In the blink of an eye, another year has passed. No Eun-ha is now 6 years old, and the event that caused him to lose his family forever is drawing very close. Finally, No Eun-ha cannot escape having to go to kindergarten, and on his first day, he is greeted very enthusiastically by his teacher, Tazo. And the first activity is always self-introductions. No Eun-ha stands on the podium looking at the kids below, feeling extremely resistant. "Hello, my name is No Eun-ha. I am 6 years old. Let's play together." No Eun-ha's introduction couldn't be any shorter. Tazo thought he hadn't finished, but after waiting a while without hearing anything more from No Eun-ha, he tries to coax him. "A bit short, isn't it? Would you like to say something else? I think your classmates would really like to know more about you." No Eun-ha doesn't want to make friends with these little brats, so he refuses to continue. And then the interesting part happens. He actually ends up in the same class as Kim Min-ji, the kid he always calls Dopey Min-ji. As soon as Kim Min-ji sees him, she shouts, "Why are you in our class?" "Oh, is that you, Dopey Min-ji? Are you studying here too?" No Eun-ha replies, teasing the little kid just for fun. Kim Min-ji is like a mini volcano. Every time she meets him, she gets furious. Teacher Tazo sees that the two children are too tense and has to intervene to make peace. After that forced introduction session, the children have some free time to play before lunch. At first, Tazo was worried that No Eun-ha wouldn't have any friends, but the other kids seem very interested in the new student. They quickly crowd around him, each asking a question. "Where do you live? How many people are in your family? What do you like and dislike? It's all too much." No Eun-ha gets a headache from the kids. This is exactly why he hates children. He barely manages to escape. No Eun-ha wanders around the kindergarten and discovers the children's reading corner. At least this place is quiet, so he randomly picks up some children's books to pass the time. There is another beautiful little girl here reading as well. But No Yun-ha hadn't noticed her at first until a group of other kids appeared noisily breaking the atmosphere, the silence that No Yun-ha had struggled to find. These three kids are Choi Eun-hyuk leading the way, followed by his two lackeys, Ma Bang-jin and Jun Sung-jin. Hey, are you reading again? What's the fun in reading? Jung Ha-rang, don't you have any friends? How come I always see you by yourself? Choi Eun-hyuk says loudly. The girl named Jung Ha-rang looks visibly anxious the moment she sees this kid. It seems she has been bullied many times. And Choi Eun-hyuk seems well accustomed to being the kindergarten bully. The moment he appeared, he rushed over and snatched the ribbon off Jung Ha-rang's head. What is this ugly headband? Jung Ha-rang hurriedly stands up to demand her item back. That's a ribbon my dad bought for me. But those kindergarten big shots don't want to let her off that easily. The result was Jung Ha-jiang crying and begging, while Choi Eun-hyuk and his two lackeys were laughing smugly. Being so childish, No Yun-ha had been silent the whole time. Suddenly he spoke up with the sky-high pride of a 6-year-old. Choi Eun-hyuk was annoyed by him. Just look at how fired up that brat was. What did you just say? He glared at No Yun-ha, but he couldn't have imagined in his wildest dreams that the person he was provoking was actually a terrifying man inside a child's body. Otherwise, he probably would have been scared senseless. No Yun-ha slowly stood up and walked over to Choi Eun-hyuk. I said you're being childish. Is doing that supposed to be fun? Choi Eun-hyuk was furious. His small hand clenched into a fist and swung toward him, but No Yun-ha didn't rush to retaliate, just tilted his head to dodge. Looking at how skilled Choi Eun-hyuk was, he must be quite experienced in bullying his classmates. A spoiled brat like you needs to be taught a lesson. With that, No Yun-ha kicked him, and the kid flew straight backward, his whole body slamming into the ground. Afterward, he picked up the red bow. Return it to its owner. He handed it over. Next time, don't let them snatch it from you. Choi Eun-hyuk was helped up by his two little lackeys, pain shooting up from his backside. This must make him so angry. I won't let you get away with this, he threatened, but No Yun-ha found it unbelievable. For those words to come from a 6-year-old, he turned to give him a death stare, and Choi Eun-hyuk, terrified to the point his legs went weak, hurried away with his two lackeys. After the three of them left, Jung Ha-jiang timidly tugged on No Yun-ha's sleeve. When he turned back, he saw the little girl crying and laughing at the same time. Thank you for getting my ribbon back for me. She looked frail, but both Kim Bin-ji and that brat Choi Eun-hyuk from earlier had mana levels above average, and most of the children here had mana as well. It was similar, so No Yun-ha started to get a little curious about how much mana Jung Ha-jiang possessed. Reality proved he had hit the jackpot again. Upon testing, he discovered that the amount of mana this girl possessed seemed even more abundant than his older sister's. Moreover, compared to his sister, Jung Ha-jiang seemed more adept at controlling it. Therefore, her mana levels would likely increase over time. Someone like this would surely end up among the 12 thrones, or at least become a rising star when she grew up. One of them yet in his past life. No Yun-ha had never heard the name Jung Ha-jiang, so he was quite curious. Even if she didn't become a player with this much, mana she should have been famous. To clarify the reason for this, No Eun-ha took the initiative to offer friendship to Jung Ha-jiang. He was living in a world that regarded mana as the ultimate power, so it would be very beneficial to be close to this girl. And she had no reason to refuse the person who had just helped her. Just like that, he had his first friend in kindergarten. Seeing his son being well-behaved and not causing trouble at school, No Eun-ha's mother seemed very happy, even after he returned home. She deliberately checked her son's bag and discovered the paper carnation he had cut out at school. No Eun-ha's mother wore a bouquet on her chest made by her son, along with a carnation made by his sister, though his sister really wasn't very crafty. Eun-ha, did you cut 3 flowers? One for Dad, one for Mom, and one for Yuna, right? His mother suddenly asked, making No Yun-ha's eyes brighten with anticipation. After a moment, no. Eun-ha replied with difficulty that the 3rd flower was for his grandmother. In his past life, his elementary school had also made students fold carnations for Parents' Day, but back then, No Yun-ha had already lost both his parents. Even so, he still had to make one and shove that ugly carnation into his bag. And then his grandmother, who always packed her grandson's bag every day, took it out and decorated the entrance hall with it, cherishing it. After that, every year No Yun-ha would fold a carnation, but he never gave one to her because he thought if he gave her flowers, His longing for his family and the hatred for monsters within him would diminish. And No Yun-ha did not allow that to happen. He wanted to live as a emotionless monster to seek revenge, just like that. The affection he felt for his grandmother was hidden away tightly until she passed away. Precisely because of that in this life, telling her he loved her was one of the things No Yun-ha had to do. That fateful day was drawing closer, that 4th of May. The government had opened restricted routes so people could visit their relatives during Family Month and to prepare for dealing with monsters appearing on the roads. They had hired many player legions, but because a kraken monster with destructive power suddenly appeared, there were more casualties than expected, and No Yun-ha's family on their way to visit his grandmother had also fallen victim to this tragedy. In this life, everything seemed to be following a similar script when No Yun-ha's father returned from the office and proposed that they go visit his grandmother tomorrow. But No Yun-ha could not let that happen. Absolutely not. To be specific, that was No Yun-ha's maternal grandmother. Since his father was an orphan, the only grandmother he had was on his mother's side. In his past life, he had grown up with his grandmother after his entire family perished. When his emotions became hardened and he lived like a loser, it was his grandmother who took care of him in every way until the day she passed away. No Yun-ha's father seemed excited. They hadn't been able to visit her for a long time because the outer ocean region was quite dangerous, but this year the government had refurbished the roads and promised that everything was under their control. So everyone was reassured, including No Yun-ha's parents. He was the only one who knew about the impending tragedy. "Can we visit Grandma another time, please?" He struggled to make the suggestion, and his parents were immediately puzzled, since earlier No Yun-ha had even cut a carnation to give to her. "Yes, I want to see Grandma too, but can't we go on a different day instead of tomorrow?" This was harder than No Yun-ha had imagined. After all, he was still just a child with little say, yet he had to act like one, to keep his parents from getting suspicious, since pressing them too hard might make them skeptical. No Yun-ha tried his best to put on a childlike act. It wasn't completely fake either, since Children's Day was almost here. "I want to go to the amusement park and ride the Viking ship. They say it's not too far from our house." His suggestion was quickly backed up by the other child in the house. No Yuna supported him, and his parents were happy to see both children so excited for once. Previously, both No Yun-ha and No Yuna hadn't wanted to go to the amusement park because there were too many monsters outside, so with no other choice, they had to change their plans. Instead of visiting Grandma, they would go to the amusement park tomorrow so Mom would prepare a packed lunch. "Is there anything you want to eat?" "That's great. I want sandwiches and fried chicken." No Yuna was jumping with joy while No Yunha let out a silent sigh of relief. The plan had worked. Even if he couldn't stop the Kraken from escaping, he could at least prevent his family from crossing paths with it. This would be the first step in changing the future. However, No Yunha hadn't considered the butterfly effect. It seemed his small actions were unintentionally changing many things in the future. Before long, No Yunha's mother suddenly received a phone call. He didn't know what was said on the other end, but she looked so worried she was on the verge of tears. After hanging up, No Yunha's mother said that his grandmother had suddenly collapsed, which made no sense to him because in his past life her health had been perfectly fine. Regardless, this had completely ruined No Yunha's plans, since his grandmother had collapsed like that. His mother had no reason not to go visit her, and his father was determined to take his wife back. Seeing their son's darkened expression, No Yunha's mother thought he was upset about the broken promise to go to the amusement park. She knelt down to be at his eye level and tried to comfort him. "Yunha, honey, Grandma isn't feeling well. Mom knows you really wanted to go to the park, but can we wait until next time?" No Yunha was extremely troubled because he had tried to change the future, yet his grandmother had still been hurt. If he tried to interfere even more, something even worse might happen. Was there really no way to stop his family from facing that Kraken? If so, what was the point of being reborn? No Yunha was so stressed he could barely breathe. After a while, he realized that in this life, the only difference was him. He was different from his past self, having stored mana since he was 9 months old and possessing combat experience from his previous life. So if he couldn't stop the collision between his family and the Kraken, there was only one way left: he would have to fight the monster himself. The Mana Management Association classified all monsters based on their danger levels. Rank 9 consisted of monsters that polluted the environment or spread diseases. Rank 8 were monsters that posed physical dangers to daily life. Rank 7 were monsters that committed medium-level crimes like robbery, murder, Rank 6 were monsters that paralyzed city administrative functions regardless of whether they operated in groups or alone, or monsters that intruded into human territory or possessed equivalent threat levels were classified as Rank 5. Rank 4 were monsters that controlled swarms to harm humans or threatened the human economy. Rank 3 were monsters that could paralyze government-level administrative functions were identified as entities and caused damage equivalent to a catastrophe. Higher still. Rank 2 were monsters that could paralyze government-level administrative functions were identified as entities and caused damage equivalent to a disaster level, and the highest Rank 1 were monsters with the ability to threaten the very existence of humanity identified as entities. The Kraken was a Rank 3 monster. In his past life, around the time No Yun-ha graduated from the Player Academy, its rank had dropped to Rank 4 due to the increased strength of the general player base. But right now, the players in the area where the Kraken would appear were only between Rank E and Rank C at best, so they definitely couldn't defeat that monster. Of course, in his current state, he couldn't beat it either. There was only one way to survive. He had to buy time until the 12 thrones arrived to defeat the monster. Even worse, the only weapons a 6-year-old like him had were scissors and a utility knife. No Yun-ha, of course, wanted to bring something else like a kitchen knife, but his parents would notice. With fragile weapons like craft scissors, if he coated them in mana, they might still inflict some damage on the monster. Yun-ha, are you done yet? We're leaving right now. Mom suddenly poked her head into the room. Yes, Mom, I'm coming right out. I'm all ready. The ready that Yun-ha just mentioned was actually about being ready to face the Kraken today. Since road maintenance had finished and it was the start of the family holiday, the traffic was absolutely jammed. Yun-ha's parents in the front seats were already feeling restless. Yet their young son didn't seem tired or angry at all, unlike Yuna, who was sleeping so soundly she was drooling. In reality, Yun-ha wasn't exactly calm either. The further they got from the city center, the more tense he became. From his past life's memories, Yun-ha remembered that the Kraken appeared right when his family was crossing the middle of the Songsun Bridge. But now they had already passed the halfway point. Yet the monster was still silent. Could the future really have changed again? Please just let us cross the bridge safely, he prayed silently. But it was as if the Kraken was mocking his desperate wish, telling him, "You can't change your own." Tragic fate. Because right after Yun-ha finished praying, that level 3 disaster-class monster appeared. Its tentacles moved, destroying everything. Everything around them, roads and nearby cars, was smashed to pieces. A massive boulder fell onto a car, crushing it completely. The people were terrified, running in every direction. From a distance, a group of people in black outfits ran toward them. "What are the players doing? They're here!" The blonde guy in the lead shouted, "Protect everyone! Move out!" Suddenly, he looked up and a tentacle slammed straight into him. Covered in blood, he raised a trembling hand. Seeing this scene, the people following him panicked and fled. One person yelled angrily, "Damn players, if you run away, what are we supposed to do now?" The scene shifts to Yun-ha's family inside their car. Yun-ha's dad's voice trembled. "We should get out too. It's chaotic out there, so be careful when we step out. It's okay, just trust me. If we move calmly, we'll be able to evacuate safely." Yun-ha and Yuna sat hugging each other in fear. Yun-ha's parents turned back to reassure them. "You heard what Dad said, right? We'll get out of this car calmly. The players will protect us, so don't worry." Just like that, the family of 4 left their heavily damaged car. As soon as Yuna got out, her face turned pale. She collapsed to the ground, startling him. "Sister!" Yuna's legs were shaking. "Why can't I stand up?" "You have to stand up. You need to get up and walk." Yun-ha's dad looked at her with an anxious face and stepped closer, offering to carry her. Yun-ha's dad turned to him and asked, "Yun-ha, are you okay?" Yun-ha replied, "Yes, I can walk." A player pointed and shouted loudly, "This way! Please follow me to evacuate to another area." Yun-ha ran along thinking, even though a level 3 Kraken had appeared and the players were panicking, the veteran players had quickly assessed the situation and focused on evacuating the civilians. However, the Kraken wasn't the only problem. "We need to get off this bridge." Suddenly, a spear pierced through the lead player. He couldn't even react before he was skewered right there. Yun-ha's family was shocked and panicked. A hand with sharp claws gripped the side of the bridge and climbed up. Yun-ha frowned, thinking to himself, "They've arrived, the level 7 Tiamong monsters." One walked up and pulled the spear out of the body. Its eyes were bloodshot, and with its sharp teeth it looked at the humans. One lunged forward and bit hard into a woman's shoulder. Nearby, the players were struggling. As they appeared, one person holding up an injured girl shouted, "Does anyone here know healing magic?" A woman heard him and ran over, but she had only taken a few steps before a spear pierced right through her. It didn't stop there. Countless Tiamongs rushed in to attack the two of them. Eunha's whole family looked at the scene around them, horrified. Eunha's dad shouted, kids, trust Dad, okay? No matter what happens, Dad will protect you, so don't look back. Just run." They used all their strength to run away. A tentacle coiled several cars together, lifted the entire pile into the air, and hurled the vehicles toward the people who were running. Eunha saw the objects flying over his head and was stunned. He hurriedly screamed, "Dad, it's dangerous!" The cars fell crashing hard onto the people nearby. One car fell heavily onto an oil tanker. Upon impact, the tanker exploded, creating a massive fire that blocked the entire road ahead. Eunha's dad's face was filled with despair. A player shouted, "When is the reinforcement coming?" Because of the fire, the road was blocked. The person opposite replied, "It's only been a few minutes. We need to hold out until reinforcements arrive," he thought. Reinforcements from the 12th Corps. Right before my regression, the 12th Corps arrived here 30 minutes after the Kraken appeared. Can the players protect everyone now that the escape route is blocked? They might be able to inflict some damage on the Tiamongs, but the Kraken, if no one deals with it, then we're all going to die. Eunha took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. He took off his backpack. From the very beginning, he had prepared for this. Even if he had to risk his own life, he would protect his family. Eunha's mom was confused when she saw him take out a knife. Eunha, she called out. "Mom, Dad, please don't move until help arrives." Eunha's dad's voice trembled. "Eunha, what are you doing?" Eunha's eyes were full of determination. The players would stop the monsters from attacking, but even so, if something dangerous still happened, Eunha would protect Mom and Dad. He thought, if I leave, the only one here who knows how to use mana is me, Eunha said with a smile. "You can do this, right, Eunha?" She became flustered, only able to call out his name. Seeing him run off, she shouted, "Eunha!" Radiating a murderous aura, he gripped his paper cutter and dashed away. Eunha sprinted at an astonishing speed. As he ran, he channeled all his power into his legs, pushing off with such force that he launched himself into the air, leaping right over the stranded cars. Suddenly, a surge of electricity coursed through his body. He gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. "This is the acceleration skill I used in my past life, and it's my first time using it in this body. It's definitely pushing this child's body to its limits, but if I use it, I'll reach the Kraken." Ignoring the agony caused by the skill, Eunha kept pushing forward. He landed hard on top of a car and launched himself again. Two people nearby gasped, "What is that kid doing? It's too dangerous." Hearing the commotion, two fish monsters took notice. Seeing Eunha, they blocked his path. He gripped the knife tightly, mana erupting from his hand, charging the blade with raw power. He tilted his head to dodge a swipe from a monster, using the opening to slice its head clean off. As one hit the ground, others rushed in. He leaped narrowly, avoiding a lethal strike. Eunha landed and plunged the blade into its neck. Another monster lunged at him, but in a flash he slid past and severed its head. He gritted his teeth, suddenly realizing there were still more. One of the monsters landed a hit, sending him flying. Eunha slammed hard into a nearby car, but he was back on his feet in an instant. Exhausted, he held the knife up. 4 monsters swarmed him at once. Eunha pulled the knife back to build momentum, using every bit of strength he had left. He swung horizontally, severing one of their arms. Eunha dashed toward the monster's front, his eyes flashing. As he turned, he swung backwards, striking its arm. The monster's arm was severed instantly. He thought to himself, "I'm finally getting back into the rhythm." The sensation of killing monsters just like before his regression. Eunha gritted his teeth, his aura flaring out. "Now I will return to being invincible," he roared with pure ignited spirit. Countless slashes were unleashed in an instant, and all the monsters were felled. As he landed, another monster hiding under a car lunged out with its jaws wide. Eunha nimbly leaped to dodge the bite. He quickly landed and drove the blade into its head. Seeing another approaching from behind, he threw his spear. But Eunha noticed it just in time, rushing in with a powerful swing that sliced the monster in two. However, his paper cutter finally snapped into several pieces. "Damn it, it couldn't take it anymore, huh?" Discarding the remains, Eunha pulled out a spare pair of scissors. "No problem." He snapped them apart into 2 small blades. Eunha activated his acceleration skill again, zooming forward. He stopped on the roof of a car. Before him was the giant tentacled monster. He took a stance ready to attack. "I'll fight with these." A tentacle rose high into the air, bringing cars along with it to strike. Unha used his acceleration skill to dodge, sprinting, and leaping directly onto the tentacle. Riding the tentacle, Unha ran straight toward the monster. As he got close, he jumped high into the air. He could see the terrifying face of the beast. Unha drove both scissor blades deep into it. He slid down, leaving a long, deep gash. Unha pulled out one blade and, using all his might, stabbed it in again. From the distance, another tentacle approached rapidly. He let go and fell to avoid the attack, landing on the ground without a scratch. Looking at his bent scissor blade, he thought, one's ruined. Without a second's hesitation, Unha tossed it aside. He channeled all his remaining strength into the last blade. Is this really all I have left? Unha ran in one direction to dodge. As a tentacle came crashing down, he stepped on it to gain height. Unha ducked low to avoid another, then jumped up, raising the blade high, and let out a fierce roar. Suddenly, another tentacle reached him. Unha didn't react in time and took a direct hit, sending him plummeting. The moment he hit the ground, he scrambled backward. He gripped the blade tightly. Damn it, I'm almost out of mana. The Kraken suddenly shifted its target to the bridge pillar. It slammed its tentacle down, destroying the pillar and causing the ground beneath Unha to crumble away. He panicked. You annoying piece of trash. Unha sprinted across the falling debris. Moments later, a section of the bridge collapsed. Unha managed to reach solid ground just in time, but there was no time to rest. The Kraken grabbed a truck, preparing to strike. Under the sheer force of its grip, the truck began to crack. The Kraken hurled the truck with immense force. Unha was nearly at his breaking point, but he summoned every ounce of his remaining strength and shouted, "Take this, you mutt!" He raised the scissor blade, gathering massive power, and suddenly the truck was sliced cleanly in two. It was none other than Unha who had delivered the blow. As the truck flew behind him and exploded, he stood still, gasping for air, staring at his own hands, which were covered in wounds. Unha suddenly collapsed from exhaustion, his head hitting the stone floor. He lay perfectly still, not moving a muscle. He tried to force himself back up. Damn it, I can't move. Am I completely out of mana? No, if I lose consciousness here, everything I've built will come crashing down. Unha's gaze toward the Kraken grew hazy, then finally shut tight as everything turned to darkness. Suddenly, he slammed a fist hard into the ground. Unha forced every bit of his remaining willpower to stay awake. Not yet. Am I going to end it like this? I want to live. I want to live happily with my family in this life. A tentacle rose high, building momentum for a strike. It sprinted toward him with all its might. Unha trembled, not wanting to die here, when suddenly a pair of arms reached out from behind him, hugging him tightly and shouting, "Don't you dare hurt my little brother!" A massive surge of energy erupted from her, forming a barrier that blocked the Kraken's attack. The nearby sirens noticed. They were instantly vaporized by her radiant energy. A pillar of light shot straight into the sky. Unha was stunned. No way. This is a miracle. A talent capable of restructuring the world by rewriting its laws. Before he was reincarnated, Unha knew. There were 4 people said to possess the miracle talent, and the only one he could entrust everything to was his colleague Li Yuna. After seeing the vast amount of mana she held, he thought, what if she has the miracle talent? Yuna hugged him, reassuring him, "You're safe now." Unha was shocked to realize his wounds had healed. Not only that, but this light was also protecting them from the Kraken. But using a miracle comes with a price. Those who possess such power must pay a heavy toll. To rewrite the world, he worried, "Yuna, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere?" She smiled and replied, "I'm fine." But Yuna suddenly collapsed. "I'm so sleepy," she murmured before fainting in his arms. A light glowed from within her chest. He looked at her and smiled faintly. She only had a tiny bit of mana left, just enough to keep herself alive. Was her mana the price she had to pay? Unha gently laid her down on the ground. He whispered, "Sleep well. Leave the rest to me." Yunha's eyes filled with a murderous intent. He unleashed his own mana and the tentacles attacked once more. The Kraken's eyes turned blood red. Yunha chuckled coldly. "So you finally decided to open your eyes. Have you decided she's your enemy?" It swung its tentacles toward him, but with a powerful clash and a spray of fluid, the tentacle was severed. "You don't stand a chance of touching her." This time, Unha didn't back down. He fought head-on. With a horizontal slash, he sliced 2 tentacles, drawing blood. "My mana has recovered. I can't kill the Kraken yet. But the future has changed. My family is still alive. I have nothing to fear. I just need to hold out until the 12th division arrives." At the moment the Kraken appeared, he was on Wanhyo Bridge not far away. An annoyed voice spoke up. "This is so irritating." This was Hunchin. "It's not moving at all. Are you sure you're driving? You didn't fall asleep while pretending to drive, did you?" The driver stammered. "There are so many cars on the road right now. Every road in Seoul is like this." He was annoyed. Do they really have to call the 12th Division? These are my precious vacation days. Why do I have to work? I only joined the 12th Division to fight against the strong, not to save commoners. Suddenly they both felt it. The driver spoke up. "This is an enormous amount of mana." Hunchin raised a hand to stop him. "I know." Just then his phone rang. Hunchin answered. "You felt it too, didn't you?" The person on the other end didn't deny it. "Yeah." He asked what it was. The person replied, "According to the intel, it's a rank 3 Kraken." Kang Hunchin frowned. "Rank 3. He let out an excited smile. "Where is it?" The driver was terrified the guy looked so happy at the sight of a monster. Anyone who saw that expression would think he was insane. The person on the phone explained, "Obviously, it's at the Seongsan Bridge. Go handle it. There are already some players on the scene. I'm not sure of the casualties yet, but the situation is chaotic." He replied nonchalantly, "Is that so? I'll see you later." The person hung up. Hunchin opened the door and stepped out. The driver panicked. "Captain, what are you doing?" He stretched, smiling coldly. "What else? I'm going there. With this traffic. Who knows when we'll get there?" Unlocking a sealed suitcase, Hunchin pulled out a sword. The driver was stunned. "You're going on foot. It's a 2-hour drive." He smiled confidently. 30 minutes is enough. Hunchin used mana to enhance his strength, his body radiating a massive amount of energy. He lowered his center of gravity-channeled power into his legs and stomped, cracking the road. He launched himself away at incredible speed. The driver just stared as Hunchin disappeared. He marveled. He really is the captain. He fights like a madman. His only wish in life is to battle strong opponents, the captain of the Fire Demon Sword Guild, Kang Hunchin. 30 minutes later, a terrifying siren rushed at him, but Hunchin swung his sword. The slash carried flames, incinerating the creature. Suddenly, he noticed something. Ahead was a massive pillar of light created by Yuna. Is that magic? There's no one else on the scene who could possibly cast magic on that scale. That means... Hunchin's mouth curled into an excited grin. A newcomer was protecting Yuna. Unha bit his lip, channeling mana into his hands, slashing at the tentacles. From afar, Hunchin charged with his fire sword, swinging hard to sever the tentacle attacking Unha. Seeing this, Unha breathed a sigh of relief. They're here. After the attack, Hunchin landed. 12th Division Fire Demon Hunchin. The tentacle he cut burned incessantly. The Kraken thrashed in agony. It sank slowly into the sea to get away. The massive Kraken vanished in the blink of an eye. His fire-wielding ability, a power that allowed him to freely control flames, was the very reason they called him the Fire Demon. Hunchin turned back to look at him. Seeing Unha, he was quite surprised. Just 2 kids, huh? I can see the mana flow around the little girl. Did these brats cast that spell earlier? The girl must have passed out from burning through her mana, and the kid was protecting her from the Kraken. These 2 are strong. It'll be interesting to see these kids grow up and become players. Hunchin spoke up. Don't worry, I'm not here to fight you, at least not right now. Unha stared at him, full of caution. Hunchin raised his sword high and shouted, There's only one reason I'm here. To chop this Kraken up. Back off, kid. It's about to surface. Just as Hunchin said, it was slowly rising again. Before the regression, Hunchin had smirked. So you're the immortal one. You've been making a name for yourself lately, haven't you? Unha. Unha stared back with cold eyes. After a moment, he spoke. What do you want? Hunchin curled his lip. Nothing much. Just wanted to see if you were as strong as the rumors say. You want to fight me? Unha said coldly. Not interested. Get lost. Hunchin blocked his path. I won't let you pass until you fight me. Unha let out a heavy, tired sigh and drew his sword. Don't regret this. Hunchin pulled out his own flaming sword, and both of them charged at each other with all their might. Back in the present, Unha looked at his back, the fire demon Kang Hunchan. Before the regression, he always found himself locked in battle with him. He had never managed to defeat him once. The more they fought, the stronger he got. He was truly a monster born for combat. Hunchin shouted in anger, You coward! Why won't you show your face scared after just a little burning? No sooner had he finished his sentence than a tentacle destroyed the bridge pillar where the 3 of them stood. The bridge shook, ready to collapse. He gritted his teeth. Damn it! It's destroying the bridge supports. Huncheon glanced at Yunha, thinking to himself, I can't fight while protecting these kids. Suddenly a staff struck the ground hard. 2 bridge pillars created by magic appeared. Seeing this, Huncheon gave a cold smirk. Right on time, Mother. Above, a helicopter flew in. 12 o'clock. Mother Park Heron. I told you not to call me that. I'm not that old. What do you mean, Mother? Honestly, you could have come here by helicopter. Who runs all the way to the Songsan Bridge? He pointed and laughed. As long as you make it to Seoul, that's all that matters. Park Heron sighed. Fine. You're always right. The rescue team will be here soon. So the rescue will happen in a bit. Focus on taking down the Kraken. With her buff, Huncheon felt empowered. He looked annoyed. I don't need any buffs. Park Heron snapped. Shut up. You're getting a buff, so why are you complaining? Huncheon shouted. All right, I'm leaving the kids to you. She turned her attention to Unha and the little girl. Park Heron frowned and replied, Got it. The calm water beneath them began to stir. The Kraken was surfacing once again. It lashed out with terrifying tentacles. Huncheon rushed forward, laughing loudly. Finally, you're showing your head. He ran to the edge of the bridge and leaped. Huncheon crashed into the sea, creating a massive explosion. Below, a small light began to emerge. It was Huncheon's flame burning right under the water. His face surfaced. Huncheon was completely covered in fire. He walked slowly across the surface of the water. Every step he took left a small trail of flame. The Kraken used its tentacles to launch an attack. Huncheon looked up at the 2 tentacles above him. They twisted in multiple directions. It attacked him from 4 directions at once. Huncheon gave a scornful smirk. So weak. He raised his sword high. Get lost. Huncheon slashed his flame sword down. The fire, carrying intense heat, burned the Kraken's entire body. It shrieked in agony, struggling violently. Huncheon's face remained cold as he watched the Kraken. The flames surrounding his body began to fade. Unha cheered, finally the Kraken is asleep. The helicopter landed and Park Heron rushed over. Hey, are you kids okay? Don't be afraid, I'll use healing magic right away. She suddenly widened her eyes in shock, realizing these kids didn't have a single scratch on them. Was that magic earlier? A miracle? Did a miracle heal these children? Amazed to witness a miracle, Park Heron couldn't help but reach out of curiosity. Yunha's voice turned cold. Don't! His eyes were filled with killing intent. Don't touch her! Park Heron went pale. Killing intent. How can a child have such intense killing intent? She couldn't shake her curiosity. Who are you? Just then the helicopter arrived. Park Heron called out, The rescue team is here. Let's get the kids to the hospital first. She picked up Yunga, looking at the time 5 in the afternoon. A giant octopus had suddenly appeared on the Songsan Bridge, causing many casualties. Rescue operations had been underway for a while, and the authorities had already issued a statement about the tragedy. Eunha sat slumped on the hospital bed, listening to the news. His expression darkened, looking deeply saddened. Seeing Eunga still unconscious, he remembered that she was suffering from severe mana exhaustion. She'll recover after a dose of mana, so there's no need to worry too much, he said with a faint smile, adding, It's all over now. No one died. I managed to change the future. Suddenly, a voice calling his name startled him. No, Yunha, no, Yunha. He turned to see none other than his parents. Seeing him, their faces crumbled as if they were about to cry. His own face went pale, covered in a cold sweat. I'm in so much trouble. Yunha lowered his head, unable to face them. His mother called out, No, Yunha, are you hurt anywhere? He avoided her gaze, stammering, No, I'm not Mom. His father spoke up. What about Yunga? He pointed. She's sleeping. Since she's low on mana, she'll be given medicine. His father sighed in relief, but then became angry. No, Yunha, why did you run out there? Why didn't you listen to me? He shrank back, only able to bow his head and apologize. Eunha thought to himself, Apologize? What am I apologizing for? My family survived. This is the best possible outcome for me. As long as everyone is alive, I don't feel a shred of guilt. He slowly looked up, but froze in surprise. Before him were eyes full of fear, the fear of losing him. His mother looked like she was about to burst into tears. Eunha frowned, not understanding what was happening. They don't care about the result. They want to know why I threw myself into danger toward that giant octopus. I know how terrifying it feels to lose a family, but I only did what I wanted without considering their feelings. Stuttering, he forced out, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I won't do it again, he said, tears streaming down his face. A warm hand reached out. His mother smiled. Come here. He ran into her arms and hugged her. His father hugged them both from behind. Don't ever do that again, okay? Do you have any idea how worried we were? Tears continued to flow uncontrollably. Yes, I understand. I don't need to fight monsters anymore. Now I can live like a normal child. Maybe that's what Mom and Dad wanted for me. The next morning at the hospital where his family was staying, his father instructed him, No, Young-ha, your mother and I are going to handle the discharge papers for Young-ah. Just sit here and wait for us, okay? He happily replied, yes, no matter what happens, I'll sit here and wait, Young-ha thought. After this incident, their trust in me has hit rock bottom, so now I'm just going to sit here like this. Young-ah was still sleeping on the bed. She hadn't woken up yet. He sat by the bedside, popping a snack into his mouth, blushing with happiness. So good. Young-ha turned, realizing, wait, it's already gone. I must have used too much power, but I'm still craving sweets. Just as he thought that someone handed him a cookie. Eat this, kid. He happily took it. Oh, thank you. Seeing it was Huncheon Young-ha froze, his face filled with surprise. The man unwrapped another cookie and said, What, you don't like chocolate chip cookies, kid? Huncheon held the cookie out to his mouth. Young-ha bit it, thinking, is he about to kick the bucket? He doesn't look like he's about to die at all. He should have been furious by now. But no, maybe he was crazy from the start. Huncheon chuckled. How old are you, kid? He answered nonchalantly. I'm 6. Huncheon crossed his arms. You're still just a little kid. What about your sister? Young-ha replied. She's 10. Huncheon asked, What's her name? Young-ha frowned, suspicious. Why do you want to know her name? Huncheon pointed. Not hers, kid, yours. What's your name? Young-ha was wary but answered, No, Young-ha. Huncheon made an offer. No, Young-ha, do you want to join the academy? I'll nominate you. He shuddered, thinking, this jerk. Does he want to put me in the academy to turn me into a fighter just to battle him when I grow up? Is he raising others just to fight them because he has no rivals left? Huncheon stood up and said, Well, you're still young, so take your time and think about it. No, Young-ha. I'll remember your name. Outside, Park Haran was waiting. She spoke up. You're just going to leave like that. That was definitely magic. The kind of magic that hasn't appeared in South Korea for a long time. Huncheon picked at his ear. I don't care if it's magic or not. The only question is whether they're strong enough. Park Haran was furious. You battle-obsessed idiot. He retorted, I'm not an idiot. I'm older than you. Now that you've become one of the 10 throne holders, you should watch how you speak. Besides, if magic is as rare as you say, that kid will have the whole world's attention the moment we announce it. If that happens, she'll never be able to live a normal life again. She wouldn't want that, would she? She stammered clearly, shaken by the thought. Huncheon pointed a finger at her. If you understand, then stay out of this. Just go to a cafe and get something sweet. Aunt Haran turned pale at the mere mention of desserts. Are you insane? She snapped, frowning. Didn't I tell you to watch your mouth? I just wanted something sweet because I used up quite a bit of my mana. A day after the giant octopus had vanished, we arrived at Grandma's house. As we stepped out of the car, No Yoon-ha's parents called out, Mom, why are you out here? Mom, why did you come outside? You aren't fully recovered yet. No Yoon-ha's grandmother smiled warmly. I just missed you kids so much I had to come out. I also wanted to see my grandchild. Looking into the car, she noticed, Oh my, they look absolutely exhausted. That's good. Sleep well, my sweet grandchildren. That night, Yoon-ha drifted awake. Still feeling groggy, he realized Yoon-ah, his older sister, was fast asleep right on top of him. Yoon-ha sat up and sighed. Just how bad is her sleeping habit? Suddenly, he noticed his mom sleeping in the exact same position across from him. His mouth twitched. She gets her sleeping habits from Mom. He gently tucked a blanket over Yoon-ah, then slowly stepped outside. He didn't want to wake them. Sitting alone at the large table in the yard, Yoon-ha looked down at his hands and thought to himself, My mana, it's increased. His eyes darkened. Is it because of my ability? My ability from before I was reincarnated. It was berserk. The more I use that power, the stronger my physical and magical state becomes. But just like the name suggests, the more mana I consume, the easier it is to lose my mind and fall into madness. Yoon-ha fell into deep thought. But I didn't lose consciousness this time. It would be the ultimate power if it didn't come with the penalty of losing my sanity. Do I just not understand the essence of berserk yet? Suddenly, No Eunha's grandmother appeared beside him. Why are you still awake, dear? Surprised, he asked. Grandma, how long have you been there? I didn't even notice her approach. Yuna scratched his head and replied, I slept so much in the car, I'm not tired. She smiled gently. Is that so? No Yuna's grandmother wrapped a warm blanket around his shoulders. But you need to sleep more if you want to grow up big and strong, Yunha mused. That's just how Grandma is. Whenever my mind feels lost, she's always there by my side. She's always ready to listen regardless of whether it's a big problem, or just my feelings, or just a small chat. He looked up and asked, Grandma, why aren't you sleeping? She smiled softly. Because you aren't sleeping either, Eunha. Eunha turned away feeling a bit shy. He thought to himself, I get it now. This is what I wanted to see. He felt like a child again without even realizing it. No Eunha's grandmother asked, Would you like some warm milk? He waved his hands. No. I'm fine, really. Suddenly, No Eunha's mother appeared behind them with 3 cups of hot milk. Really? Eunha jumped, startled. Mom, how long have you been there? She pointed to the milk. Well then, who's going to drink these? He took the cup and obediently drank. No Eunha's mother spoke up. But Mom, do you know how surprised I was when I heard about what happened? No Eunha's grandmother replied, That's why I told you I was already feeling better. You know how the neighbors can be always gossiping. She worried. Even so, Mom, do you have any idea how worried I was when I heard you fainted? Eunha pondered. She tripped but woke up with only a scratch. She recounted, I lost consciousness for a moment. No Eunha's mother was skeptical. Lost consciousness, she explained. Maybe you could call it sleepwalking. I was walking up the stairs, but then I saw him. I'm not that old yet, my dear, just listen. She waved her hands. He kept telling me, don't come up here yet. Thinking back, he wasn't talking to her, he was talking to me. Eunha fell into deep thought. He rubbed his chin. Calling it a dream would be too strange. If there's a real problem, the whole family would follow Grandpa. If something like that happened, Grandma should have told them. No, Eunha's grandmother happily recounted, but isn't it miraculous? I only dreamed about it a little while ago. He said there was a beautiful deer out there all alone, but when I went out, it was Eunha. No, Eunha's mother was shocked. What a deer! No, Eunha's grandmother looked confused. What's wrong? She remembered. I dreamed about it before, and your father was left behind by a deer. No, Eunha's grandmother gasped. Oh my goodness! She blushed and waved her hands. Ah, no, no. Eunha's mother quickly turned to him and asked, Eunha, what do you want to be when you grow up? Eunha stopped drinking his milk and stammered, Behind him, something dark seemed to be lurking demons screaming endlessly. Save me, help me. It gave Eunha a feeling of absolute terror. Seeing his expression, she asked with concern, What's wrong, dear? Eunha looked behind him instinctively. He forced a smile and replied, It's nothing. I don't know yet. No Eunha's grandmother's voice chimed in, Not knowing is fine, too. Eunha looked up, surprised. You're still young, so just take your time. Experience all the joys and tackle the hardships, make plenty of friends and fight them too. Study, play, and one day you'll figure out what it is you truly want. What if I still don't know? Just keep living until you do. He broke into a sweat. Is she telling me to just live my life to the fullest? Mom and Grandmother Eunha embraced him together. Grandmother said, That's right, because time belongs to our Eunha. So Eunha, you can do whatever you want. That's right, you can do it. Eunha in No Eunha means coming from a universe filled with infinite potential. Eunha blushed. Is that what my name means? She looked at him with such affection. Mom will support you no matter what you do. Grandmother, No Eunha also said, I'll support you too, my grandson. Suddenly, Eunha called out from inside the house. I want milk too. They laughed happily. Eunha, you're awake. Come here. Do you want some of the milk Grandma was drinking? She smiled and replied, Yes, please, yes, please. Eunha watched them and smiled happily. As they were talking, he suddenly remembered something. Eunha brought over some flowers. Grandma, here you go. Grandmother. No Eunha was surprised. Oh my, thank you, dear. I'll put it on the shoe cabinet to show it off. He thought putting it by the entrance means she wants to brag about it to the neighbors. She doesn't know about that, does she? I don't care if she knows or not. I'll just create beautiful memories with Grandma in this life. Grandma, thank you for raising me. The image of the kind grandmother No Yun-ha appeared in his mind on an afternoon at their home. The voice of No Yun-ha's father rang out, "Iana Yun-ha, you're going to have a new sibling soon." Both of them were surprised. What Iana was overjoyed. "I'm having a new sibling," No Yun-ha's parents replied. "That's right, you're getting a new little brother or sister." Suddenly, No Yun-ha's mother looked at Eun-ha and saw him trembling. She worriedly placed a hand on his shoulder. Eun-ha looked up and burst into tears. "Thank you, Mom. Thank you so much. This is the most wonderful thing that has happened to me since I was born." "The most wonderful thing?" No Yun-ha's father felt awkward. "You're acting like that. People are going to think you're the father." The whole family laughed happily. The scene shifted to the kindergarten. From afar, 3 little girls ran in. "Pochi over here, did you miss me?" Eun-ha, wearing dog ears, crawled down, exhausted. No Eun-ha, a 20-year-old soul, now 7. The kids came over and patted his head. "Eun-ha, Pochi, why are you crying? Don't cry, Pochi, good puppy." He blushed with anger, thinking, "I'm not crying, you damn kids." Suddenly, Minji, who was nearby, spoke up. "I don't see why you guys think Pochi is cute. I wish we could just throw it away, it's a mutt." He gritted his teeth. "That bitch Minji, she mocks me every chance she gets." She gave a cold huff. "Do you want to get yelled at? Do you want me to tell the teacher on you?" Eun-ha remembered falling asleep and being caught by the teacher. "This is driving me crazy. Just because I fell asleep, they throw me into this monster cage." Another little girl walked in. "Kids, my loves, Daddy's home." Taking advantage of the kids being distracted, he quickly snuck away. Stepping outside, Eun-ha took off the ears and sighed wearily. His eyes caught someone nearby. It was Ha-gang sitting alone reading a book. Eun-ha hid the ears and asked, "What are you reading?" The girl smiled and replied, "Sherlock Holmes, I've been addicted to it lately." He rubbed his chin. "Sherlock Holmes, huh? Sherlock and Professor Moriarty fall down the waterfall and die." Ha-gang suddenly turned pale and asked, "What?" Eun-ha was startled. "Oops, I spoiled it." She lowered her head as if about to cry. "You're so mean." "I haven't even finished reading it yet." He gave an awkward smile. "Sorry, but he actually comes back to life in The Return of Sherlock Holmes." As soon as he finished, tears fell from Ha-gang's eyes. "Eun-ha, you're so mean." She hurriedly ran away. "Sorry, I'm really sorry." Eun-ha walked away to another spot, then his feet stopped. A voice caught his attention. "It's nothing. Wasted blood again." "This isn't fair, you bastard. Next time I'll take you down." A young boy's gaze suddenly landed on Eun-ha. "I was just about to see who the strongest in class is." Right on time. The kids around them whispered, "Are Eun-ha and Eun-hui finally fighting?" "Who's the strongest, I wonder?" He gave a dry laugh. "What are these kids watching on TV?" The kids began to surround the two. Eun-hui Jr. made a move to draw an imaginary sword. He pointed it toward Eun-ha. "One mountain cannot have 2 tigers. I will end our destiny right here." Raising his sword, he was speechless. "Are you serious?" 2 kids behind him cheered. "Eun-hui, finish him in 1 hit." "That's right, show him who's the strongest." He just chuckled. These kids. Someone outside screams loudly, "No, Eun-ha, let's go!" The girls keep clinging to him. Eun-ha thinks to himself, "Is that really what you're worried about?" Minji cheers, "No, Eun-ha." Eun-ha thinks, "Great, at least I still have my neighbor." The little girl makes a threatening gesture, "You're dead." Eun-ha sighs. "Yeah, right. This is who you are." He feels a bit sad. "I don't have anyone cheering for me." Eun-ha suddenly notices Ha-jiang, but when he looks at her, she starts crying loudly. "I hate you, No Eun-ha." Hearing that, he jumps in surprise. Eun-ha picks up a plastic sword. "That's right, I'm all alone in this life." He puts on a scary expression. "You guys, this is all your fault." Eun-ha imagines himself and Eun-hyo standing in an arena. The kid charges forward, yelling, "Come at me, you monster!" He stands calmly as Eun-hyo approaches. Eun-ha gently parries one of the kid's strikes, then uses great force to knock Eun-hyo's sword away. The sword spins in the air while the kid just stares up at it. Seizing the opportunity, Eun-ha nimbly rushes forward and swings, slashing across Eun-hyo's waist. At the same time, the sword spins a few more times and hits the ground. Eun-ha stands tall without even looking back at his opponent. He slowly sheathes his sword while Eun-hyo clutches his stomach, trembling. "No way. I could still keep going if I could use my sealed powers." The kid coughs repeatedly and collapses. Unha stands heroically looking cool while everyone around him admires him. He turns back and smiles. What an interesting battle. The kids cheer happily. He's actually smiling. That's our Unha. Did you guys see that? He's only this good because he plays house all the time. That's right. Whoever can pull out that Excalibur will be Unha. He looks confused. Huh. What? In front of him is a toy sword stuck into a pile of building blocks. I've never seen the Excalibur being pulled out before. You can do it. Una scratches his head. I guess I should give it a try. He steps forward and grabs the hilt. Unha easily pulls it out to the cheers of the children. Unha got the Excalibur. Unha is the best. No Unha, no Unha. He feels embarrassed, shouting silently in his heart, please stop it. Stop it. The scene shifts to somewhere in the park near a phone displaying the news. Just in a rank 7 goblin monster has appeared. The Macronier Engineering Guild is already on the front lines. However, there are reports that 2 of the goblins have escaped the scene. According to the Mana Management Association, they are highly likely to be hiding in a crowded area. If anyone spots them, report it immediately. Outside on the field, the kids are running and playing. Freeze, freeze. Minji touches a girl and happily unfreezes her. Unha breathes a sigh of relief watching the kids play. He sits tiredly under a tree. I'm exhausted. How are they not tired at all? Una sits cross-legged and puts his hands together. Since the future has changed, I need to store mana whenever I get the chance. As time goes by, the world will see mana as a form of power. So it's better if I have as much mana as possible before they find out about it ever since that incident. I'm sure I'll have more space to store mana. 2 kids see him and call out, no Unha. Are you done resting? Come here, come play with us. Unha thinks, are these guys even okay? Their stamina is terrifying. Just then, Mr. Tayo brings over a bag of snacks. Hey everyone, come get some ice cream. They all stop playing and run over. I want melon flavor. I want watermelon. He looks at the scene and smiles. Kids will be kids. After a while, they are all covered in a mess. Come on, whoever doesn't have ice cream yet, come and get it. Suddenly, 2 hands grab the same ice cream. It's Unha and Minji. They stare each other down. Let go, you pig. Minji, this is mine, I got it first. Why don't you let go? I got it first, let go. You're a boy, why are you being so stingy? What does me being a boy have to do with getting ice cream? Tio watches them exhausted. He snatches the ice cream and says, hey, you guys, didn't the teacher say friends shouldn't fight? Saying that Tayo breaks the ice cream in 2. He gives each of them half. Effective, right? You guys can share. The 2 ignore his words and start playing rock, paper, scissors to decide who gets the whole thing. Tayo gets angry. You guys should share, don't do that. Both of them turn pale. Yes, sir. Behind them, Ha Jang approaches and asks, Teacher, where is Yun Hyo? He is startled. Yun Hyo, I'm not sure. Maybe he's in the Moonlight Garden. Minji says calmly, I bet he's waving his sword around there. Geez, why does he always play by himself like that? Ayunha thinks to himself, special training should be kept secret. Minji is confused. Why do you want to bring ice cream to him? If you want to, you should go get it yourself. The little girl says shyly, but I think it would be sad if he were left out while we're all eating together like this. Minji shook her head. Hajiang, your only mistake is that you're too kind. Teo suggested it, she replied. Do you want to bring the ice cream to Unha? Hajiang, the little girl, nodded in agreement. Yes, I do. Minji then asked, want me to come with you? Hajiang shook her head. No need. Teo called out loudly, all right, kids, once you're done eating, put your trash in here. Unha watched the little girl leave with a slight frown. Who wants to play tag next? Come on over here. Minji walked up to him. You should go out there too. Unha refused without a second thought. No thanks, I've played enough for today. The little girl pressed him. If you don't, no one will want to play with you anymore. He didn't seem to care. Don't worry about that, just go play over there. Minji huffed coldly. My sister told me I have to play with you. Unha winced internally, thinking, my sister, really? The girl pulled his shirt, dragging him along. Get up, let's go. The kids gathered to play rock, paper, scissors. Unha lost, so he stood there awkwardly. Unha lost. He gritted his teeth in frustration and turned toward Minji. Without hesitation, he chased after her. Unha sped up, and just as he was about to touch her, she stopped and crossed her arms, freezing in place. Minji stuck her tongue out to tease him. He didn't notice and switched targets to another friend. Suddenly, Unha sprinted right past that friend without even realizing it. The friend looked surprised as he watched him run toward Minji. The girl was distracted, but then she looked up. Unha was like a lightning bolt rushing past her before turning back with a smirk. He tapped her on the shoulder. "Tag, you're it." Minji finally reacted and exclaimed, "You—" A curly-haired boy ran past and tapped her on the shoulder, too. "Tag, now you're it." "Minji, now you're the one chasing—" The boy laughed loudly as he said it. Minji's eyes blazed with anger. "No, Unha, you." She glared at him with pure murderous intent. "You are so not getting away with this, no, Unha." Unha tilted his head and gave a cold smile. "You think you can catch me?" His expression suddenly shifted to one of pure shock. Unha froze completely. Minji ran up and tapped his shoulder. "No, Unha, you're tagged." Seeing his reaction, she looked confused. "What's wrong? Why are you just standing there?" Unha suddenly flared up with mana and killing intent. "Why are there— at a daycare? This is—" Suddenly, out of nowhere, a sickly green-clawed hand gripped him. He gritted his teeth and turned his head to look at the other children nearby. They were all frozen, staring in blank confusion. "Huh. What is that?" A monster appeared on top of the fence, clutching a weapon, a rank 7 goblin. It leaped down into the daycare. The little girl with pigtails trembled and stammered, "Mommy." The goblin opened its terrifying mouth, raising its weapon to strike. It swung the massive weapon down hard. The little girl's face was filled with despair as she looked up at the creature. Just as it raised its weapon high and slashed horizontally toward the girl, a hand suddenly reached out, firing an object that struck the goblin's hand with great force. It knocked the weapon out of the goblin's grip. The goblin gritted its teeth in fury, glaring at the attacker. And that someone was none other than Unha. Behind him, another goblin was quietly creeping up. Unha agilely dodged. He frowned and muttered, "These guys are such a pain." He gripped his ice cream tightly. "I have to take them out right now and call for backup." He braced his core, using all his strength to launch an attack at the distant goblin. Thao came running in, panting, and smashed a broom onto the head of another goblin. "You guys aren't getting away." Thao turned to Unha and shouted, making him jump. "Unha, stay right there." No sooner had he finished the sentence than he hurled the broom in his hand. The broom flew like the wind, piercing the goblin near Unha. Taking the chance, Thao ran over, grabbed him by the shirt along with the little girl from earlier, and took off. "Hold on to me, teacher." 2 goblins chased after them in a rage. He asked loudly, "Are you okay?" Unha remained perfectly calm. "Yes." The goblin was nearly upon them, raising its axe to strike Unha when Thao gathered mana into his palm, quickly forming a sphere of energy. "Don't even think about it," he shouted, throwing it with all his might. The mana sphere hit the goblin square in the gut, sending it flying back in pain. The massive creature crashed into the goblin behind it, and Unha let out a sigh of relief, glad that everyone was safe. The 3 of them scrambled into the building in a panic. As soon as they got inside, Thao collapsed, gasping for breath from exhaustion. The principal asked anxiously, "Thao, are you okay?" While he hurriedly asked, "Principal, what about the other children?" She calmed him down. "They've already been evacuated." "But is it true that goblins have appeared?" Thao nodded. "Yes, 2 of them. It seems they've been here for a few days already." Unha looked around, observing as the principal said, "I'll go report this immediately. We must wait until the players arrive." To which he proposed, "Then let me go block the entrance with the other teachers." Suddenly Minji's panicked voice rang out, "Teacher, I can't find Hajang and Yunhyo anywhere." Thao lost his composure, but I just saw them in the garden, and the children around them chimed in. "That's right. They said they were going to get us some ice cream." Thao went pale. "I have to save those 2 right now." The principal blocked his path. "You can't. The teachers and the other children are all around us." As they continued to tremble, Thao hesitated, but the 2 children nearby cried out, "Teacher, what about our friends?" "Please, you have to save them." They were so caught up in the conversation they didn't notice that someone had already slipped out of the room. Outside in the garden, a terrified scream pierced the air. Yunhyo had been grabbed by a goblin. It raised its axe ready to strike, but Hajang thrust her hands forward, channeling her mana to stop it. She charged and shoved the goblin hard, sending it reeling backward as it rolled across the ground. Hajang pulled the boy up, asking anxiously, "Yunhyo, are you okay?" The goblin quickly stood up, growling. Ha Jiang and Eun Hyo were both trembling as they helped each other away. The boy gritted his teeth in determination. Eun Hyo, use all your strength and grab her hand. Run, Ha Jiang, run. The goblin drooled its mouth agape as it watched them run toward the playground. Ha Jiang whispered, "What should we do?" Eun Hyo hurriedly reassured her, "The adults will come to save us. We just need to hide until then." The boy pointed toward the climbing frame. "Quick, climb up there." Eun Hyo quickly boosted Ha Jiang up. "You go first." A growl from behind made the boy turn around. The goblin had fully closed the distance, and Eun Hyo urged, "Get up there first, Ha Jiang." The girl panicked. "What about you? You have to climb up too." The boy turned around. "I'll fight them until the adults get here." Up above, Ha Jiang shouted, "Don't do that, just climb up," seeing Eun Hyo shaking with fear. The goblin looked confused. The boy gripped his sword tight, his eyes filled with resolve, remembering the scene of Hun Cheon on TV. The boy shouted excitedly, "He defeated it! He was so cool! I'll become a hero like him too!" Eun Hyo's hand tightened on the sword, his trembling stopping. "I can be strong too." With a pale face, the boy charged in. "You weakling!" The goblin's foul mouth gnashed its teeth as it opened wide and roared, looking terrifying. The goblin lunged to attack. "It's fine. Just do what I practiced." Eun Hyo closed his eyes and swung the sword with all his might. The sword was knocked out of the boy's hand on impact, and Eun Hyo collapsed to the ground in fear. Seizing the opportunity, the goblin raised its axe, but Eun Ha stepped in from behind and picked up the sword. The goblin swung its axe down hard. Eun Hyo cried, holding his hands up to shield himself. Suddenly, time seemed to pass, but nothing happened, and the boy slowly opened his eyes to look. Ha Jiang sat huddled on the climbing frame, looking down, as Eun Ha had appeared just in time to save Eun Hyo. Eun Ha praised, "You did well," and turned to smile at him. That was like a real man. Eun Hyo sat dazed on the ground. "What?" Suddenly the goblin lunged to attack Eun Ha. The boy screamed in a panic, "Look out!" A beautiful strike of the sword flashed through the air. The sharp blade sliced cleanly through its arm, and the goblin's severed limb flew into the air. It looked at its arm, blood spraying everywhere in shock. Eun Ha's eyes were cold as he swung his sword again, using immense force to cleave the goblin in two, and its body dissipated. A magic stone shaped like a diamond dropped to the ground. Eun Ha gave his sword a light flick, shaking the blood from the blade. He tilted his head, reassuring them, "You can relax now." Eun Hyo burst into tears and ran to hug Eun Ha. "You really are a hero." He tried to pull the boy off. "What is wrong with you? Get off me!" Suddenly, Ha Jiang also ran over and threw her arms around Eun Ha. The two kids hugged him, crying, "I was so scared." Eun Ha's face went pale as he tried to push them off. You guys a moment ago." "Teacher, what about those two?" While everyone wasn't paying attention, Eun Ha quietly slipped outside. He took a deep breath to focus his spirit, his eyes widening and flashing as his mana surged outward to help him sense his surroundings. Ha Jiang has plenty of mana, and Eun Hyo is safe too. They're managing to escape now. Eun Ha suddenly noticed a goblin. "Wait a sec, I need to take care of that thing heading toward the gym." The goblin prowled around, growling. His voice grabbed its attention. "Hey, what are you looking for?" Eun Ha stood in its path holding a box cutter. As he channeled mana into the blade, his killing intent surged. The goblin let out a roar and charged. It swung horizontally, but Eun Ha ducked. With a powerful kick, he launched himself forward with lightning speed, instantly ending up behind it. He swung the blade down with all his might. The strike was so strong it pierced the goblin's chest. Enraged, the creature turned to swing its axe, but he quickly leaped high into the air to dodge. Once again, Eun Ha kicked off the ceiling for momentum and dove down, slashing from its head to its feet. Just like the previous one, the goblin's body turned to dust and vanished. A magic stone dropped in front of him. Eun Ha picked up the blade, muttering, "This thing's toast." He tossed it aside. "Anyone who dares set foot in this kindergarten, I won't let you off easy." Eun Ha took off running. "Please let the others be okay." Eun Ha funneled mana into his eyes. "Ha Jiang Eun Hyuk, I'm coming." Back in the present, the two kids were still crying non-stop. He lay there sighing to himself, "Whatever, anything works." Suddenly, Thao appeared. "Eun Ha Eun Hyuk Ha Jiang, are you guys okay?" Startled, he looked up. "Teacher Thao." Seeing the two kids still wailing, he replied with a tired expression, "Yes, we're fine." A while later, the players arrived at the daycare. One man stood across from Eun Ha and asked, "Did you really defeat it?" He scratched his cheek. "The goblin was already pretty badly hurt, so I just poked it a few times and it disappeared." The man held up the magic stone. Even a level 2-8 goblin isn't weak enough to be taken down by a 7-year-old kid. The only way to take down the monster is to destroy its core with mana-enhanced weapons or extreme physical force. He frowned. So, what about the goblin in the hallway? Unha quickly made up a story. Maybe the goblin outside killed that one. Those two were probably fighting, which is why it was so badly hurt before I finished it off. Guess they weren't exactly friends. The player was still skeptical. Yeah, I guess that's it. The scene shifted to the award ceremony. We at Doan Kindergarten sincerely apologize for the recent incident that took place. From now on, we promise to do our best to protect the school. And for our protagonist today, thank you No Yunha for this Brave Child award. The teachers and friends below cheered and clapped. He remembered his parents scolding him. Is the Kraken incident not enough for you people? Try writing a formal apology letter and talking it out. Unha held the certificate, his whole body trembling with embarrassment. Someone nudged him. Unha smiled. He tried to force a stiff smile. It was the Doan Kindergarten Festival. Parents were dropping their kids off, and it was incredibly lively. A long time ago, there was Princess Snow White, Sans, who had a fair and beautiful face. Snow White Hajang. Snow White also had a warm heart, so she was dearly loved by the 7 dwarfs in the forest. The kids were fully immersed in the performance. Teacher Tao Io was standing there narrating. Deep in a corner of the stage, Yunha and Unhyuk were waiting. The kid was panicking. Captain, what do I do? I don't remember any of my lines. Yunha frowned. What's wrong with you? You only have one single line. You shouldn't eat that. Unhyuk suddenly remembered. Oh, okay. You're right, Captain. You remember everything. Yunha sighed. The kid had changed so much after the monster incident. He remembered when Unhyuk used to constantly call him a warrior. We agreed, call me captain, not warrior. Unhyuk pointed at himself, smiling confidently. Okay, I'll show you how cool your captain is in... Unha stared blankly. So weird. Back on stage, the witch, played by Minji, stepped forward. Princess, look at this red apple. Doesn't it look delicious? Ha Jang, playing the princess, said excitedly. It's so beautiful, and it looks delicious, too. The dwarfs hurriedly tried to stop her. No, princess, you shouldn't eat things from strangers. That's right, I'm sure that apple is poisoned. Princess, don't eat it. Yunhyuk started shaking. The panicking kid screamed, That's right! Yunhyuk pointed and yelled, It's poison! It startled the kids around him. Thao Io, who was narrating, was frozen by the scene in front of him. The surrounding area fell silent for a long moment. Suddenly, the audience below burst into laughter. Unha, standing inside, sighed. He's acting like a robot. Minji, getting angry, threw the apple hard. Eat it and get away from me. The apple flew straight and smacked right into Yunhyuk's mouth. The girl screamed, No! A classmate nearby started crying, Yunhyuk is dead! Suddenly, Thao's voice rang out. The dwarf ate the poisoned apple instead of the princess. He signaled with his hand, but the queen wouldn't give up. The queen forced the princess to eat the rest of the apple. Thao Io signaled. Minji turned pale, not knowing what to do. She shoved the apple straight into Hajang's mouth. You eat it and get out of my life. Hajang reached out, calling Mom. Minji ran away, shouting, Who's your mom? I'm your stepmother. I told you not to call me that anymore. After a moment, her cheeks flushed a bright red. Hajang felt dizzy and collapsed. While the rest of the gang dragged Yunwoo away from the stage, Yunha patted his shoulder, full of anticipation. His eyes welled up with tears. Teacher, you're the only one I can trust now. Let's make a bet on whose class will do the best today. Unha cursed that bastard of a teacher under his breath. It was his turn now. Unha slowly stepped outside. He slowly approached where Ha Jang was lying down, when suddenly a voice from below made Unha freeze in his tracks. Is that really him? That kid looks terrifying. Is that the kid who took out the monster No Way Right? The city even gave him a reward. But a little kid taking down a monster that doesn't hesitate to sacrifice humans, that's no different from an immortal player. Oh, how strange. The scene in Yunha's mind went blank. Suddenly, his sister Una loudly called out, No, Yunha! Yunha gave a start, snapping back to reality. Below, Yuna was standing with their parents, waving. Unha, it's your sister! No, Yunha's parents were cheering too. My son is the best. You're so handsome. Yunha mom is right here. Hearing his family's voices, he stood stunned for a moment. Then Unha suddenly broke into a happy smile. It was so embarrassing. His body relaxed and his feet began to move. Eunha stood straight in front of Ha-Jiang, who was lying still on the flower bed. Eunha took a deep breath and exhaled. He sat down and touched her forehead. How can someone in this world be this beautiful? Eunha leaned down and gently placed a kiss on Ha-Jiang's forehead. Her cheeks flushed red and she slowly opened her eyes. He took Ha-Jiang's hand and gently helped her sit up. Below, the audience clapped non-stop for his performance. Eunha and Ha-Jiang bowed together to the audience. Eunwoo and the other kids rushed out. That was cool. No, Eunha, come here. Everyone gathered and lifted Eunha high into the air. His face turned pale. You guys, this is dangerous. I'm going to fall. Suddenly, a pair of hands caught Eunha. It was his dad. No, Eunha, my son, you did great. He was carried on his dad's shoulders. Of course, I'm my dad's son. His dad laughed loudly upon hearing that. You're right. His mom brought their newborn sibling over. Eunha was confused. What is it, Mom? She smiled. Have you found what you want to do yet? Eunha pondered. Last year, Mom had said the same thing. What do you want to be when you grow up? Eunha's gaze dropped. I don't know. I still don't know what I should do. He looked at the scene of everyone having fun before him. But I want to be happy. I don't want anyone to destroy this happiness. With that, Eunha flashed a smile and blurted out, well, he hugged his dad's head. Maybe a warrior. Dad put me down. His dad, no. Eunha teased. Of course, a warrior. No, Eunha's mom's face turned gentle, looking at him with a satisfied expression. That's right, my Eunha. Do whatever you want. Mom will cheer for you, my son. Time flew by and Eunha had entered the class for students admitted to the Elemental Academy. We sincerely congratulate you all. And on a spring day, with flowers in bloom in the 3rd year of the goddess calendar, 8-year-old No Eunha. Minji stood behind him and spoke up. Why are you doing something so embarrassing? The principal is giving a speech, you know. He was confused. Why do you care about that? Ha-Jiang, standing next to them, reminded, the teachers said to be quiet guys. Eunwoo was excited. I bet there are lots of strong brats enrolling. When are we going to show them who's boss? Eunha said sternly, I'm not you, so don't be reckless. The kid was immediately fired up. Right, you're the boss. Are you worried that I'll get hurt? He was speechless. It's not just about that. Teachers hope you will enjoy your time at the school. Eunwoo wouldn't stop pestering him, making him feel exhausted. I'm tired already. A room in the hallway was a classroom. Minji stood up confidently to introduce herself. Hello, I'm Kim Minji. I live in Hiwa District and I'm coming from Doan Preschool. Like any other preschooler, I want to have fun and make lots of friends. I like watching movies and listening to music. Eunha thought to himself, why is she talking so long? The teacher on the podium gave a strained smile. Minji, we don't have much time, so let's share more next time, okay? The first-year homeroom teacher, Georgina. The girl sighed and sat down under the gaze of her classmates. Yes, I couldn't help myself. Yozina continued. Next is No Eunha. Come on, introduce yourself. He stood up immediately. Yes, ma'am. My name is No Eunha, and I'm enrolling from Doan Preschool. Let's be friends. She smiled and asked, Eunha, is that all? He nodded. Yes. Georgina continued, flipping through the list. So next is Jong Ha-Jiang. Ha-Jiang, please introduce yourself. The girl stood up quite timidly. Ha-Jiang closed her eyes and tried her best to blurt it out. Her head was spinning. I'm Yong Ha-Jiang. Eunha, sitting next to her, observed her thoughtfully. He remembered back at Ha-Jiang's house when Se-kun had said, so glad to meet you kids. I'm Ha-Jiang's dad. Eunwoo and the gang from the preschool had come to visit. Nice to meet you, sir. He smiled. Was it hard to get here? I'll make a delicious lunch for you all. Would you like anything to drink? He looked at Se-kun, a bit suspicious. Is this Ha-Jiang's dad? I feel like I've met him somewhere before. The little ones were happy, swarming around him. I want mango juice. I want mango juice too. Sir, I like yogurt. Dad, I want yogurt too. He turned to him and asked, What about you, Eunha? Eunha pointed to himself. Me, I'd like a glass of espresso. Oh, never mind, banana juice. A table full of food and drinks was served, looking absolutely beautiful. One kid couldn't help but pop a piece of food into his mouth. So delicious, is this bacon?
This is good too, Minji said smugly. Do you guys understand now?
Ha Jang's dad is actually a really great cook.
Why are you so proud of something so confusing, Yun-ha?
The little girl scoffed.
Ha Jang is my friend.
As the two started bickering, Eun-ha sighed.
I told you, stop calling me that.
Fine, fine, you little piggy Minji. Eun-ha glanced over at the two kids who couldn't stop fighting. He took a sip of the drink, wondering what was so good about it that they were so happy. But the moment the liquid hit his tongue, his eyes widened in shock.
What is this?
What did I just drink, my mana?
It's surging.
He couldn't believe it. This was a mana potion, the kind of high-end energy drink used to recover mana in the body. Monster hunters always carry these potions around, because mana is tied directly to their life force. Noticing his strange reaction, Ha Jang asked worriedly, "What's wrong? Is it bad?" Eun-ha gave a small smile. "No, it's actually really good."
Ha Jang, what's your dad's name?
The girl looked surprised.
My dad? His name is Selkun. He's a chef.
As soon as he heard that name, Eun-ha froze his eyes, lighting up.
Ha Jang, let's be best friends.
Eun-ha chuckled to himself, thinking, Dongseo-kun, he's the very man who revolutionized the mana potion market. With his refining skills, he can select the absolute best ingredients. In the future, he'll become the titan of the potion market, leading the Alice Group, one of the top 3 companies in Korea. Wait, though. I don't remember him ever having a daughter. He suddenly recalled that he was the one who had saved her life. Eun-ha placed a hand on the girl's shoulder. Ha Jang, if anyone at school bullies you, just tell me. I'll protect you. Ha Jang blushed, feeling shy.
Thank you.
Back in the present, Ha Jang was struggling with her self-introduction. She gathered her composure. I like Eun-ha and Minji, and I'm from Doan Kindergarten, too. I like reading books and drinking tea. I'm really shy around new people, but let's get along. Eun-ha gave her a thumbs up. Great job, that's it. That's how you make friends. Yozina smiled happily. Excellent, Ha Jiang. Next up is Jin Seo-na. Everyone turned to look at the girl. Even Eun-ha couldn't help but be surprised. On top of Jin Seona's head were ears like a cat's, and behind her a tail was twitching back and forth. Are those real? Is she a monster? A demi-human? That was the term for children with genetic mutations caused by uneven mana distribution. People who had lost loved ones to monsters often despised demi-humans because they looked so much like monsters. The girl spoke timidly. I am Jin Seona. I didn't go to kindergarten. Let's get along. The room began to buzz with whispers. My mom told me not to go near her. Why? I don't know. She just said not to play with her. Eun-ha thought to himself, looks like there's a lot of prejudice against demi-humans, huh? Yozina prepared to read the next name. Before she could finish, Eun-hyo stood up straight and saluted. I'm Choi Eun-hyo. I like swinging my sword and I'm learning mana control from the boss. A classmate asked, confused, Who's the boss? The little boy looked mysterious. You guys don't know the boss. Eun-hyo pointed toward Eun-ha. Eun-ha sitting right there, that's the boss. The strongest person in our class is the boss. If you think about fighting him, the boss is super strong. Hooray! The boss is number 1. The teacher quickly intervened. Eun-hyo, sit down, please. Yozina's face turned furious. And one more thing, Eun-ha. Stay after school. I'm inviting your parents to meet with me, too. He sat there practically crying. What did I even do? Eun-ha sat in a corner and sighed. What a bad luck day. Eun-hyo's voice kept ringing out. The boss is number 1! The boss is number 1! Yozina snapped. Eun-ha, get to the teacher's office! Eun-ha gritted his teeth at Eun-hyo. From now on, you're going through hellish training in the cafeteria. Eun-ha spoke up. That's your 3rd helping already, you know. The lunch lady is definitely going to remember you now. Eun-hyo was startled. How did you know she even remembers my name? Minji stood up and shouted, Eun-ha, do you want to get more? I was just about to go ask for some more, too. Eun-ha wore a wicked smile. Yeah, go get more rice, you gluttonous pig. The girl was so angry she shouted, I'm not a gluttonous pig. It's just that I took less food than usual today. Ha Jang chimed in to defend her. That's right, Eun-ha. You got that wrong this time. He just gave a cold laugh. Sure, sure. As the two were bickering, they suddenly stopped. Look at that, that's her right. Whoa, she really has a tail. Why is someone like that in our school? Hey, be careful, don't make eye contact. Jin Seona was carrying her lunch tray looking for a place to sit. She noticed an empty spot, but the table was occupied by 3 rather stuck-up girls. Jin Seona stammered, "Can I sit here?" "No, you can't." Yunha sighed. Of all the people she had to ask them. The girl looked down on her. "What's your problem? Are you crazy?" Jin Seona looked bewildered. "What? Who do you think you are trying to sit with us?" The 2 girls sitting at the table joined in the defamation. "Where do you think you are? You need to look at your own standing. And look at your clothes. Where did you even pick those up? You should have just stayed in your cave." The girl started to tremble and choked out, I'm sorry." Minji shouted angrily, "Jin Seona, do you think just because you're rich, you're better than everyone else? You really are such a nasty person." Ha Jiang bursts into tears, calling her nasty. Seeing Anha's unhappy face makes Anhai worry and call out for her big brother. The surrounding children keep laughing, saying, "Look at that." They're crying. Remembering his past life, he knew not all demi-humans were good people. He used to think that the poorer and more ostracized by society they were, the better their hearts would be. "Is that right?" Anha asks back, "What then?" Jin Parang, sitting opposite him, says, "But you were wrong. Of course there are good people. Yes, there are good kids out there, but on the flip side, the bad ones are far more common." He asks again, "So what about it?" It confuses him. "What do you mean, what about it?" "What I'm trying to say is, you shouldn't treat them better just because they're demi-humans. It seems like you've been taking care of them lately because Anha cuts him off immediately. "Stop right there. Jin Parang, why do you think I'm a good person?" He replies, "I didn't mean it like that." Anha draws his sword, startling Jin Parang. "So you don't think I'm just some weakling who can't tell good from bad?" He recoils in fear. "That's not what I meant either. Why are you so on edge?" Anha gritted his teeth. "It's because you snuck into my tent in the middle of the night and ruined my sleep with your chatter. No more of that. Get out and go stand guard or something. If you don't want to get beaten, that is." The hair on his arm stood on end. "All right, fine." In the Abyss dungeon, Jin Parang had just finished off a monster. Those monsters were pretty strong. They really are monsters from the Abyss, aren't they? His eyes widened in shock. Suddenly turning around, Jin Parang was caught off guard by an object hitting him before he could react. His stomach was severely wounded. The thing that attacked Jin Parang was a sharp, massive leg. In front of them was a monster in the shape of a giant scorpion. Seeing he was still alive, it continued to attack from a distance. A leg came flying towards him at high speed. It was Anha. He swung his sword, slicing the monster's leg in 2. Anha's eyes were filled with killing intent. After having its leg cut off, the monster retreated in pain, then roared in anger and lunged forward. Anha leaned his body with difficulty, struggling to dodge. His hands tightened around the sword. Countless wounds appeared on the monster's body from his blade as Anha flew past it, unleashing multiple strikes at once. Right at that moment, the monster's entire body was shredded into pieces. He hurriedly ran over to Jin Parang, calling out, "Parang." Anha supported his exhausted body. Jin Parang, "Hurry, let's go, Anha, you've come this far already." "You still have to face the boss, don't you?" From afar, Du Jung ran over. "Parang." Anha's voice turned cold. "Du Jung, heal him quickly." He gritted his teeth. "Quiet down. Anha, have you forgotten? I know my own wounds better than anyone. The reason I died, the reason we fight, it's so that we can defeat the boss here, for the happiness and peace of our homeland. So what are you hesitating for?" Anha gritted his teeth. "All right, do you have any last words?" He repeated, "That sounds more like you. Remember what I said before, not all demi-humans are good. What I meant was, you shouldn't treat them better just because they're demi-humans." He nodded. "I remember." Jin Parang trembled. "Because I'm not much different from them. In reality, I'm a very bad person." As soon as he finished, his body stopped moving. Anha looked at the blood on his hands, trembling. Back in the present, Jin Parang clenched his fist. Why am I remembering that now? Anha stood up and said, "Minji." The little girl was surprised. "What?" He turned to leave. "Excuse me for a moment, I'll be right back." She clutched her head, thinking I knew he'd do that. Anhai called out after him. "Big brother want me to come with you," Anha replied calmly. "Just sit there and eat." "Just, what's wrong with him? What is he planning to do?" It's just ridiculous. Jinseona was standing with her head down when his hand reached out. He took her food tray and led her away. There's a spot over there, let's go. Jinseona was startled, unable to say a word. She gripped on Ha's sleeve. This will be rather... Jinseona jumped in surprise. I'm sorry. He turned back and smiled gently. It's okay. Let's go. My friend has already saved a seat for you. She stammered. I'm sorry, but everything will be more difficult if you help me. Anha said coldly. I don't care. Someone spoke up. Which kindergarten are they from? The two little girls from earlier replied, Do in kindergarten. Should I ask the other schools about them? Jinseona smirked coldly. There's no need for that. Judging by their actions, they're nothing but lowlives. Minji pointed toward the newcomer and greeted No Yunha. Well, aren't you? A stubborn one, you should just forgive him. You said furiously, Minji, you little brat. Yoon-hyuk greeted them while eating. Hey, the food today is actually pretty good. Jinseona gently handed him a drink. Here, it's barley tea. Ha-jang suggested, let's be friends. The little girl took it and thanked her. The four of them watched Jinseona, who said, It's delicious, but it's hot, so drink it slowly. The little girl held the cup with both hands very carefully. Jinseona downed her own cup in one go. She drank the whole thing. The little girl shoveled food into her mouth repeatedly. Eun-ha spoke up. Hey, slow down. Seeing Jinseona crying, Eun-hyuk immediately said, Don't worry, we aren't going to steal your food. Minji and Ha-jang also chimed in, Don't cry, are you crying? Here, have a tissue. Here, wipe your tears. The scene shifts to the playground. Eun-ha spoke up, I'm going first. From now on, you all need to hide your mana to sneak around or use your mana to boost your physical stats. If you can confuse me and manage to run away, I won't be able to catch you. Jinseona raised her hand. I don't know how to control mana. You replied, but you know how to hide, so you'll be fine. Right? Minji, standing next to them, gave a thumbs up. That's right. Go beat him. The girl smiled awkwardly. That's impossible. Eun-ha thought to himself, she doesn't know how to use her unique skill. Telepathy. I'll teach her later. After thinking that, he said out loud, and no hiding inside the house. You can only play within this area. Eun-ha leaned his face against the lamppost. I'm starting counting to 100. 98, 97, 96, 3, 2, 1. Eun-ha slowly opened his eyes. He cracked his knuckles and intentionally said loudly, Here I come. Eun-ha quickly caught 3 of them. Found you, caught you, haven't I see you. He rubbed his chin, calculating. Now there's only Ha-jang and Siona left. I can't sense Ha-jang at all. Is she that good at mana control? I'll find Siona first. Eun-ha sensed something and bolted. There you are. He ran behind a bush, found you. Jinseona quickly bolted away. Eun-ha saw her and chased after her. Hey! Jinseona, stop! He reached out his hand, almost touching her, but suddenly Jinseona jumped high into the air. She landed on a roof. No way! I won't lose until you actually catch me. The 3 who had been caught watched the 2 of them, the chaser and the runner, and exclaimed, Are you serious? Eun-hyuk smirked. We only got found, not officially caught, right? Minji clapped her hands hard. You dare trick me, you little mouse. Let's run. Eun-ha was excited too. All right? I want to play again, too. I'll run faster if I use my mana. Seeing the 3 of them run away, Eun-ha panicked. He grabbed his head and shouted, What is this? How did it end up like this? Eun-ha channeled his mana to chase after Eun-hyuk. I'm gonna catch all of you. Stop right there. Jinseona watched the scene before her and smiled happily. Just before that, a pair of small feet had stepped into a house. It was none other than Ha-jang. Where should I hide? Eun-ha's voice boomed from outside. I'm coming to find you. The girl channeled her power. I have to suppress my mana first. All the mana around her body was pulled back into her palms. I can't hide inside, I have to go back out. Suddenly, a stack of books above the stairs caught her attention. Ha-jang looked at them mesmerized and stepped up. The scene before her was a room filled entirely with books. Ha-jang walked deep inside, looking around constantly. She picked up a book, beaming, This really is paradise. There are so many books. Ha-jang then realized, Wait, where am I? I should get back outside. A red book caught her eye. It's so pretty. How do you read this? Suddenly a voice spoke up. Alice in Wonderland, is it? She didn't know when it happened. But an old man was standing behind Ha-jang. His eyes looked at her coldly. Ha-jang looked up, terrified. After a while, Eun-ha's group arrived. Sir, well, Alice turned around to chase the rabbit. He turned angry and raised his voice. Inside, Hajang was sitting on the man's lap, reading a book, startled. Unha stepped forward to greet him. "Hello, this little girl went missing while playing with us, so I came to pick her up." Hajang jumped down and said, "You have to tell me where we're going first. I completely forgot." The other four whispered, "My brother is so cool. Is he mad?" "Captain, don't be so hot-headed." Unha turned furious and forgot. The little girl trembled. "I'm sorry." He flicked Hajang hard on the forehead. "Hajang, next time you go anywhere, you have to tell me first, understand?" The little girl's eyes welled up with tears. "Yeah, I'm sorry." Unha thought to himself, "She's going to cry if I scold her anymore." He turned to Junsik. "I'm sorry for the trouble." The old man smiled. "It's fine. The little girl made me feel less bored. Come play again next time." "I really like friends who enjoy reading," Hajang asked excitedly. "Really?" The old man patted her head. "Really?" Hajang cheered. "I'll come again tomorrow." "Make sure to finish this book by tomorrow." Unha pulled her hand. "Let's go home." "It's getting late." Junsik spoke up to stop them. "Yunha, wait a minute." He held up his phone and suggested, "I should take you kids home, right?" Outside, a luxury car pulled up. A bodyguard in black opened the door for the kids to get in. "Whoever wants to go home, get in." You were amazed. "Who is this old man?" Yun-hyuk exclaimed. "Wow, such a fancy car, it's so smooth." Yun-ha was startled. Hey, this is an expensive car." Getting into the car, Jun-sik commanded, "Let's go." Unha and Minji stood there watching them leave. You muttered, "I've never even ridden in a car like that before." Unha cried internally. So jealous. Outside the school, rain fell endlessly. Unha sat blankly looking out the window when suddenly the teacher's voice rang out, startling you. "All right, so I'll put Yunha's name down as a candidate." On the board were those words, "Class President Election." What, seeing the name No Yunha on the board made you jump in shock? Unha raised his hand. "Teacher, why did you write my name down?" Minji, sitting next to him, spoke up. "What do you mean by that?" Someone said, "You wanted to be class president, right?" You stared blankly and pointed at yourself. "Who, me?" The girl pointed toward Yoon-hyuk. "Who else?" Seeing the look of pure admiration on the little kid's face, your face darkened. Yoon-hyuk waved and shouted loudly, "Big brother!" Unha gritted his teeth. "Yoon-hyuk, you're going to pay for this." The kid continued. "Only Big Brother is worthy of being class president." But before that, Unha raised his hand again. "Teacher, I don't want to do it." Jogina tried to persuade him. "Eun-hyuk nominated you." "You shouldn't let your friend down." You replied, "I don't have the strength to be class president." The teacher frowned. "What do you mean you're capable of doing the job?" Unha turned to Minji and snapped, "Minji, you dummy, you should have told me sooner." The girl laughed and looked away. "I did tell you who told you to keep scowling like that." Jogina quickly calmed the room. All right. The only current candidate is Unha. Does anyone else want to join?" Jinsena immediately raised her hand. Teacher Unha also instinctively looked at her. Jinsena turned her head and smirked. "I want to nominate myself." Unha frowned at the look on her face. The next day, large boxes of snacks were brought into the classroom. Jinsena announced, "My dad bought these. Everyone eat up." The kids saw this and swarmed over. "Wow, Sena, you're the best hamburgers. Lunch today is hamburgers." Her friends went around handing them out. Sena said that if she becomes class president, she will treat everyone to hamburgers once a month. Sena left. Unha's group stood to one side watching them. A hamburger was held out to you. "Here." Unha stood with his hands in his pockets looking at Jinsena without saying a word. She smirked, "Thanks for your vote." You huffed, your voice full of annoyance. "I'm not eating it." Having said that, Yunha turned and walked away without hesitation. Jinsena spoke up. "Everyone, if I become class president," you sighed. "She's so young, but already playing these kinds of games." Suddenly, a familiar voice caught Yunha's attention. That person was Eun-hyuk, holding a hamburger with sparkling eyes. The kid tried to endure it. "Here, big brother, you eat it." Minji and Hajang both refused. "I'm not a beggar, and I'm not eating it either." You stood to one side watching and exclaimed, "You guys!" Yunha's eyebrows furrowed as he thought to himself, All right, then let's try it. Scene transition to nature. Mountains and greenery. The elementary school's spring field trip. Jogina said loudly, "Kids, I'm taking attendance now. When I call your name, raise your hand." She looked over at Yunha and Jin Sena. "Class president and vice president, help me out. Class 4-1, class president Jin Sena." She smiled smugly. "Present." Class 4-1, vice president No Yunha. You gritted your teeth bitter. "Present." After a while, Jogina finished calling attendance. She led the kids up to a temple, stopped for a tour, and after walking until they were tired, they started laying out blankets. Sitting down for lunch, Unha opened his lunchbox, which had gotten a bit jumbled from all the walking. A girl classmate looked at his lunch in amazement. "Hey, that looks so good." You blushed and thought to yourself, "When did Una write this?" Minji came over and teased him. "Your sister really loves you, huh?" "No, Unha." Unha's face turned beet red. "Shut it. What about yours?" Opening it up, I see Japanese-style dishes. A friend notices, ha jang, your lunch looks so pretty." A nutritious bento box beautifully arranged. Unha rubs his chin. "That's typical Ha-Jang." Suddenly, Unhyuk shouts, "Field trips are all about eating cup noodles." He and Minji stare at him confused. "Cup noodles? You didn't bring any real food." The kid pulls out a cup of noodles. "Yeah, Mom said cup noodles are the best." The two look at Unhyuk with pathetic expressions. "It's more like your mom couldn't be bothered to cook for you, right?" Unha pats the kid on the shoulder. "You've got a point." Unha thinks to himself, "I should start cutting back on my training intensity." The scene shifts to somewhere in the forest where a young man in black is sprinting away. He curses while running. What the hell is this? As he runs, he trips over a tree branch. Why? Why are there monsters here? The young man in black, covered in blood, collapses to the ground. He tries to crawl away in agony, but suddenly a paw lands in front of him, filling him with despair. Standing before him are two rank 7 monsters, hound dogs. The young man in black recoils in terror and screams, "Help!" Suddenly behind him, a rank 6 hellhound appears. He stares in despair as the pack of dogs lunges at him. A blood-curdling scream echoes throughout the forest. The hounds tear relentlessly into the body of the young man in black. One of them growls, "Stop!" As soon as it speaks, a bolt of electricity streaks across the two hounds, causing them to wince in pain. They scramble back in fear. The hellhound barks an order, and the pack obeys. It opens its foul, razor-sharp maw. Down! The hellhound tilts its head back and howls toward the south. Meanwhile, Yunha's class is still having a blast, completely unaware. Unhyuk excitedly says, "All right, count to 3 and then we open them." 1, 2... Unha is distracted, thinking, "Good thing I brought a change of clothes." After Unhyuk counts to 3, everyone simultaneously reveals the slips of paper in their hands. Unhyuk sees the result and says disappointedly, "I didn't get a winner." Jin Seona stands to the side and replies with a dejected look, "Me neither." Unha sees this and advises, "Just give it up." Unhyuk shouts back, "No way, big brother, I have to find the treasure." Unha replies, "What are you, a pirate or something?" Turning toward Minji, she grips her paper, her eyes burning with intensity. "We can't stop now. Let's go a bit deeper, Unhyuk." Hearing that, Unhyuk regains his spirit and replies, "All right, let's go." Unha looks at Minji and thinks, "You too, huh?" Minji nods. Jung Ha-jong overhears the 4 of them and says, "I'm going too." Jin Seona replies, "Yeah, whatever works for me." Yunha walks away coldly. "Not me. It was nice knowing you guys." Minji sees him trying to leave and pulls him back. "Where do you think you're going?" Unha curses under his breath. A moment later, the scene shows all 5 of them heading deep into the mountains. Unha walks along bored and thinking, "I just want to go home. This isn't a field trip, this is mountain climbing. Why even come to Bukhan Mountain when Dunggibong is so much closer? Plus, once you cross this mountain, you're already in Ujeongbu district." While moving, a scream from behind causes the group to stop. Jin Seona asks nervously, "What was that Jung Ha-jang adds? What's going on?" Yunha looks serious, holding up a hand. "Everyone stay quiet." A massive shadow rushes in from the distance. It bursts out of the bushes right in front of them. Minji points at the creature in terror. "What is that?" Her hands tremble uncontrollably as she points at the hound. The image of a giant hound slowly reveals itself to everyone. Unha grits his teeth, thinking, "Damn it, is it today?" The flower viewing accident at Bukhan Mountain in Seoul was supposed to be heavily guarded, but for some reason, the monsters from Ujeongbu district had breached the barrier and were heading south. It was a serious incident with many casualties. The hound fixes its predatory gaze on its prey. Minji sees its bloodthirsty expression and instinctively backs away in fear. Seizing the opportunity, it leaps toward her. It lunges to attack Minji. The girl keeps backing away in terror until suddenly she loses her balance and falls backward. The hound immediately pounces, baring its fangs to attack. Minji closes her eyes and screams. Right at that moment, a figure streaks out from behind her. Eunha kicks the hound hard in the flank, sending it flying. The beast slams into the ground. Eunha doesn't let the hound get back up. He immediately lunges on top of it, his face filled with murderous intent, holding a fork. He channels his mana into the utensil. He aims for the hound's head and stabs down hard. What follows is a gruesome sight. Eunha repeatedly stabs the hound with the fork. This scene leaves the other four staring at him in sheer terror. After finishing off the hound, he tosses the mangled fork aside and uses magic to incinerate the carcass. Once he's done checking and disposing of it, he turns back.
Are you okay?
Minji is still terrified by what she just witnessed. She stammers, Yeah, I'm okay. Eunhyuk looks at him and asks, Big brother, we should be the ones asking you that. Eunha replies, What do you mean? Eunhyuk continues, I don't know how to put it. But that wasn't the big brother I know. Eunha wipes the blood off his face and replies, I'm fine, just a little worried, that's all. He thinks Eunhyuk is right. When I take down monsters, I'm like a zombie, a player who hunts monsters and wipes them out with a crazed intensity. Eunha looks at his blood-stained hands, thinking, I showed them a side they weren't supposed to see. Suddenly, countless screams snap him out of his thoughts. Eunhyuk turns and asks, Big brother Eunha, what do we do now? Minji quickly asks, What do you mean? We run, obviously. Eunha thinks I was already planning to run. He analyzes the situation. But hounds move in packs. They're flooding down from the top of the mountain. I probably won't be able to save everyone. There's only one way left. Listen up, everyone, I said to the kids, my expression serious. Pay close attention to what I'm about to say. Scene change to a spot in the middle of the mountains. A hand carefully places a scarf onto a rock. I'll rest here, I said. Jin Sina took out her phone, tapped on it, and said to the others, You guys go ahead and look for the treasure. The three of them replied in unison, Us. The chubby girl answered awkwardly, We can't. The boy with glasses scratched his head and asked, Can we just rest with you? Jin Sina shot them an annoyed glare. The three of them immediately turned around and continued their treasure hunt. The girl with blue hair said, Never mind, we're going. The chubby girl quickly agreed. You guys go ahead and rest. Sena watched as the three continued to diligently search for the treasure. She kept tapping on her phone when suddenly she heard them screaming. She looked toward the noise, annoyed. Jin Sina saw the three of them running back down the mountain faces, pale with terror, shouting nonstop. Her expression darkened and she glared at them. What's going on? Immediately she saw the pack of hounds sprinting madly toward her. Jin Sena panicked, thinking, Are these monsters? Before she could even react, the three of them had already run past, leaving her sitting there all alone. A hound saw Jin Sena sitting frozen and lunged at her. Terrified, she screamed at the top of her lungs, Is anyone there? Jin Sena's eyes welled up with tears of despair. Help me. As she squeezed her eyes shut, tears streamed down her face. Just then, a bullet flew in and embedded itself into the hound's stomach. The hound collapsed to the ground, shaking after being shot. A voice rang out, Huh? Is that you? Hearing someone else, Jin Sena looked up. Before her stood Eunha holding a sword in one hand and a gun in the other, walking toward her. Seeing she wasn't responding, he continued, If you don't want to get hurt, get off this mountain. Still in shock, Jin Sena replied, Huh? With a calm expression, Eunha said, You take care of the rest. Two hounds were still in front of him, growling at the both of them. As Eunha prepared to walk away, Jin Sena grabbed his sleeve and shouted, Where are you going? You have to protect me! Seeing he didn't react, she put on a pitiful face looking up at him. Eunha looked down at her with a chilling glare and replied, Don't be dead weight, get lost. Eunha's face darkened and his cold voice rang out, From now on, listen to what I say. All of you run down to the foot of the mountain. If you meet any adults, tell them to call the players. Hearing this, Eunhyu, who was standing nearby, asked curiously, Boss, you're not coming with us. Eunha didn't hesitate for a second. I'm staying behind to find the rest of the kids. Immediately, the boy tried to stop him. Then I'll go with you, I've practiced mana too. I can... Before he could finish, Yunha turned stern. Choi Yung-hyu. His gaze became menacing and his tone turned threatening. Stop messing around, focus on staying alive. Seeing this, Yung-hyu froze his mouth, stuttering, I'm sorry. Not caring much for the kid in front of him, he continued pointing at them and speaking. You four will form a team. And keep this in mind, these hounds have a great sense of smell. You have to suppress your mana as much as you possibly can. You can do that, right? They quickly nodded, and Unha headed into the forest alone. At that moment, he waved his hand, tossing food out of a box in every direction, thinking to himself, there's a small amount of mana in Ha Jiang's food, and these hounds are very sensitive to mana sense. I'll use this to distract them. Suddenly he muttered, now let's use some mana to find their current positions. Instantly, a pulse of blue light erupted from him, spreading in all directions. Unha squeezed his eyes shut, and the light revealed a vision of everyone's location in his mind. He told himself, all right, I can buy the kids some time to escape. In a blink, he darted from one side to the other. With nimble movements, Yunha looked up at the sky. A wave of dark energy was gradually rolling in toward him. Seeing it, he couldn't help but be surprised. No way. This is getting serious. I really can't mess around with these things anymore. Suddenly, he noticed the water bottle tucked into the side of his backpack. A thought flashed through his mind. I only have half the mana I had before I regressed. I still have the tangerine tea, but I should probably save that for later. Suddenly, a loud roar came from the direction of the dark energy, making Unha jump. The hounds were currently clinging to some corpses, enjoying their feast. They were crowding around in a greedy frenzy, and a voice cried out, "Help me!" A man with tear-filled eyes looked at a hound that was gaping its jaws toward him. He screamed in terror, "Help me! Help me!" The man cried out in pain as his body was brutally attacked. The hound quickly licked its blood-stained mouth. They didn't stop there. They kept tearing into the remaining bodies, looking incredibly ferocious. Suddenly, one hound in the pack stopped. Unha immediately lunged forward with his weapon. He attacked them decisively. One hound fell, causing the others to scramble away in avoidance. Suddenly, he turned his head toward the body of the man who had just screamed earlier. This made the nearby hounds shrink back slightly. He observed the man in front of him. Unha then noticed a small, glowing sword tucked into the man's belt. He thought to himself, just as I suspected, there would be weapons brought along. If he was a player... Without hesitation, he reached out to take the sword, the voice in his head still echoing. I can't use a long sword, it's way too heavy, so this thing will be long enough. Having the object in hand, Yunha observed it intently. Even though it wasn't infused with mana, he could still quietly assess the broken blade. With this, I can still wipe out these bastards. He immediately pointed the sword tip toward the hellhounds, gesturing with his fingers and taunting, "Come on!" Seeing his arrogance, the hounds couldn't help but roar. A large hound lunged at Yunha. He watched its underbelly without hesitation, gripping the sword tightly, aiming to strike that spot. With a decisive heavy clash, the blade pierced deep into the hound's belly. But he didn't stop there. Other hounds attacked ferociously. Unha shot them a terrifying look and in a flash dashed past them with his blade. They shrieked in pain. Suddenly, another one lunged at him from behind. Luckily, he reacted just in time, ducking low and causing the beast to miss. Unha quickly drove his sword into the hound's body, then yanked it out without delay to worsen the wound. And he still wasn't finished. More hounds glared at him with hungry, savage eyes and charged. Suddenly, a pulse of light erupted from the hand Unha had placed on the ground. An immense force of repulsion sent his body soaring into the air. Unha showed no fear, his eyes fixed on the hounds, looking up at him in confusion as he launched into the sky. He placed his hand on the blade, a surge of power radiating instantly. In the blink of an eye, he channeled that energy down toward the ground where the hounds were gathered. Suddenly, with a sharp whistle, that power unleashed countless beams of light like meteors raining down on the hounds. Before long, they were howling in agony as the rays struck them. Their fierce faces turned to expressions of pure pain as wounds appeared, making them howl even louder. Yunha began to descend, but it wasn't over yet. He zipped past the pack, leaving a trail of intense light that made them cower. The light began to bend and curve, and in no time, a star-shaped magic circle appeared right in the middle of the pack. It manifested instantly, and Unha quickly dashed away. A split second later, a massive explosion erupted, sending the hounds flying in every direction. Silence seemed to return to the area. Sina stood before the burning hounds, unable to stop shaking. She watched the scene in terror when suddenly a voice called out from afar. "What's this? Is that you?" Unha approached, gun and sword in hand. He muttered, "If you want to survive, run down the mountain right now." Sina sat trembling on a rock looking at him, but Unha turned his head to the distance. He added, "I've done my part, so handle yours on your own." Suddenly, from afar, the remaining hounds watched them menacingly. Unha turned to leave, but Sina quickly grabbed his arm, screaming, "Where are you going?" "You have to protect me." Her eyes were still brimming with tears as she looked at him, trying to give orders. But Unha didn't care at all. His eyes darkened, and he said coldly, "Don't bother me anymore, get lost." Hearing that Senna's hand trembled and let go, he added a final threat, "They're coming. That guy you brought with you is in critical condition. You'd better go heal him and fast." After saying that, Unha gave his final word and took off running. "I'm heading out," Sina whispered to herself. Her eyes darkened, watching Unha's back as he faded into the distance. "I want to go with him." Back to Unha. He was still running hard, stepping forward with purpose. His entire body radiated a cold aura as he headed toward the darkness ahead. He rushed forward, but suddenly a surge of black energy appeared to block his path. But instead of fear, Unha wore a smug smile. "Found you." Just then, on the ground below was a large pack of hounds. Leading them was a massive grade 6 monster, the Hellhound. As soon as it saw him, it roared savagely. It was surrounded by a black, murderous aura. In a flash, that aura enveloped him. Suddenly, a ray of light pierced through the black energy, followed by Yunha's voice. "Whether you've marked me or not." Before he could finish, his eyes turned terrifyingly fierce. He continued with a smug grin, "You're done for, dog." Light beams rained down onto the ground rapidly. The Hellhound sensed the danger and leaped backward, but the beams immediately struck the other hounds. They shrieked in pain. Unha landed on the ground with a wicked smile, glancing at the Hellhound that had moved to higher ground. He stood up, observing the massive beast on the hill. It let out an angry roar, and in an instant the surviving hounds charged at his back. Unha reacted just in time, dodging to the side. Avoiding the strike, he stabbed the sword deep into them. Pulling out the blood-stained blade, he aimed his gun forward and unleashed a barrage of shots at the hound in front of him. He moved fiercely, then spun around to the back. A swarm of hounds rushed him as if trying to devour their prey. Unha's eyes narrowed. Frustrated, he gritted his teeth and attacked with his sword. He dashed through them, slashing as he went. The hounds yelped in agony as they were hit. Right at that moment, a fire erupted, burning them to a crisp. Unha stopped and fixed his gaze on the Hellhound above, surrounded by the vicious hounds still lurking. Unha reached out, raised his gun, and muttered, "What a pain." Meanwhile, the 4 children were running down the mountain, suddenly remembering what Unha had told them. "You guys understand what you need to do, right? Hounds are incredibly strong monsters. You have to suppress your mana as much as possible. You can do that, right?" Along with that came their collective reply, "We can." They suddenly froze, stopping in their tracks as a fork in the road appeared right in front of them, leaving them hesitant. Unhi softly spoke up, "Hajang, where do we go now?" Hearing her, Hajang didn't answer immediately. She was panting heavily, but her mind whispered, "I'm so tired, but I have to keep going." Unha's words echoed in Hajiang's mind. "Dong, Hajang, Jin, Siona, you two will be the scouts. Hajang, you'll be the main guide because of your keen senses. Siona, you'll support them. You must follow Hajang." Suddenly, Hajang's eyes emitted a faint glow, and she told herself she had to make this work. In a blink, a wave of dark energy emanated from one direction. Seeing this, Hajiang spoke up, "Something's not right on the left. Right now." Siona suddenly remembered Unha's words. "Siona, your senses are sharp, so if there are monsters around, you'll be able to feel them." Hearing that, Siona seemed to agree with Hajiang and replied, "Yeah, the vibrations from the left don't feel good." As she finished speaking, Minji chimed in, "All right then. Even though we're exhausted, we have to keep running." After saying that, the 4 of them continued moving toward the other direction. Suddenly a thought crossed their minds. Why did Yun Hyuk look so tired? They wondered why. Why is this? Why aren't there any other players? Suddenly a savage sound echoed, making the boy turn his head toward the source. Quickly, a small hand firmly grabbed Yun Hyuk's hand. Minji said loudly to him, "Don't look back, just run." In that moment, Minji recalled the conversation from earlier. Kim Minji, make sure the others don't do anything stupid. Minji had asked curiously, "Is it all done?" Yunha had quickly patted her head and teased, "Minji, you dummy!" Minji replied indignantly, scolding him. You jerk! Then he quietly replied, yeah, it's all done. Ending the flashback. Minji was still running exhausted. Her face looked quite annoyed as she clicked her tongue. Suddenly, something appeared in front of them. It was emitting a terrifying dark aura. Ha Jiang immediately spoke up. Wait, there's something in front of us. All four stood frozen before the thing which was growling amidst the dark aura. Suddenly, a hairy foot stepped out, and large horns protruded from its back. Seeing the monster, Minji looked as if she were about to panic, a cry escaping her lips. In a blink, a massive hound appeared. It opened its mouth wide and roared. Hound, it's a hound! It kept howling at the sky as if calling for someone. Seeing its unusual behavior, Yoon-hyuk asked, what is it doing? Minji, standing next to him with a terrified face, replied, look over there. Immediately in the distance, more hounds were closing in on them. This side was no exception. It seemed they were surrounded by the howling pack. The beasts were constantly closing in on the four children. Eun-hyuk anxiously scanned everything, trying to find an escape route. He remembered what Eun-ha had said, Choi Eun-hyuk, you are the only one who can protect everyone. He won. You are the strongest, so you will be the main damage dealer. You have to fight the monsters. As soon as he finished, Eun-hyuk high-fived Eun-ha, declaring firmly, I can do it! Now, Eun-hyuk held a long sword in his hand, thinking to himself, Big brother, I can actually do this right. Quickly another scene flashed through his mind. Eun-ha stood by, supervising his training, shouting, Don't close your eyes! Hurry up! And Eun-hyuk kept chanting, 566, 567. Snapping out of his memories, Eun-hyuk saw countless hounds lunging at him. Without hesitation, he quickly attacked with his sword. With just one strike, the hound cried out in pain, and a moment later, it collapsed. Seeing his own actions, Eun-hyuk was thrilled. I did it. Minji behind him shouted back, What do you mean I did it, you dummy? But it didn't last long. The pack of hounds growled continuously and lunged at Eun-hyuk again. The boy, fearless, now gripped his sword, intending to attack once more. In a flash, several hounds were hit and wailed in pain, but unfortunately a claw swipe cut into Eun-hyuk's back, making the boy panic and cry out. Immediately, the hounds swarmed him violently. They rushed past him, snatching away his sword, while their sharp claws raked across his body. The other three saw Eun-hyuk in pain and grew worried. Minji cried out, Eun-hyuk! Siona, with a terrified expression, whispered to herself, Those monsters, they're just playing with him. But the boy stubbornly faced the pack, saying, I won't give up because I am. Before he could finish, a hound lunged. Eun-hyuk hurriedly clenched his fist, brimming with that power, gritting his teeth to strike. At that moment, a hound reached him. Eun-hyuk finished his sentence. The party's main damage dealer. He delivered a powerful punch straight into the hound. This sent it flying, its teeth shattered, looking absolutely pathetic. Eun-hyuk froze, staring at his own hand, wondering, what did I just do? Suddenly another hound lunged, but Eun-hyuk was still lost in thought. It felt just like what his big brother did earlier. The beast attacked the boy, so decisively that Eun-hyuk couldn't react and was knocked aside. The other three saw him flying through the air and screamed in panic, Eun-hyuk! Eun-hyuk! He was in pain. He clutched his wound, trying to sit up, but the hound approached in a flash, stepping on him and clawing at him. It was ferocious, its face twisted as if it wanted to devour him whole. The three girls watched in horror, unable to do anything but worry, shouting, No! Siona's eyes welled up with tears, softly crying, No. They flashed back to their happy moments together, accompanied by a desperate thought. Please, someone save us! Someone please! Suddenly, the vicious hound opened its mouth wide and lunged. Eun-hyuk quickly raised his arm to shield his body. His arm caught deep in its jaws. On the other side, the girls reached out their hands, glowing with magic, to attack the howling hounds. From Siona's side, her hair began to blaze with light. Siona clasped her hands together as if praying for something. Her mind was constantly crying out, Is anyone there? Suddenly, a brilliant light burst forth, spreading blindingly across everything, and a gentle wave of energy began to radiate outward, slowly closing in on the hellhounds. The hounds stood there dazed as the energy surge intensified into a whirlwind, sweeping them away, and quickly forming a barrier around the four companions. As the hounds were flung back, Siona saw the phenomenon before her and whispered, What kind of whirlwind is this? I don't think it's here to hurt us. Ha Jiang suddenly realized, crying out as she rushed toward the injured Eon-hai. She shouted, Eon-hai! The three of them quickly helped Eon-hai stand up when suddenly a sound echoed, You children must be terrified. and a pair of feet slowly appeared along with the voice. Right at that moment, a woman was hovering in the sky, taking the children and the hounds by surprise as she stepped through the air, gently approaching them. Her red hair caught their eyes, leaving the four of them in awe. Without hesitation, she spoke softly. "Could you all close your eyes for a moment?" "Zodiac?" No, she looked toward the hellhounds, covering her mouth with a fan, and said, "I will punish these unruly creatures for you." Meanwhile, Manhwa had wiped out almost all the hounds around him, leaving nothing but flames consuming them. He reached for a water bottle and tossed his backpack aside. Manhwa quickly opened the bottle, muttering to himself, "When you're on the mountain, you've got to have a little rice wine." And as soon as it was open, he took a few gulps, his mind still racing. Since it hasn't been created yet, there's nothing I can do. After drinking, Manhwa threw the bottle behind him and started walking. Gripping his sword, he wore a provocative expression and shouted, "You guys are done for!" As he spoke, the bottle hit the ground and Manhwa rushed decisively toward the hellhound. In the blink of an eye, he struck it, sending it flying far back. The hounds behind it tried to crawl forward to attack, but Manhwa reacted instantly, kicking them away as he retorted, "Stop barking like dogs already!" In no time, he was nimbly darting from side to side. To attack the pack, one lunged at him, and seeing this, Manhwa raised his gun with a look of disdain, saying, "Stay down on the ground until you die." Without hesitation, he shot it down decisively, but he didn't stop there. Manhwa continued to turn and fight the hounds approaching him. His sharp gaze and his glowing sword blended with their black blood. In a flash, the hounds were sliced into pieces, their bodies severed as streaks of blood splattered. Once again, Manhwa moved with lightning speed to tear each one apart. Looking incredibly fierce, he suddenly stopped, his face weary as he struggled to catch his breath. Manhwa fixed his gaze on the hellhound, raised his sword, and said, "You're next!" A flash of light sparked in his eyes, and Manhwa charged toward the monster, muttering, "Heavenly strike." Suddenly, a jolt of electricity seemed to run through his entire body. He stiffened, his face contorted as he thought to himself, "Am I totally out of juice?" But his feet still pushed off the air, and he leaped, thinking, "That's right now!" The hellhound also dug its feet into the ground to build momentum. Manhwa didn't hesitate, rushing headlong into the fight as he whispered, "How about this, then?" Suddenly, the sword was bitten out of his hand by the hellhound. Seizing the moment, Manhwa fired his gun several times at it, 2 bullets flying through the air. The hellhound suddenly seemed to realize something. Its cruel eyes locked onto Manhwa, who froze, cursing under his breath. "Damn it!" The hellhound immediately opened its maw, spewing a massive torrent of fire toward him. Reacting just in time, he twisted his body and leaped away, the flames erupting just as he dodged. Not stopping there, he grabbed his gun. He fired repeatedly at the hellhound, again the bullets striking home and causing the beast to howl in pain the moment he landed on the ground. He quickly tossed the gun aside, looking at the hellhound, and just like that, man and beast stood face to face. Manhwa gripped his sword tight. He thought to himself, "I'm out of ammo. It's time for hand-to-hand combat. My mana is running low, but I can still hold on." The hellhound glared at him ferociously. The energy currents around it suddenly vanished, but in a heartbeat it was surrounded by dark, pulsating spheres. A terrifying voice boomed, "Arrogant human!" Hearing this, Manhwa's eyes narrowed as he muttered, "It still has the strength to keep attacking." Manhwa was drenched in sweat. Does it still have enough energy for one more blow? Are those cracks? No, it's something else. It's about to unleash a fog attack. The hellhound roared, "I will destroy you!" Furious, he charged forward, not caring what it was determined to slice through it all. He swung his blade with all his might, but suddenly the area ahead turned pitch black. Manhwa was surprised. "I didn't think it was toxic. If so, I'll just have to blow it away." He swung his blade at the hellhound with force. "You damn thing!" He heroically rushed at the beast without flinching, but the blade in his hand began to tremble. He worried, "I don't have any mana left," as golden light erupted brilliantly. The clash between the blade and the hellhound sent Manhwa flying backward. He stood up slowly, panting, "I used up the last of my mana for defense, and it still hurts this much." Manhwa leaned on his sword, remembering that bastard no Manhwa. "Looks like he's about to drop. Jin seems indifferent. Just leave him be." Do you have any idea why they call him a madman? It's because a madman's true ability only kicks in when he's pushed into a life-or-death situation, and that blue light appears. He channels his energy and stands up, making the ground shake. The hellhound, terrified, backs away. Manhwa screams and lunges like a gale, crashing straight into the beast. "You're done for." Manhwa charges in with the ferocious look, and the hellhound realizes something is wrong. Manhwa slices off one of its legs. The hellhound drops panicked and stares at him. Ianha prepares to strike again, and the hellhound tries its best to defend, but it's clearly wearing out. He notices it suddenly creating a black orb to push him back. The sphere keeps growing. Ianha mocks it. You think you can call that concealment? If that's all the toughness you've got, I can shatter it. That's why I told you from the start. Don't tell me you forgot, you blockhead. He swings his sword and rips through the black orb. The hellhound is exposed inside. Ianha glares at it and tears the sphere wide open. Didn't I tell you you're a dead man? Ianha swings his sword one last time right in front of the hellhound, slicing clean through its neck. Its head rolls across the ground. Ianha collapses, heaving a sigh of relief. He looks up at the sky and whispers, "It's finally over." He quickly passes out. Everything around them turns into golden ashes and drifts away. Seo Yoon laughs. Kids, close your eyes. I'll take care of these guys. She turns away with a smirk and closes her fan. You idiots, what the hell were you doing not protecting yourselves? She scolds. She opens her fan and Seo Yoon unleashes a technique creating a whirlwind. She says nonchalantly, and you still haven't reported in by now. Seo Yoon reaches out a hand gloating, you guys are toast. The two whirlwinds intensify. Suddenly a purple spark flies into them, tossing everything back and forth between the two storms, turning the cyclones a deep dark violet. Seo Yoon watches it confidently and snaps her fan shut. She looks at the kids behind her, waves her fan, and the whirlwind vanishes instantly. Seo Yoon looks flustered. Sorry, kids, I looked pretty scary just now, right? Don't cry, there's no need to be afraid. Eon Hyuk praises. You were so cool, sis. Harang's eyes light up. You're amazing. Seo Yoon blushes. Thank you. Eon Hyuk asks, who are you? One of the 12 divine stars. Minji says, thank her first. Eon Hyuk is stunned. You're really one of them. I just met one of the best out there. Minji warns, don't be rude. Seo Yoon smiles to herself. Are these kids really okay after all they've been through? They're probably just shaken up from the fear. Seo Yoon observes. The kids look pretty rough. I need to see if they have any internal injuries. She notices Harang glowing and gasps, what the? Harang turns to look at Seo Yoon. She runs over and hugs Harang, leaving the girl stunned. Seo Yoon coos, do you want to become a player? The girl is confused. A player? Seo Yoon nods. That's right, a player. Eon Hyuk interrupts. Am I the one who's going to become a player? Seo Yoon eyes him. This kid's got potential. Suddenly, Seo Yoon hugs them both tightly. You're so cute. Did you guys send me a telepathic signal? You did great. Thanks to you, I knew exactly where you were. Minji is overjoyed. I thought I couldn't do anything, but I actually did it. She runs over and throws herself into Seo Yoon's arms. Seo Yoon tells them, go down the mountain, the rescue team is already here. Minji asks anxiously, aren't you coming with us? She smiles. There are many others I still need to rescue, but I won't leave you all alone. Seo Yoon turns her head, and just as she finishes, a dark figure emerges from the mountain. Kang Cheon strides forward and speaks up. Why did you leave me all by myself? Do you have any idea how hard it was for me to get here? Eon Hyuk says firmly. The boss still hasn't returned. Both Seo Yoon and Kang Chan are surprised. The boss. Meanwhile, Eonha lies unconscious, remembering, when will you learn to take care of yourself? Eonha, if it weren't for me, how many times would you have died by now? Do-yoon scolds him. The wounds from the monsters are deep. You're trying to get yourself killed just so you don't lose your memory. He sighs. It's my body, why are you so angry? She grits her teeth. You jerk? Who do you think healed you? It was me, I'm Do-yoon. If it's a body I'm managing, then it belongs to me. Eonha is annoyed. Why are you flipping out? I'm sorry, okay? Do-yoon stares at him. Sorry, if you're apologizing, then give me some of your time this weekend. Eonha is curious. Why, just listen to me. Do you want to die? He shudders. All right, fine. Just then, Eonha opens his eyes exhausted. He wakes up in a hospital bed and looks at his wrists. Curiously, no injuries at all. There's a knock at the door. Seo Yoon walks in. Hello. Eonha turns to her. Hello. Seo Yoon smiles brightly. You're awake. Does anything hurt? He asks suspiciously. No. You saved me, Eonha thinks. A member of the 12, does she know something already? Seo Yoon sits down. Yeah, I found you and brought you to the hospital right away. Your name is No Eonha, right? He smiles happily. That's right. And you? She answers confidently. Just call me Xiaoyun. Unha chuckled, then remembering to watch his words, he noticed something. Una asked seriously, "How long have you been here? And what about your friends?" Seojun replied nonchalantly, "About 6 hours. My friends are all fine. Sina and Hajiang were really worried, but I've already contacted their families, so they should be on their way now." He stammered, "I'm just really glad they're safe." "What am I supposed to tell their families?" Seojun said comfortably. "Unha, I have some things I need to investigate. Can you answer me honestly?" Unha replied firmly, "Yes." She rested her chin on her hand and asked, "First question, why were you there? And who took out the monsters?" Unha stayed silent. He scratched his head and gave a bitter smile. "I don't remember, I was just running and I ended up there. Right before I passed out, I think someone showed up and saved me." Seojun asked curiously, "Really? But you knew there were monsters there, didn't you?" Seojun pressed her hands against the hospital bed and glared at him. "Do you think I believe you're the one who wiped them out?" Seojun stared straight at Unha. "I think you're the one who killed those monsters. How are you planning to explain yourself?" He waved his hands. "How could I possibly kill monsters? I'm still in elementary school, for goodness sake." Seojun reasoned, "I believe you're capable of it. When I looked your name, Yunha, up online, I saw you won an award for bravery last year." He avoided eye contact. "It's just a coincidence. It's all just a coincidence." She teased him, "What about this time? Was it also just a coincidence that you beat a pack of hellhounds?" Una laughed it off. "This lady is such a handful," stammering. "Anyway, it wasn't me, was it?" Seojun cut him off. "They found your fingerprints on the knife, so why are you still denying it?" You looked flustered. "You can't make any more excuses this time. This is awkward. This lady is already convinced I'm the culprit. There's no getting around it. You spoke up, let's make a deal." Seojun smirked. "You have nothing to lose, so why would I bother making a deal with you?" You calmly replied, "I'll give you some important information." She chuckled dismissively. "Information? You giving me information?" "What kind of information?" Yunha said nothing. "We're in the middle of a negotiation, aren't we?" Seojun thought to herself, it seems he isn't even denying wiping out the hellhounds anymore. "What kind of info is this kid planning to feed me?" She spoke up. "So what do you want?" You shook your head. "I don't want anything." Seojun was surprised. "Nothing at all." Unha waved his hand. "I just want to live a quiet life, that's all." The sun began to set. Seojun left. Her driver and assistant were waiting in the car. She stepped inside quietly. "Investigate the heirs of the Dan Gun group," Seojun recalled, especially the female heir, Unha had said seriously, "and the relationship between them and the head of your guild, the Ocean Guild." Seojun froze. She spoke up. "I don't really like jokes. Are you going to take responsibility for this?" You replied nonchalantly, "If nothing goes wrong, I'll join your guild." Seojun looked at you with contempt. "Not just anyone can join the Ocean Guild, you know." Yunha retorted, "Don't you believe I wiped out those hellhounds?" She countered, "Well, won't you benefit from this either way?" You looked at her. "This is a chance for you to verify your husband's loyalty and gain a useful asset." Seojun sat in the car looking out the window. "Can you investigate the female heirs?" "Of the Dangun group," the driver asked, curious. "The female heir of Dangun." Seojun agreed. "Investigate everyone connected to my husband. Also prepare an assessment report on the monster levels in the Gangnam area." She remembered Unha mentioning one more thing. "You're also involved in maintaining the balance in the Gangnam area, right?" She glanced at him. "So what?" You replied calmly, "Be careful of the new types of monsters. If you underestimate them just because they are low level, you'll be in big trouble." Seojun was surprised. "How did you know?" Yunha cut in, "Oh, and one more thing. You have to announce that you've taken responsibility for handling this incident." She ordered, "From now on, I will take over the management of the hellhounds at Mount Bukan." The driver was flustered. "What?" But he glanced at her. Unha smiled deviously. "This won't cause any harm to you, will it?" "Right, also from now on, I'll still just be a normal elementary school student." Seojun mused, "That arrogant little brat. He's actually quite interesting." Ayunha was sitting in his hospital bed when his friends came to visit. At 2 o'clock this afternoon at Mount Bukan, a level 7 hellhound appeared. The player Seojun of the top 12 has conquered the monster. The hellhound that led the pack is now being studied all over Mount Bukan. Currently, among the 34 missing people identified, there were even elementary school students who were out on a picnic. At Mount Bukan, the head of the Ocean Guild, Ju Seongjun, apologized for the incident. News headlines. Families of the deceased protest at the funeral furious over the Bukhan disaster. Controversy over Ki Hyung-won's resignation. Suicide note found in the cabin. The vice president's tragic decision. A few months later, under the bright, shining sun, everyone shouted, "Happy birthday, Siona." The little girl was overjoyed. "Thank you, everyone. How did you guys know it was my birthday?" Minji said confidently. "How could we not know your birthday?" Eun-ha teased. "Stop acting like that, Minji. You've been pestering the homeroom teacher about it the whole time, haven't you?" The girl shouted. "Can't you just be quiet?" "Do you want to disappear?" Ha-jun laughed loudly. "Happy birthday." Siona offered, "Here's some chocolate I made myself." Siona said shyly, "Thank you." Eun-ha was secretly doing something on the side. He stood up excitedly. "We've decided to hold the birthday party at Happy Need." Eun-ha pulled him back. "Did you ask Seonja and Ha-jun yet?" Eun-ha, the other one, said confidently, "Of course. Big brother, why did you bring me along?" Minji worried. "Everything is still going smoothly, right?" "I'm worried because you're the one in charge of this," Siona asked, curious. "You guys, where are you going?" Eun-ha just stood there, stunned. "Something like that, I guess." "Forget about them, Minji. You don't need to know. Go back to your seat. The morning class is starting. Ha-jang, let's sneak out. Oh, wait, I'm going back to my seat." Siona looks so surprised she has no idea. As soon as it got dark, everyone started shouting, "Happy birthday!" together. Look, the little girl is blushing. Eun-ha and Eutla shout, "Surprise!" Eun-ha laughs, "Happy birthday!" Siona is deeply touched. She'd been wondering what everyone was secretly up to. "Thank you all." Minji is laughing and crying, saying, "Sorry. We even prepared a birthday cake. Now you have to blow out the candles, make a wish, and cut the cake." "Right?" Eun-ha yells, "Count to 3, then blow 1, 2, 3. Siona's 8th birthday. Eun-hyuk is worried, but he thinks she'll be fine, right? Minji tells Jin about Siona mentioning her dad is just an office worker and that she threatened her to come to her birthday party. Eun-ha hesitates about that. The Kwon Group is the 7th-ranked leader in the South Korean finance industry. Their main business is divided into 3 branches: electronics, construction, and advertising. The pharmaceutical branch isn't a very important part of the group. Besides, CEO Hun could merge pharma companies to monopolize the market. Eun-ha flicks Minji's forehead. "Stop frowning if you want to be the heir to the Kwon Group. Your last name has to be Kim, get it? But his last name, Jin, shows his family isn't part of the main line. Stop worrying about useless things and just eat, Minji fatty." Minji looks embarrassed. "I'm just worried about you." The girl runs off, forgetting to sit down and eat by herself. Eun-ha becomes contemplative. It seems things are getting complicated. But that's okay. Whether it's the Kwon Pharmaceutical Company or the Kwon Group itself, if they mess with my family, I'll tear them apart. Eun-hee shouts excitedly, "Boss! Today I'll show you the results of my training." Eun-ha sighs in relief. "No need, just don't trip and fall, that's all." He runs off. "Don't worry, everything will be fine. I guarantee our team is going to win." "Why are you so worried, yet so confident? This kid, seriously. What is this feeling?" Eun-ha feels uneasy. "Hey, what's wrong?" Minji is angry. Jo Gina explain. "The teacher said she'd buy us fried chicken and pizza if we win." She is in pain. "My money, but everything will probably be fine." "Ugh, no, it won't be fine at all." Eun-ha looks at Gina. "I understand how the teacher feels raising this bunch of pigs." The referee yells, "Ready." Eun-hyuk is cunning, thinking, "I'll do whatever it takes." The starting gun fires. Eun-hyuk takes off like a flash. The whole class cheers enthusiastically. Eun-ha predicts Eun-hyuk's performance. "This kid..." Eun-hyuk is confident. "I'm going to finish first. Did you see that, boss?" He feels something strange. "But why is my body so heavy?" Eun-hyuk reaches the finish line and collapses. You and Minji are worried. Gina runs over to support him. Eun-ha shouts, "Hang in there." Jun-ha sighs, "I knew it. He really doesn't know how to pace himself. I guess I'll have to teach him how to know his limits." Yuno rushes over and hugs him. Eun-ha is happy. "Eun-ha, I finished first in the 100-meter race. You are surprised." "Really? That's my sister for you." "That means you beat the whole 5th grade. You're so talented." Yuno laughs. "I have to go compete in another event now. See you later. Be careful." You say happily, "You too, don't push yourself too hard." Minji mocks him. "This guy isn't a mama's boy. He's a sister's boy." Siona trembles. "Sister Eun-ha runs so fast." "You're congratulating your sister more than our own team." Eun-ha finds it difficult to handle. "No, I was just thinking about what to have for lunch." Minji disagrees. That is not it. You're just happy for your sister. Both of them stare at you silently. Unha tries to change the subject. Anyway, I wonder how Hajang is doing. Siona points. He's over there. Hajang is overjoyed. I found you guys. Julieta and Bruno are happy. Oh, Hajang, the girl asks. Sister, can you help me? Hajang pulls Julieta away. Hurry up, sister. She looks confused. Huh? What's wrong? Julieta stands talking to the referee. The two sisters laugh and play. Hajang sighs with relief. Unha asks, what did you ask Julieta for? Hajang receives a water bottle from an American guy. You are confused. She's Italian, right? Julieta laughs. So I used English because I speak English. Unha is surprised. Really? Hajang explains, the first person who popped into my head was Sister Julieta. You worry, did she trick them? I never expected this, Hajang. When we first met, she was such a crybaby, and now she can handle situations all by herself. Growing so fast? And Unha's looking so dazed. Is this what it feels like to drink a magic potion? Please, Unhee, try to be at least half as good as Hajin. Let's regroup after lunch, everyone. As you walk over, everyone greets you. Hi, Unha, you reply. You sit down. My mom told me to give this to you guys. Hajin takes it and says thanks. You ask quietly, Hajin, who is that? She explains, that's Sujin. She's been hanging around us a lot lately. You remark, she looks so familiar, but I can't remember where I've met her. Senna calls out, oh, hey, hi there. Then asks confidently, if you're hungry, do you want to have some? Yunha starts to leave. What's for lunch? Senna chases after you. Wait, Senna points to you. Dad, this is the boy I told you about. Jonan looks surprised. So, you're Yunha. He says coldly, are you the one bullying my Senna? What does your father do? You sigh. Did she really tattle to her dad? You breathe out. Typical. Like father, like daughter. Just because they own one pharmaceutical company. Why be so arrogant? John reaches out to grab you, but you don't even flinch. John is stunned. What the? How can a kid have this kind of strength? With an aura just like a chairman, you push his hand away. Are you scared? John is startled and throws a punch. You dodge it effortlessly and step back. You feel someone rushing past you. Your dad lunges forward and punches John. He says confidently after knocking John out, how dare you lay a finger on my son? Son, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? You feel a bit worried. I'm fine. But now you're involved because of me, Dad. John sits up fuming. How dare you, you son of a bee. Get him. You get angry. Damn it, I have to deal with these people once and for all. If he dares to touch my dad, I'll take him out. Your dad smiles gently. It's okay, Yunha. I'm here. He stands heroically in front of you. I will protect you. John is in pain, growling, how dare you? How can a piece of trash like you dare to hit me? He orders his men to grab you. You think, if he tries anything with my dad, I'm going to wipe him out. Your dad reassures you. It's okay, son, I've got this. John screams, Who are you? Do you even know who I am? Your dad says calmly, I know exactly who you are. John is surprised. What? Your dad continues, You're Jin John chairman of the pharmaceutical company, right? In that case, do you remember who I am? John pales. Are you Section Chief No from Sirius? John is panicked. Why is Section Chief No from Sirius here? So that's why the kid was so confident. You are shocked. My dad is a section chief at Sirius. He thinks. Why is he so surprised? Sirius Group is the second largest conglomerate in Korea. They manufacture most of the players' equipment. Your dad says calmly, do you remember me now? John points his finger. Well, why are you here? He lowers his voice. Sir, John cowers, I'm so sorry. I wonder what the strategic management section chief is doing here. You think still stunned? The head of the equipment division at Sirius? Your dad looks at you. I came to watch my son participate in the sports competition. But it seems you have a problem with my son, John stammers. Ah, so he's the son of section chief. No, John thinks. I have to swallow my pride. My company can't even compare to a giant like Sirius. And on top of that, he's a key member of their equipment division. John bows his head. I am sorry, please forgive this old man. I can't afford to anger him. He's going to inherit that corporation. He points to Sina. My daughter wants to apologize too. The girl is shy. He orders her Jin Senna apologize now. Senna is dazed. She turns to the crowd as they whisper, "Are they fighting?" Jin Sena and No Yunha were fighting, but it looks like Senna lost. Serves her right for being a bully. Hey, don't look at her. You might get dragged into this. Senna is trembling. I'm sorry. She runs away. You feel exhausted. Good grief, your dad says nonchalantly. Well, then we'll be going now. We're even after that punch from earlier, okay? John, why are you bowing and scraping to him? I didn't get hit or anything. He just bowed, so stay safe, okay? Department head Yunha, worried, thinks I'm done for. Are you about to get scolded? Her father puts a hand on Yunha's shoulder and looks at her, saying, There. He says worriedly, if something like this happens again, don't try to handle it yourself. You have to tell your father, okay? He says seriously, Yunha, you're still young. It's okay to rely on your parents a little bit. Let it all blow over. Yunha reflects, feeling a warmth from his words. She replies happily, Yes, thank you, Dad. She feels a firm resolve not to lose this warmth. As dawn breaks, the man in the vest smokes a cigarette. He turns and says, I had to come all the way here just to recruit you. I want to do something big, but there are a few people blocking my path. I want you to help me. The hooded boss asks directly, What about the money? The man in the vest signals and he nonchalantly says, I'll pay $1,500,000 up front. If you succeed, I'll pay another $1,500,000. The hooded boss turns to him and reaches out his hand surrounded by a blue light. Understood. Suddenly the money briefcase shakes violently. He pulls the case toward himself. The man in the vest sighs, oh man, then bursts into laughter as his cigarette butt falls onto the shopping mall floor. Unan happily runs off while Unha stands behind, watching him worriedly. It's been so long since I've been here, but I'm still so tired. Julieta cheers Unha on, You can't be tired yet. We just got here. Bruno laughs. Sorry, Unha. She sighs. Go buy me something delicious to eat, Bruno. He replies. Got it. She glances at him thinking, I always get chills whenever I'm around him. How can an ordinary office worker hide his mana so perfectly? Let's take a closer look. Bruno speaks up. Yunha, what's wrong? She turns away. Where is she? Where is Julieta? He's definitely not a normal person. Bruno points, saying they went up to the 5th floor. Una thinks wearily, this is going to be hard to find. Una says happily, and now you can hide your mana too, right? Bruno holds it out. Don't worry, we have this. Una is surprised. A phone. Is it tracking their location? She asks worriedly, Does Julieta know about this? Bruno puts it away. That's a secret. Unha is suspicious. This guy is really fishy. Bruno clears his throat. Let's go. They both start walking. They brush past a suspicious hooded person who laughs maniacally. Let's begin. After they have gone a distance, Unha feels something and turns back. A person with a powerful blue mana aura. It's him. She recalls the ruined city herself holding a sword to fight as Yunha confronts the hooded figure. On his hand, he also has that tattoo. This guy is exactly the same. It's the Nameless One. Unha is surprised and turns her head. The Nameless One emits a powerful aura of mana. Unha remembers that tattoo, it must be. The Nameless One from her memories. He laughs wickedly. Nameless One. Unha worries. Why is he here? Bruno speaks up. Is something wrong? Unha runs over. Don't you find him strange? He asks curiously. Huh? Bruno turns around. Unha. She replies worriedly. Yes? Bruno explains there are 3 people with a strange scent. A bald guy and the Nameless One. Unha holds out her hand and 3 blue flames appear. She casts a spell making the 3 flames scatter. Immediately the flames strike the 3 individuals. Unha is surprised. You're just going to stand there? She observes, just as I thought, they are players. Moreover, they are players who have been thoroughly trained. Unha looks at Bruno. What about the last one? He's monitoring us from where he's standing. 2 players stand not far from each other. They signal to each other, then walk in opposite directions. Unha watches them, thinking really suspicious. She follows the bald guy. He reaches into his pocket. That's it. Did the bald guy accidentally drop a blue stone? Unha is surprised. Mana stone. Don't tell me. These scumbags. A blue light engulfs the entire supermarket. Everyone is surprised and stunned by the sight. The blue light becomes more and more flashy and powerful. It creates a deep pit. People gossip, Mom, what is that? A mana distribution error. Bruno looks back worriedly. Hunting dogs come rushing from out of nowhere chasing people. They push the citizens down as if to eat them. More and more monsters appear. There is an emergency announcement. Monsters have appeared in the grocery store. All employees and customers, please evacuate to the nearest fire station. The Nameless One says nonchalantly, "Everything is going according to plan. Anyone who blocks the way, destroy them all." Unha observes terror at the grocery store. This didn't happen before I was reincarnated. Why is this happening? I hate to admit it, but since that day, the future has started to change. Unha recalled the horrific scene of the city. He lunged and hugged her tight. Everything exploded and faded away. The hellhound roared as it lunged, and Unha turned around. "Yeah, that's right." Bruno lunged to attack the hellhound. He put a hand on Unha's shoulder. "Snap out of it!" "We need to find Giulietta and Una. Do you think you can walk?" "You've come to your senses, that's it." "Right now, saving Giulietta and my sister is our top priority," Unha shouted. "Where did those two go?" Bruno explained. "They're still on the 5th floor. Let's hope nothing happened to them." A voice came from above. "So you're the one who was releasing mana earlier." The Nameless One sneered with contempt. He stood up high. "Why the panic? Where are you running to?" Unha wondered. "What rank is this guy? I'm already in such a rush." Suddenly, Bruno lunged forward and threw a heavy punch at the Nameless One. A massive blow. The Nameless One collapsed to the ground. Unha noted, he didn't even need a weapon, and he's already this strong. "Bruno, just as I thought, he's truly no ordinary person." Unha spoke up. "Bruno, wait, we can't just kill this guy like that." The Nameless One's face was bruised and swollen. Unha kicked him. "Dealing with them is such a hassle. Before I was reborn, I got nagged so much for not confirming the Nameless One's identity before he died." Unha looked confused. "What are you doing? Aren't you coming?" Bruno was startled. "Oh, right, I'm coming." He worried kids these days are terrifying. I only meant to knock him out. A moment earlier, in an emergency situation, monsters have appeared in the convenience store. All employees and customers, please evacuate to the nearest fire station. Giulietta was surprised. What is going on here? Una couldn't believe it. Monsters, did they escape from a spatial rift? She reassured her, stay calm. First, I need to see how many monsters are here. Una opened her eyes wide. She assessed 3 on the left, 2 on the right, and 1 in the middle. Luckily, there aren't any on our side. There are 6 total. We just need to decide on a path down so we don't get caught. Una turned to her sister. Don't worry, I'll protect you. Suddenly, Giulietta screamed, Una, look out in front of you. A hellhound was about to pounce. Giulietta pulled her away and unleashed an attack. Una cried, Giulietta! Giulietta went into a combat stance and used a laundry rack to strike the hellhound. It was knocked back. Una was amazed. Was that Mana just now? Is Giulietta a player? Giulietta ordered, Una, we should evacuate quickly. Bruno and Unha must be waiting for us. Una replied, yes, Giulietta, you're so cool. The hellhounds rushed forward. Giulietta hugged Una. She pulled Una along as they ran. Una! Giulietta raised her hand to summon Mana. She attacked behind them. They're faster than I thought. At this rate, I'll run out of mana. Is there anything here I can use as a weapon? Una shouted, over there! There's an escalator! Giulietta stopped her. Una, don't go there! Una looked up, surprised. A hellhound leaped toward her. Una turned around. She was surrounded. Una stood frozen in place. She remembered, compared to that time, I'm not scared anymore. Una quickly dodged, stretched out her leg, and kicked the hellhound. It slowly fell to the ground. The hellhound didn't understand what had happened. Una slowly landed, sighing in relief, but suddenly she twisted her ankle. Una leaned against Giulietta in pain. Giulietta was worried. Are you okay? You scared me to death. Una laughed. I'm fine. The hellhounds around them were howling everywhere. Giulietta turned to look at the stairs and ordered, Una, can you run to the escalator ahead of us? Una hesitated. Yes, I can. Giulietta sighed. Then let's run. With that, the two sisters dashed toward the escalator, jumping forward even as the hellhounds chased them. The two sisters nearly reached the escalator with the hellhounds watching. They made it in a flash. Giulietta ordered, Get down quickly, Una. She nodded. Yes. The hellhounds signaled to each other and turned away. Giulietta worried I don't have a weapon, so it's hard to finish them off. At least I need to find something I can swing or throw. From atop the escalator, a hellhound leaped down. Giulietta quickly grabbed a model display. She swung it with all her might at the hellhound. Terrified, it dodged the strike, but it was quickly knocked off the stairs. Giulietta attacked the others simultaneously. They stumbled and fell at the same time. The whole pack was defeated. Yuna admired her. "You're so cool, sis." Giulietta teased, "My clothes are a mess." Unha grabbed an object and stepped into a throwing stance. The guy with the ponytail blocked it with his own weapon. He dodged the move and quickly leaped toward Unha. Unha prepared to crouch and trip the ponytail guy. He lost his balance. Unha lunged and punched him hard in the face. The ponytail guy's face was bruised and battered. Unha calmly said, "I'm done. What about you?" Bruno rotated his wrist. "Same here. Let's head upstairs." Unha suddenly remembered, "Wait, we can see them from here. Look, there they are." He was surprised a hellhound fell from above, followed by 2, then 3 more. Unha and Bruno looked up. Bruno remarked, "Looks like both of them are doing okay." Unha agreed. Unha checked those guys who went down. "Let's find something as a weapon and get upstairs." Bruno asked, "Do you need a defensive tool?" He pulled out a sword. "This will do." "This guy—" Unha gripped it, trembling. Bruno called out, "Unha!" He turned his head. The nameless one was still leaking mana. Unha stood up and stared at him. "So you're the one behind all this." Bruno, calm down. "I'm handing my sister over to you, Yuna. Stay cool or I'll handle the one behind all this myself." The smoker smirked triumphantly. "Whoa, they're actually foreigners," the guy in the tie said with a grin. "Looks like fun." "Yuna isn't messing around enough for you. A cat wouldn't turn its nose up at a feast, would it?" "Giulietta, calm down," Yuna said. "The guy in the tie said we should take our time and pull back." The smoker ducked, planning to bolt before the Sinra squad arrived, but just before that, "Why don't we have a little fun first?" Giulietta gritted her teeth in disgust. "Tie guy, should we really just take it slow and retreat?" The smoker replied, "We have to hide before those Sinra bastards get here, but we should have some fun first, right?" Giulietta looked at them with contempt. She ordered, "Yuna, go find a place to hide, okay? I'll come find you later." Yuna hesitated. "But sister—" "No. No, I want to stay by your side. I can fight too, sister, don't worry," Giulietta shouted. "No, it's too dangerous," the smoker chimed in. "Who said we'd let her just walk away?" The guy in the tie stood behind her. "Exactly who said that?" Giulietta quickly grabbed a prop ready to swing it, but a gunshot rang out, blowing her weapon to pieces. The guy in the tie picked at his ear, teasing, "Oh, you shouldn't have done that." The smoker said, "Haven't eaten yet, have you? You need to play with me. How dare you lose focus, huh?" The guy in the tie grinned sinisterly. "Let's have a one-on-one." Before the Sinra squad arrived and got out of there, Yuna screamed, "Get lost! Get lost right now!" He stepped forward, cornering her. "Don't be so scared. I'm not a bad guy, you know." Yuna quickly dodged and bolted, but the guy in the tie reached out. He summoned mana and grabbed Yuna's hand. Yuna screamed, "No!" She quickly summoned her own ability. She pushed the guy in the tie away. 2 protective barriers clashed against each other. He hesitated. "Oh, what's this?" "Just a kid, and she already has this much mana." "If I—" He dropped the barrier and lunged. "If I sell this kid—" "Could I make a kill-in off of her?" The sword touched this barrier and bounced off. The guy in the tie panicked. "Why is it so hard?" Yuna thought. "I can block him. Yuna taught me how. I can do this." The guy in the tie grew frustrated. "If it stays like this, even I'm in trouble. You're having fun." "I did it." But suddenly a hand reached in. "Of course I can break it." He grabbed Yuna's hand. The guy in the tie cheered, "Gotcha!" Down below, the soldiers yelled, "Everyone hurry! Forget the Sinra clan's dignity! Save everyone first!" Everyone turned. "What the hell is that?" "A slime is breaking out. Which division does it belong to? Go and call the long-range attackers here." The bald guy charged. "Captain, there's no need for that!" The captain yelled. Don't all monsters are the same. We just need to slice them up." The swamp slime grabbed a weapon and pulled the bald guy in. The slime slowly swallowed him whole. An announcement rang out. "Everyone fall back. Physical attacks don't even scratch the slime. Report the situation at the shopping mall. We'll hold our ground until the mages arrive." The smoker smirked. "Perfect timing. That gives us more time." "Then let's end this quickly, shall we?" Giulietta turned to look at Yuna. Yuna asked, "How?" The guy in the tie replied nonchalantly, "If I didn't break that thing, I wouldn't call myself a player." Suddenly, sparks flared beside them. They quickly attacked him. It was Giulietta's flare. She screamed, "Hurry, run!" The guy in the tie groaned in pain. "You bitch!" Applause sounded out. The smoker praised her. "You can do all that." Giulietta quickly jumped back to defend herself. She held up a finger of fire. The smoker mocked. That's useless, just give up.
Doll.
Why don't we do something else instead?
Have some fun with me,
Julieta bit her lip in annoyance. She kicked off her shoes and tore the hem of her dress. Don't call me a doll. The smoker was indifferent. That again.
Those things don't work on us. Using your power so cutely, it's a bit... He narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, a red beam pierced through the shield.
The smoker backed away a few steps. What the hell is that? Her power suddenly increased. No way. The smoker stepped back a few paces. What the hell? How did her power suddenly spike like that? No way. Is that an innate enhancement ability? The guy in the tie chases her into the toy store, panting, completely exhausted. You're done for, he yells. Give up on running away.
Come on, be a good girl and play with me.
Una activates her mana, her feet quickly jumping onto a shelf. She grabs a storage box and hurls it down. The guy in the tie raises his shield. Stubborn little brat. Suddenly, Una slips and falls. The guy in the tie smirks. Gotcha, I'm gonna break those legs of yours. He's panicked, but Una takes advantage of the situation, activating her mana to attack while heat. You think just because I've been holding back you can push me around? Ina counted down, attacking as she spoke. The two guys in ties were nearly crushed by her strength. She quickly kicked off their shield and leaped back. Ina soared high into the air. The guy in the tie screamed, You annoying brat! There's no way you're getting away this time. Ina remembered her sister from back then. Is this the same feeling? That feeling of mana flooding her entire body. Mana bomb. Ina unleashed a massive orb of energy. The guy in the tie panicked. What kind of insane power is this? A massive explosion erupted, blowing everything apart. The guy smoking turned his head to see the destruction. Ina came charging out from the smoke. Sister Julieta! The guy smoking was stunned. No way! That idiot. Defeated by a little brat, I've wasted too much time and I'm out of ammo. This situation is out of control now. Can't handle both of them. Such a waste. Best to just run for it. Julieta screamed, Ina, don't come here! Stay back! She looked down at that surge of power. Julieta was terrified. What is this? The guy smoking lurked nearby. You look pretty terrified, don't you? He grabbed Julieta by the throat, pulling out a knife. Didn't see this coming, did you? Ina shrieked. Sister Julieta. He barked. Don't you move. If you dare take another step, I'll carve up that pretty face of hers. She was trembling. Sister! Sister! Suddenly a hand reached out. The guy in the tie quickly slammed Ina's head down. She was shocked. How did you... The guy in the tie sneered. What did you think I was finished? A player like me getting taken out by a brat like you? Not a chance. Ina thought to herself, I can't just fall here like this. Suddenly, Ina channeled her inner mana, forcing the guy in the tie to recoil. He was unsettled. What is this massive amount of mana? At this rate, it's going to blow. Ina cried out, Sister Julieta. She was struggling. Ina! Suddenly, the guy smoking plunged his knife into Julieta's stomach. Ina wailed, Sister Julieta! The guy smoking yelled, Hey, guy in the tie, you trying to get us all killed? Ina was dazed. I will save you. The guy in the tie struck Ina, sending her crashing to the ground. She opened her eyes. Just a little bit more. The guy smoking urged, Forget her. We gotta get out of here. The guy in the tie sighed. What a waste. Her mana was so abundant and beautiful. If only she were a little stronger. Ina woke up in a dreamlike state. A voice spoke. Who's there? Do you desire power? Ina was startled. True power, can you really give that to me? Suddenly, Ina heard a voice. Don't listen to it. She turned around. He scolded her. That was too dangerous. Even though we made it through this time. But we don't know what will happen next. I'll do whatever you want, so please. You absolutely have to live a normal life, okay? If that voice starts up again, you absolutely must not listen to it. Promise me. Una looked at her, reached out, and said with a smile, Yeah, I promise. Una sat up. I'm sorry. She also has things she absolutely must protect. She remembered the scene of everyone happy using these very hands. Una stood up. To save her, I really need power. So, the guy in the tie laughed mockingly. Oh, you can still stand up, huh? He threw a punch. Go back to sleep. Una gently whispered, Please grant me. Her eyes opened. Grant me strength. The Thai guy shouted, Just stay down there. Una spoke up. Please grant me strength. Una quickly punched the Thai guy, smashing his face. He was sent flying far away. Immediately, the smoker yelled, You bastard! Una looked up. Bruno! He placed his jacket over her head. Bruno praised her. You did great, Una. From now on, leave everything to me. The smoker sneered. This giant bear-like bastard. Bruno lunged in a flash, grabbed the smoker by the head, and shoved him down. Bruno slammed him hard into the ground. Bruno worried, Giulietta. The Thai guy tried to grab a knife. His hands were shaking as he picked it up. Bruno held Giulietta, looking concerned. Suddenly, the Thai guy lunged, but Bruno turned and punched him away. He stepped forward. For everything you've done to Giulietta and Una. The Thai guy trembled in fear. Spare me! Bruno drew his fist back toward the guy's head. You will pay for those things with your own life. A few days before the terrorist attack at Kyungwon's department store, he screamed, I've already done everything you told me to do. What more could you possibly want from me? He was trembling with fear. Kyungwon prepared to pull out a weapon. He lunged, I'll finish you and that guy Ju Song-jun too. Kyungwon stabbed forward but missed. He was terrified, breaking into a sweat. Suddenly a blade pierced through his chest. A talent capable of distorting an enemy's perception. He turned around. Nameless said calmly, You talk too much. Kyungwon was being strangled. Nameless threatened him. This is a message the guildmaster wants to send you. I'll take care of your family for you, so don't you worry about a thing. Especially your wife. I'll take real good care of her. Kim Kyung-won struggled, then gradually went limp. Nameless complimented him. Thanks for all your hard work. Farewell. The news. A suicide note was found in the cabin of Vice President Kim Kyung-won. Investigators believe he chose to end his life. Sabai-O Department Store Logistics Warehouse. Nameless scoffed. Is there nobody else here but you lot? My Five replied that the flower-gathering assembly had already arrived. We couldn't call the others. That Nameless guy is faster than I thought. We should retreat quickly. They're probably off doing some meaningless stuff again. My Five nodded, but who is that kid behind you? Nameless turned around. What kid? He looked back in fear. Unha laughed. Only now did you realize I'm here. Nameless was anxious. What's wrong with this brat? How long has he been hiding behind my back? Manhwa was confused. What's going on? Do they know each other? Or is he just a lost kid? If so, he spoke up. Why are you looking at that kid so much? I'll finish him in one blow. Manhwa laughed. You shouldn't carelessly follow strangers, kid. Little brat, there are some terrifying things that could... He stammered. Unha swung his sword, slicing off Manhwa's head. The others were terrified and on guard. He looked confused. Ah, right, I shouldn't have killed him, should I? The remaining soldiers charged. That damn brat, Nameless, blocked them. Don't lower your guard. The opponent isn't just some ordinary brat. Unha laughed, looking at them. You guys are hesitating just because this gorilla said something. Why is that? Are you afraid of a blade from a normal brat who isn't even a player? You guys don't look any different from a bunch of chickens. The soldiers charged. I'll destroy you! Unha chuckled to himself. Heavenly steps. Bloody battlefield. He drew his blade. What are you standing there for? Why are you still standing there? If you aren't leaving, then I am, understand? Nameless was terrified. No way. Did he take down a B-rank player just like that? I can't fight him head on. I don't know any players on the same level as the 12 Thrones, but this brat... Unha glanced at him and quickly swung his blade toward Nameless. Unha lunged and kicked Nameless straight on. Unha calmly continued. You see, right now, Nameless, you're nothing at all. The reason no one notices you is probably because you lack a strong presence. Nameless was furious and summoned mana. He shouted and charged at Unha. Unha quickly dodged to the side. Nameless was surprised. How is this possible? How can this brat dodge all of my attacks? Unha said nonchalantly. I felt the same way back then. While tripping Nameless, he explained, but as I thought, there's nothing left to see since your ability doesn't work when you fight me. But don't worry. Unha jumped up. I'll make sure not to kill you. He grabbed Nameless's throat. Unha delivered a powerful strike. Seeing the place was almost completely wrecked, Unha laughed. Please say that this time you've also subdued them. Shoyun covered her mouth. You know you still owe me, right? He glanced at her. I'll pay it all back. I promise. I swear. I guarantee it. She pressed, so when? He laughed. Well, one of these days. Anyway, I'll leave the handling of that guy to you. Seo-yoon walked inside. Fine, whatever. I'll let you off the hook this time. Eun-ha ran over. Wait. She was surprised. Huh. He looked worried. I was curious to see what his face looked like. It's been quite a while. Nameless pleaded, please, not that, not this. Eun-ha pulled off the mask. Both covered their mouths and were stunned. They gagged. His face looks like a stingray. So disgusting. Couldn't help but cry out. Eun-ha turned his head. It was Julieta, Eun-ha, and Bruno. He was overjoyed. Eun-ha ran over. At 3 o'clock this afternoon, September 17th, at the Sabayok department store, a group of terrorist monsters was attacked by a mercenary player. His name spread through the media as Nameless, along with the Sinla Storm Saint Guild and Shin Seo-yoon. One of the 12 thrones was able to subdue the players attacking the terrorists with a total of 23 casualties. Myron's eyes lit up. A total of 23 casualties. The government of the Heavenly Maiden expressed their condolences for the victims. Myron watched the news indifferently. He zoomed in on the images of Julieta, Bruno, Eun-ha, and Eun-ha. Myron laughed maliciously. Found you. Outside the house was a barrier set up around the cafe, so ordinary people couldn't tell who we were. Exactly as expected from the Storm Saint Shin Seo-yoon, the best mage of Great Han. Eun-ha was serious. This is the first time you've called for me, Seo-yoon said nonchalantly. I wanted to express my personal gratitude. He laughed. I don't think you called me here just to express gratitude. So has something happened? Seo-yoon set her drink down. The Nameless group will be executed. This is the first time since the Heavenly Maiden government was established. Eun-ha replied, I understand. But the important thing is, who was it that hired them? Seo-yoon refused to apologize, but I'm not authorized to share this information with anyone else, so I'm afraid I have to keep this a secret from you. If you're going to be so indifferent, then we really don't have any other choice, do we? Is that all Seo-yoon had to say? Eun-ha, you need to get serious about this. What actually happened to the Sabayok group? Seo-yoon explained that Chairman Lee Jun-hee has returned, and the heir has decided to step away from everything for the time being, and focus on social welfare issues instead. You nodded, saying, I see. She stood up and said, if that's the case, I have somewhere to be now. I've got things to take care of, you said. She replied, I see. Well then, I'll see you next time. Just as predicted, the future of the Sabayok group has already been altered. Father asked, are the kids coming soon? Are you planning to go out first? Eun-ha nodded and said, yes, thank you. Before I regressed, a power struggle had broken out among his 3 sons. And in the end, the eldest son was the one who claimed the throne. Those who survived the Kraken incident saw Luna demonstrate her miraculous powers. That preschooler didn't die, and the casualties from the Bukhan Mountain accident were significantly reduced, as was the terrorist attack at the department store. None of it happened before the Sabayok group's inauguration. The future is slowly changing. If that's the case this time... The clock struck nearly 1 in the afternoon. Eun-ha looked excitedly at her drink. The sun is setting, you know. Eun-ha shyly said, Mom, Dad, I want to become a player. You looked at her confused. Are you worried that the future has changed? Eun-ha slammed the table. I object, she said worriedly. You interrupted. Eun-ha becoming a player is incredibly dangerous. It really doesn't suit you at all. Eun-ha shouted, How will I know if I don't try? I even told you that you had a talent for it. What else? Eun-ha interrupted. That's right, you have talent. But I didn't teach you how to control mana so you could become a player. I taught you so you wouldn't have a breakdown. Contracting magical energy or things like that. That's because I want you to live a happy, healthy life without any sickness or pain. Eun-ha sulked. Whatever, I don't care, I want to be a player. Eun-ha slammed the table again. Why do you want to throw away a normal life? Being a player isn't noble or glamorous, it's like a festering sore, she screamed. I want to be a player no matter how much trouble it causes. I want to be someone who can help and protect others. I hate hiding behind others and watching without being able to do anything. Mom smiled and said, It's okay, Eun-ha. You should do what you want to do. Eun-ha felt sad. Mom. The child burst into tears. Mom scolded Eun-ha. You shouldn't have said that. Look, you made Eun-ai cry. It's fine, it's fine. Eun-ha, you were wrong. I was wrong, huh? You reasoned, Mom? Dad, she's demanding to become a player. Are you too sure you're okay with that? Mom said nonchalantly. Of course not. We all know how incredibly dangerous that is. But if that's what Ha wants to do, Mom wants you to do whatever the kid wants. Dad laughed. Daughter, you can do it right. Ha ran over to hug Mom. Yes, thank you, Mom and Dad. Ha was thoughtful. Even you, Dad. It was evening and the lights were on. The boss was tired. Seo-jun, please present the facts we've organized. Jong-hun displayed the terrorist attack at the Sabai-ok department store. That wasn't a random attack. It was the result of an internal conflict within the Sabai-ok group. This chart shows the power ranking. As everyone knows, power is divided among the 3 children of Chairman Lee Jun-hee, leaving aside the youngest with the least power. Within this circle, there are actually only 2 candidates, the eldest and the second son. The eldest, Lee Bae-ong-in, is a notorious thug known for his hot temper. But many people thought he wouldn't be able to lead Sabai-ok to success, because he's the eldest son. But unlike his older brother, the second son, Lee Jong-in, has a wonderful personality and excellent management skills. Someone crossed their arms, skeptical. Don't tell me the previous terrorist attack was... The boss sighed. Yes, that thug. Lee Bae-ong-in incited the terrorists to attack the Sabai-ok department store, which was under his younger brother's control. Jong-hun sighed, curious. Does the chairman know about this? He pressed his philtrum. Of course. Thanks to that, he decided to postpone his retirement and return to manage everything. Jong-hun pointed to the board. But that's not the only problem. Everyone please look here. The force Lee Bae-ong-in leads isn't just some nameless mercenary group. It's highly likely to be the Ocean Guild. Everyone gasped. What are you talking about? Oh my God! Isn't that a bit of an overstatement? Jong-hun explained that, including the Hellhounds, a total of 92 hounds were found at the Bukhan Mountain accident. Even though the Ocean Guild took 70% of the magic stones, only 30% of them are currently on the market, and it's been discovered that those magic stones were used in this terrorist attack. The boss wondered what was going on. What if they're just waiting for the magic stone market prices to rise before selling them off? He replied that unrefined magic stones aren't exactly rare, so the boss asked, if that's the case, what about the possibility that the Ocean Guild used the 30% of magic stones that actually hit the market? Jong-hun confidently stated that all information gathered by the Sela Guild has been thoroughly investigated, including the origins of the magic stones currently being offered for sale on the market, so that's impossible. Dao Chai turned and said, but that's just a guess, isn't it? There isn't any concrete evidence to point to anything else yet. Jong-hun agreed. Yeah, it's just a guess. But everyone here, I must have heard about this by now, right? Everyone fell silent. The boss spoke up. In April of this year, when Sinseljan found out that Ju Xiong-jun was involved with the Dan Gun group, she was absolutely furious. What Ju Xiong-jun was thinking is pretty clear. He must have wanted to cut ties with the Dan Gun group and focus his attention on the Sabai-ok group. This is also why I called everyone here today. Dao Chai asked, war. Kang Buk laughed. War isn't such a bad option. Curly Hair worried. The Saint of the Storm is in the Ocean Guild. The bald guy chimed in. Isn't the Saint of the Storm just one person in the Ocean Guild? We've got the Emperor of Thunder on our side. Curly Hair cautioned. Don't be so sure. The Emperor of Thunder is still too young. No matter how much of a genius he is, going up against the Saint of the Storm is incredibly difficult. The boss stood up. Unfortunately, we aren't planning on deciding on war, but we can't just let the Ocean Guild run wild either. We will support Lee Jong-in of the Sabai-ok group and start setting the Ocean Guild straight. Year 4 of the Heavenly Maiden calendar. Eon-ha wondered, does this make any sense at all, man? He gave a forced smile. Is it those guys again this time? How on earth did we end up in the same class? Minji said happily, this is so interesting. Are we all in the same class? Siona looked back and said, that's right. I was worried we'd have to be separated. Eon-ha realized, however is that jerk in class 1? At least I don't have to deal with that guy anymore in the future. He felt relieved. He laughed. I really hope this year passes by peacefully. Eon-ha whispered, Big brother, big brother. Those kids have been staring at us for a while now, Eon-ha realized. Ah, Eon-he said angrily. Big brother, should I go over there and give them a beating? He waved his hand. Eon-ha, don't be so rash. Eon-ha looked over and the kids turned their faces away. Minji worried, don't you think you should clear up this misunderstanding? He pushed Eon-ha away. What misunderstanding is there a misunderstanding? The girl explained, don't you know? Rumor has it your dad absolutely thrashed the school principal. Because of that, the whole school is being careful around you. Manhwa was stunned. Thrashed him? Who did you hear that from? Though it wasn't exactly a misunderstanding, Siona asked fearfully. But is that okay? Manhwa shrugged. I mean, I guess it's fine. He looked up. But what have you been eating? That made you grow so big, Manhwa said proudly. Hey, I just trained exactly like you said, and I also drank Dad Hajang's juice while training. Manhwa was surprised. What I told Minji and Siona to drink it to refill their mana, but it doesn't just refill, it also helps with growth. Well, I guess I should drink a glass every day from now on. Someone announced, Hey, the teacher is coming. Urgent footsteps entered the classroom. Manhwa greeted, Big brother, I'm going back to my seat. Manhwa returned to his seat. Dohun introduced himself. This year, I will be your homeroom teacher. My name is Dohun. He exuded powerful mana. Manhwa noted, This isn't the mana pressure of a normal person. Who is he? Junsik touched the red notebook. He ordered, Report. The underling replied, Yes, sir. I report that the expulsion request for John Sena from the parents has been dismissed. As you requested. Junsik praised, Well done. He looked out and said, Although I tried to separate the kids related to the pharmaceutical company and encouraged them to go to other classes, I still let those kids. So you're including Hajiang in the same pharmacy class. Isn't that company run by Kim Gun's family? The subordinate reported, Yes, sir, that's the one. Junsik was surprised. How dare he touch the girl I consider my own granddaughter? The world has become a slightly better place, hasn't it? Now what about Hajiang's class? How did you handle that? The subordinate bowed his head. Even though he retired as a player due to an injury, he's still quite capable in that field. Junsik asked nonchalantly, What about his background? The subordinate replied, The Regulars Guild. He recognized, Oh, if it's the Regulars, that's that S-rank guild, isn't it? I suppose he's reliable enough. Junsik recalled Hajiang. Do you want to be in the same class as your friend when you move up to 2nd grade? Hajiang said happily. I'd love to be in the same class as my friend, but my dad said it's very difficult for everyone to be together like that. Junsik cut in. Is that so? Don't worry, your grandfather will make your wish come true. The girl turned to him. It's okay, Grandpa. I'm old enough to understand how things work. He laughed. I apologize. I thought Hajiang was still a little kid. Then how about I make a prediction? Hajiang asked curiously. A prediction? Junsik said confidently. Yes. In fact, when you advance to 2nd grade, you'll be in the same class as your friend. The girl went off happily to see her friends, and Junsik touched his notebook. He smiled. How interesting, my dear. To think I have a child I cherish like my own granddaughter. At dusk, Manhwa looked around. Look at all this dust. It would be better if she got here sooner, Manhwa added happily. Besides, how do you know Seo Yoon? He dodged the question. Oh, we got acquainted after meeting at Happy Nest. Suddenly the wind picked up. Manhwa said, Ah, she's here. It's so dusty here. The wind grew increasingly fierce inside the house. Manhwa watched the windows nervously. Seo Yoon stepped in holding her fan. Sorry to keep you waiting. Manhwa looked at her. It wasn't just a little bit, Nuna. You're late. Seo Yoon retorted, You're really picky, aren't you? Plenty of other people would be waiting to meet me. Manhwa suddenly stiffened and bowed his head. Hello. Seo Yoon looked over. Oh, hello, little one. Don't call me the Storm Saint or anything. Just call me Seo Yoon Nuna. Okay, my. She remarked, just as I thought she has a massive amount of mana. She has that much because she's controlling it, right? If word gets out, everyone would go crazy trying to recruit her. Now she's mine. Manhwa reminded her, Are you done with the pleasantries? Did you bring what I asked for? Seo Yoon laughed. Oh, yes. He looked over. Here, it's a device and a magic stone. He took it and observed it. This looks good, Nuna. Is this really going to be okay? Manhwa asked. She nodded. Of course, Manhwa said worriedly. Then I won't stop you, but you'll have to take a test. This is the device. Handle it with care. Manhwa replied happily. All right, I understand. Manhwa hesitated. I don't know what you mean by understand, but let's just start. Having said that, he tossed the stone to the ground, and it quickly erupted into a beautiful blue light. A monster appeared. Manhwa pulled out his sword in fear. That's an 8th-rank Borori. Manhwa stared at it, frozen. Is that a real monster? Manhwa said calmly. Yes, it's an 8th-rank monster named Borori. Now Nuna finish it off coolly. Yunha thought even after going this far, I still couldn't make her reconsider this. But now that we've come this far, I have to make her understand just how cruel a player's journey can truly be. The Borori hopped forward quickly. Unha looked at it affectionately. It clearly doesn't look dangerous at all. Unha ran over. Don't let your guard down, Nuna. Unha turned toward the Borori. It opened its maw, ready to attack. Unha quickly kicked it away. The Borori flew back and hit the ground in pain. He scolded her. If you keep hesitating or judging a monster by its appearance, you're going to lose your life. I'm not joking around. Unha asked anxiously, Can you still keep going? Unha remembered Unha run. Julieta fought back. She thought, I don't want to be coddled by anyone anymore. I want to protect the people I cherish most. I can't let Unha shoulder all this responsibility alone anymore. Unha raised her head. I can do it. Because of that, I have to overcome this. The magic blue stone was revealed. Unha let out a sigh of relief. Trembling, she dropped her sword and sat on the ground. Sao John watched, thinking that after 15 tries, she had finally succeeded. Unha was panting from exhaustion and fear. He stepped forward to comfort her. You did great, really great, Sao. Dohun remarked to himself that he had struggled quite a bit to reach his current level. Players had to be incredibly strong, but he couldn't believe this kid had taken down a monster. So suddenly like that. No, Yunha, you really are a scary kid. A few days later in class, Dohun brought in a heavy box. He explained, Captain, you should stand up and get as much milk as possible for everyone here. Also, don't forget to put the empty milk cartons back in the crate. The whole class replied in unison, Yes! The class president shouted for them to line up and come get their milk one by one. Everyone was joking around. Does anyone want my milk? Come on, take mine. Yunha watched and thought, Come to think of it, that little brat Habakleon hates milk too, right? Someone poked him. Boss, hey boss, Yunhut, come on, hurry up and take this. Unha was surprised. This is a magic item that can turn regular milk into chocolate milk. He turned to him and asked, Where did you get this? Unhut boasted, You're the only one who knows, okay? I bought it at the shop near the station today. Unha worried, Won't you get in trouble if you get caught? Unhut laughed, What about you? Since when did you start being afraid of things like this? Boss? He frowned. Makes sense, I guess. Unha spoke up. Give it to me, I'll heat it up for you. Unhut was delighted. As expected from my boss. By the way, what exactly is that stuff they've been putting in the milk cartons lately? Yunha looked at the carton. So that time of year is already here, huh? He walked up the stairs. Luna is in classroom 4 of the 6th grade, right? Unha remembered everything is for her. But I also feel a bit heartbroken seeing her cry like that. I hope she isn't too sad. Kang Hyuk bumped into him. He grumbled, What the? Unha felt annoyed. This jerk. Kang Hyuk teased, Hey, aren't you in the 6th grade? Who gave you permission to come up here? Unha scratched his head. Ran into some weirdos again. The guy got angry. Huh. Weirdo, you should be apologizing for bumping into him. Who do you think you are to be so bold? Yunha remarked to himself. This brat looks a bit familiar, this scumbag. Isn't this Lee Kang-hyuk? Lee Kang-hyuk is a player who dominates the back alleys of Seonbuk-gu. He isn't a particularly skilled player, but he's very good at manipulating others' weaknesses and managing his subordinates. It wouldn't be a lie to say that all the information about the slums in Seonbuk-gu passes through Lee Kang-hyuk's hands. He must have really loved Seonbuk-gu since he was a kid. Is that why he became an information broker? The remaining lackey hissed at Yunha. Kids these days are so arrogant, aren't they? Kang-hyuk grabbed his collar. The lackey cheered. Kang-hyuk, beat him up. He was annoyed. I was planning on re-educating this little brat anyway. The lackeys provoked him. What are you looking at, kid? Don't you dare go tell the teacher. Yunha thought to himself. Should I just scare them a little bit? Unhut yelled, You're done for. You little brat. Unha prepared to unleash his skill, but suddenly, Una appeared. She spoke up, Hey, Lee Kang-hyuk. He was surprised. That voice. Everyone turned back to look. Kang-hyuk blushed. Unha was confused. Una, is that you? She scolded him. Didn't I tell you not to bully others? Kang-hyuk was terrified. No, it's not like that. He adjusted his clothes. Oh my God, don't tell me this guy likes her. He rushed to apologize. Unha was furious. How dare you? That's my sister, I'm gonna beat you up. The lackeys tried to calm her down.
No, it's not like that. It's just that he bumped into Kang Hyuk and didn't apologize first. That's right. That's why we were just planning on teaching him a little lesson. Yuna pushed them away. A lesson, you say? Did you just say you wanted to teach my younger brother a lesson? Kang Hyuk was shocked. Younger brother? He looked back and forth, but the two didn't look alike at all. Eunha was frustrated. These people honestly... Kang Hyuk flustered. I'm so sorry, honestly. We didn't mean to. I promise it won't happen again. Sorry about that. You're Younga's younger brother, right? Are you hurt anywhere? What are you glaring at? That two-faced jerk, Eunga, let's go. Let's get out of here, Youngha. Kang Hyuk calls after them, Hey, Eunga, have a good day. Younger brother, if anyone at school bullies you, just tell me. I'll take care of them for you. Eunha turns around. What is that psycho talking about? Sis, do you like that guy? Eunga snaps back. What do you mean, that guy? Kang Hyuk is older than you know. He says nonchalantly, that guy. That guy. Whatever. So do you like him or not? Eunga stays silent, keeps walking, then smiles. Eunga turns back. I like Youngha the best. Come on, I'll walk you to class. He sighs. Fine, whatever. Suddenly, Eunga hugs him tight. Does my Eungha like me that much? You're so cute. A few days ago, it was pouring rain. How long have the kids been here? Grandma checks her phone. Eunga and Youngha have really grown up so much. Grandma walks along happily when suddenly she hears a noise in the small alley. Did I hear that right? She turns her head and notices the trash bin. Grandma Youngha walks closer. Oh my God! She opens the lid and sees Parang curled up. She says tenderly, Oh, it's a child, a demi-human, a tiny child who had to go through something so terrible. She says worriedly, Sweetheart, are you okay? Oh goodness, you're cold as ice. Parang remembers, look, it's a demi-human. That's right. Should we sell it? What do you think? Nobody would buy something like that. Best to just use it as a punching bag. Yeah. If we don't need it anymore, just dump it. Nobody cares about dead demi-humans anyway. Parang pushes Grandma Youngha's hand away, and he falls out of the bin. She screams, Oh my heavens! Parang panics. Mom, who is that? Get lost. Grandma is heartbroken. Doesn't this boy have any adults to protect him? He's badly hurt, and it's raining too. Parang yells, I'm warning you, don't come any closer. Grandma Youngha is resolute. I can't just leave that little one like this. Parang raises his hands to cover his face, flinching away. He peeks out. Grandma Youngha says gently, If you don't have anywhere else to go, would you like to come to my house? He and Younga run up. Grandma. She smiles and welcomes them. You're here. My Youngha and Younga have grown so big. Mom complains. You act so childish in front of Grandma. It makes me sad, Mom. Grandma scolds. You have 3 kids already, but you're still like a baby. Mom whines. I don't understand what you're saying, Mom. Grandma Youngha asks her son-in-law. Son-in-law, it must be hard living with my daughter, right? He scratches his head and laughs. Grandma walks forward. So you must be Youngai, right? We met last year, too. Don't you remember Youngai? The little girl is shy, Grandma. Grandma Youngha says kindly, That's right. How old are you now, Youngai? The little girl suddenly jumps out and runs over. Youngai holds up 3 fingers. 3. Grandma Youngha is delighted. Oh my, that's so cute. You must all be hungry, right? Let's go inside and eat. They both happily agree and open the door. He and Younga walk in first. Youngha senses someone and shouts, Sis, wait. Is that a monster? But this presence is calm. It doesn't seem like it. Is it a burglar? If it's a burglar, I won't let it slide. Who are they to dare break into Grandma's house? The figure isn't very big. Parang's ears perk up. He turns around. Huh, is the brat here already? Youngha decides I can take him down head on. He quickly leaps at Parang. Outside, Mom, Dad, and Grandma are carrying things in. A loud crash catches their attention. What was that? What's that sound? Youngha is surprised. Why are you here? Parang is in pain. Oh God, what's going on? He's irritated. The brat hasn't come yet. Eunha's jaw drops. Jin, she shouts. Parang, wait. Eunha realizes, oh, so that's how it is. He looks flustered. Mom, you should have told us. Eunha reaches up to her face. That's right, Mom. We didn't have any reason to bring it up, dear, the grandmother replies. Eunha grins. I was going to tell you both when you arrived. The 3 of them sigh. Eunha looks at Parang. Thinking back, this really is his hometown. Who knew our friendship would start like this? Here, just how much has the future changed? Parang stares at me. Why do you keep looking at me? This is mine. You know I'm not sharing a single piece with you people. Get lost. Unha is terrified. Parang, I've told you not to use words like that. He's impossible. He looked at me first. Unha laughs. It's just the way he looks when he's resting. He can be a bit intense. Parang, are you finished eating? Let me go get you some more. Parang curses under his breath. This old lady, seriously. Unha boils with rage. This old lady. I still remember when we first met. I thought this guy is a total psycho. But even so, how dare he speak to my grandmother like that? All right, I have to fix his attitude while he's still a puppy. Unha suggests, Grandma can Parang and I go out to play. Parang looks surprised and snaps, Did you take your medicine? Are you crazy? Why on earth would I go anywhere with you? Unha ignores him. Grandma, is that okay? She says gently, Of course. It would be wonderful if you two could become close friends. Off you go. Whatever you do, play or drink water, just know your limits, all right? Una speaks up, I want to go too. Parang stops her. No, sis, just keep eating. All right, Parang, let's go. Parang is busy eating and muttering, Who said I was going with you? Unha grabs his collar. You'd better shut up and follow me right now. That evening, Unha takes Parang outside and throws him to the ground hard. Parang stands up in pain, furious. My chicken, you jerk. Do you have any idea that you shouldn't even touch a dog while it's eating? And yet here you are, and trying to snatch my chicken, Unha says nonchalantly. The only reason I wouldn't touch a dog's food is because I'm afraid of getting bitten. Parang is terrified. What is this, Unha calculates? If anyone hears this, it'll be a hassle. It might not be as big as Seojun's, but it should be enough. She moves closer. You're not a dog, but clearly with the way you've been acting. You're not much of a human either, so let me teach you how people are supposed to behave. Parang clenches his fists. Are you picking a fight with me? I never liked you from the start. Unha jumps up wielding a water bottle. She hits Parang and he screams in pain. I'm the one who should be saying that. You bastard, Parang wonders. What did she use to hit me? A cannonball? Unha thinks while she hits him, I'm the one who fed you, clothed you, and let you stay in my house. She keeps attacking until Parang collapses and kneels on the ground. She's furious. How dare you use the phrase, that old lady, don't you have a shred of manners or shame in your body? Parang screams, help me. Unha smugly replies, let me tell you something, screaming is useless. Whatever you say here won't be heard by anyone outside. Parang holds his head. You said you'd tell me before you hit me. She laughs. True, but if you knew how to use telepathy, you could still call for help. Parang is annoyed. But I don't know how I'm only 10 years old. How would I know how to use telepathy? Unha thinks. So he says he's 10 and already knows about telepathy. He's lying. Since he tried to trick me, I have even more reason to beat him up. Shall we have some fun then? Parang holds his head. Are you still not done? The sound of blows echoes repeatedly. The next day, Parang screams, It hurts so much. She only hits me in places where no one can see. Is she really just a 9-year-old kid? Or is she a mobster in disguise? He kneels in the house. Unha's mother worries. Parang is 10 years old now, right? Unha's mother looks confused. Then he should be in the 3rd grade, right? Grandma answers, that's right. But the thing is, the boy hasn't had any formal schooling. Hey, let me interrupt for a second. I'm not going to school, he snapped, glaring at his dad. His dad looked scared. I remembered from before the regression that I'd heard he was accepted into an academy a year ahead of me, where he was a notorious bully. How about we go together this time? I asked, putting a hand on his shoulder. I think the 2nd grade class would suit Parang better. Parang glared at me. I already said I don't want to. He glared at his mom and I asked, Parang, what do you think? Parang trembled. I want to go to the 2nd grade class. I beamed. That's great. Now we can be in the same class, Parang. I'm so happy, Parang. His mom laughed. It's only been 1 day and you two are already so close. Kids really do make friends easily, don't they? Parang looked miserable and furious. What kind of talk is that? Don't you see me standing here having just been threatened by him? Everyone was happy, and Parang even smiled. He looked so much cuter that way. He cursed under his breath. That's not the point. I put my hand on his shoulder. Parang, why don't we go out and play some more? Parang broke into a cold sweat, terrified. No, please don't. Early in the morning, Gaun sat in a serious meeting. Anbek reported, We are trying to help 4,000 South Korean citizens trapped in Italy get repatriated, but it is conditional on your country's assistance. You need to subdue the monster that just appeared in the North Atlantic. Theoretically, it's a monster beyond even a level 1, the most terrifying kind. It's capable of causing disasters that could wipe out an entire nation. A world-ending level monster. I had a feeling this might happen, but this is truly the worst-case scenario. Gaon sipped her tea. Now you're asking us to send our players to a place completely unknown to them? That's a bit difficult. How about we provide herbs for the Northern European players instead? Albert stared at his teacup. The effects of the herbs you showed us before the meeting were truly excellent. A revolutionary item that doesn't even need to be ingested to work. However, we could get something like this by trading magic alloys too. Gaon looked serious. But that is also something Italy is in desperate need of. Janko kicked the table, sending the wood flying everywhere. He was irritated. Why are you all being so cautious? We are asking, if you want us to bring your people home, you just need to help our people, that's all. I guess the South Korean players are just too weak, which is why they have to cling to the goddess's skirt like this, huh? Anbek spoke up. Janko, you've crossed the line. Janko looked over at her. She didn't even bother to argue back. That's exactly why I hate South Korea. Aside from kimchi, do you have anything else? Gaon sneered at his ridiculous blonde hair. Suddenly, everything turned gray and the earth shook, terrifying them. Fine. To ensure the South Korean citizens still trapped in Italy return safely, we will give you our full support. In addition to the Holy Spear Nam Gongsong Gun, the strongest player in this country, we will also dispatch 2 other players from the 12 Kings. I believe that is more than enough for you to return our people safely. Gaon signaled. Both Anbek and Janko were panting with exhaustion. Anbek slammed the table. This won't end well for you, Gaon, she replied coolly. If you want to file a complaint about what I just did, feel free. I will also be reporting to the International Mana Management Association about the leaders who sent thugs and street trash to negotiate with us. Janko trembled. You should learn your place too. You're just a bunch of nobodies. How about I wipe all of you out right now? Albert shouted, Janko, wait! He moved to attack, but then stopped in surprise. A sharp glint flashed in Gaon's eyes. Janko froze. If I move, I'm done for. Gaon turned her head. It seems you aren't a complete idiot after all. This meeting is over. Get out! She walked away, slamming the door. Janko was furious. How annoying. In the Blue House office, someone spoke up. That was too reckless even for this office. You should have been more cautious. Sang-jin looked serious. You aren't just a famous actress anymore. You're a goddess. Gaon retorted, Sang-jin, are you saying that as my bodyguard? Or as the manager of the actress Lim Ga-eun? Dong-hyuk laughed. What a coward. So what if he's good at his job? You don't even understand how women think. Gaon warned him, Dong-hyuk, that's not something you should be saying. Dong-hyuk bowed. Yes, I apologize. Oh, that reminds me, the grandmother gifted us a Maserati Gran Turismo. Ga-eun was surprised. A Maserati Gran Turismo? Dong-hyuk explained. From what I heard, they sent over a car the grandmother is very fond of to express their goodwill toward us. Gaon replied indifferently. Send it back. Tell them I don't need it. Dong-hyuk was flustered. What? Send that Maserati back, but it's a Gran Turismo model, Ga-eun said coldly. The grandmother. Even though I've never met her, I know she's no good. Sending people like that to act as ambassadors, there's definitely some kind of scheme behind it. Ga-eun coldly rejected the old woman. Even though we've never met, I know for a fact she's no good. Sending people like that off to be ambassadors. There's definitely some kind of scheme going on. Or maybe she's just looking down on us. Ga-eun ordered, Young-hyuk, send a few of your trusted men to tail those ambassadors. If you see anything suspicious, report back immediately. He acknowledged the order, and Young-hyuk quickly took off. Ga-eun stood up. Sang-jin reported, luckily the outcome of the negotiations looks brighter than expected. She replied nonchalantly, a large part of that is thanks to the herbs from Alice's group. It looks like we owe CEO Hun's engineer and Alice's group a huge favor. Once we're done negotiating with the Italian side, we should pay them back properly. Sang-jin nodded. I'll relay that to your subordinates, but regardless, provoking the Italian ambassadors is way too dangerous. Ga-eun glanced at him. Are you saying this is my bodyguard? Sang-jin avoided her gaze and gave a pitying smile. I'm just standing guard in the next room anyway. If anyone has a problem, it should be those Italians. Not me. On the way back, Giulietta was overjoyed. She recalled the doctor's words, "Congratulations, you are 6 weeks pregnant." Julieta looked up at the plane, beaming with happiness. Suddenly, Julieta remembered something. She made a call. "Bruno, it's me." Bruno asked caringly, "Have you had lunch yet?" Julieta calculated that she really wanted to tell him right away, but it would be better to wait until they met face to face. "I'm about to go get something to eat. Have you eaten yet?" Bruno replied, "I'm on my way too." "You're going to the hospital today, right? Are you okay?" Julieta shyly said, "I'm fine, Bruno. You absolutely have to come home early today." He calmly replied, "All right." Julieta was overjoyed. "I just want to get to see his happy face." Suddenly a voice called out, "Who's this? Isn't this Julieta Valentine?" She looked up trembling. "Jenko," he greeted. "How have you been lately? You look even prettier than the last time we met. But what a shame." Jenko grabbed Julieta, his eyes narrowing. The little canary has to go back to its cage. Bruno was working when his phone rang. He turned away wondering what was going on. He just talked to her. Why did Bruno answer, "What's wrong, Julie?" Julieta calmed herself. "Thank you for everything. Don't look for me anymore." Bruno worried. "What's wrong, Julie? Julieta hung up. Jenko laughed. "A wise choice, princess. You should let the one you love live a normal life, right?" After school, Siona said happily, "I feel fine now. Hey, Yunha, want to come with me? My dad's coffee shop has air conditioning." Unha followed. "I want to go." Siona smiled. Me too. Yunha replied nonchalantly. "Then I'll go put my bag away and come there later." Minji agreed. "Me too." Minji teased. "You'll end up playing with Yunha and lose track of time showing up late again, I bet." He dodged the comment. "Are you following me just to nag me?" Minji looked over. "Oh, is that Julieta?" Yunha realized Julieta was being forced into a car. "Jenko Marin Chelsea, what are they doing here?" Thinking about it, isn't the forum between Korea and Italy happening right around this time? Following the conquest of the level 2+ monster Leviathan to bring the Koreans back from Italy safely, the goddess administration sent 3 of the 12 thrones which left Korea short-handed. The holy spear Nam Gong Sang-un lost his left arm. The gale wind Shin Myung-wan couldn't function normally anymore due to the side effects of Mana Berserk. Bang Yeonji sacrificed herself during the mission. That's what everyone thinks. However, Bang Yeonji didn't die. She was imprisoned in Italy by none other than Jenko Marine, who visited Korea as an ambassador. Many countries, including Korea, protested fiercely. The event ended with the Big Mama deciding to execute him publicly. Unha guessed this guy was with Julieta again. He ordered Minji wait here. "Whatever happens, don't follow me." The girl worried. "Where are you going?" He replied coldly. "I already told you. Don't follow me no matter the reason." "I have to find their objective and contact Shin Sejon or Bruno." He activated his mana shoes. Minji shouted, "Hey, Yunha!" He quickly chased the car. Unha drifted through the turns, closing in on the vehicle. Ambek suspected. "A brat," Jenko said arrogantly. "I'm wondering who's been following us this whole time." "Just a kid." Yunha worried. "They've noticed me." Jenko stepped out. "Hey, kid, what's your problem with us?" Unha saw him attack and took the hit, quickly retreating. Jenko taunted, "What's the deal with this kid? I guess the kids around here are also good at using mana, huh?" Ambek advised, "Don't play around, this kid is special." He laughed. "Is that so? Then I have no choice." Jenko lunged. "I'll take care of him." Yunha quickly dodged the kick. "The bastard, he's trying to finish me." He pivoted. Yunha quickly moved in front of Jenko and kicked him in the head. Jenko quickly dodged. He reached out to grab him. Unha was frustrated. "It's hard to dodge in midair. If that's the case, I'll focus mana into my feet." Jenko was surprised as he quickly kicked his arm. Unha did a backflip in midair, creating a mana sphere. Unha kicked it hard at Jenko. He landed on the ground. Jenko remarked, "His mana control is no joke." "But even so, you're just a kid," Jenko said immediately, appearing behind Unha. He turned around. Jenko grabbed his throat and lifted him up. "This is more interesting than I thought." Unha struggled. Jenko channeled mana into his grip. "Not so fast. You're not the only one who knows how to use mana." Unha worried. "Like this, I'm going to pass out. Damn it! I have to get out. I'm suffocating." Julieta stepped out. "Let that kid go. Didn't you promise not to harm my acquaintances?" Jenko turned his head. "You know this kid," Julieta screamed. "No, you can't do this!" she yelled. "He's just a normal kid." "Let him go," Jenko said with a smile, but it wasn't as simple as she thought. "From my experience, I need to take out guys like this as soon as possible." Albert chimed in, leaving Janko stunned. Janko pulled his hand away. How annoying, I get it. Unha slumped to the ground, gasping for air. Julieta rushed over, looking worried. Unha, thank you for helping, but you didn't have to do that. He turned to her. Sister, what's going on? Julieta said nothing. She took off her ring and asked, Unha, can you give this to Bru for me?
Tell him I'm sorry.
Unha was terrified. Sister, Julieta smiled. Even now I've been very happy. He stood up. Sister Julieta, get back here while I'm still trying to talk to you nicely. Janko shoved Unha hard, sending him flying into a trash bag nearby. Just get lost, kid, Janko sneered as he drove off. Unha collapsed by the bin, thinking to himself that he was sure his second life would be different. I saved my family, the people who were supposed to be gone. I saved my friends and minimized the casualties from the Mount Buchan accident, and I got complacent because of it. But who would want this to happen? Unha stood up. Who would want to hold on to the past when I'm working so hard to change the future? He looked at the ring. My happiness includes you too, sister. He clenched his fist. Don't just decide things on your own. Seo-kun set the box down, sighed, and exhaled. Seo-kun was anxious. To finish the quantity of medicinal potions requested by the government, he'd been barely sleeping. Suddenly, Sujin brought a cup of water over. Here. Seo-kun took it. She was curious. What's wrong? He smiled. It's nothing. I'm just happy. Sujin smiled back. Is that so? His phone rang. Seo-kun answered. Hello? Yunha's voice came through. Yes, uncle, it's me, Yunha. Sorry for calling so suddenly. He said happily. Not at all. What's up? Yunha said softly. There's something I want to ask you for help with. Seo-kun was surprised. A favor? The afternoon faded as Seo-yun and Yunha were training. Behind Seo-yun was a mana plant monster. She snapped her fingers, and the plant's branches stretched out, lunging toward Yunha. She watched seriously as he leaped over the monster's attack. Seo-yun remarked, nice reflexes. Well, how about this? Yunha was startled and stumbled as a whirlwind formed, sucking him in. Seo-yun observed, his ability still needs improvement. She suddenly spotted a skateboard inside the cyclone. Yunha was surfing on it. She spoke up, Sister, you shouldn't launch surprise attacks like that. Seo-yun said nonchalantly, Training is better if it's like real life. He seems to respond pretty quickly, too. I'll do this, then. Seo-yun made the whirlwind disappear. Unha looked down in surprise and quickly dove toward the ground. Unha shouted, Jelly! He immediately summoned mana, landed safely, and darted away. Seo-yun watched. Well done. Unha commanded, Jelly. The projectile was quickly swallowed up. What? Seo-yun praised, because he's a kid, his imagination and adaptability are quite sharp. He has enough mana to defend and counterattack. I knew he was a hidden gem. Unha smiled. All right, Seo-yun, he thought, not yet still lacking a bit, huh? Suddenly, branches of the tree rushed out and grabbed Unha. Seo-yun fanned herself. But you've improved a lot over these 3 months. He yelled, I surrender, let me down. She laughed. Not being able to defend yourself is also part of the training. Her phone rang, it was Yunha. Seo-yun was suspicious. It's rare for him to call, don't tell me he's causing trouble again. That evening, the streets were empty. Bruno opened a suitcase. It was a weapons case. He picked one up to prepare. Bruno changed his clothes and stood in front of the mirror. Bruno remarked, I feel like I've lost some muscle. Calling myself the beast of the Valentine house now feels like a bit of a stretch. He remembered Julieta speaking up, Bruno. She pointed at the strangers. I'm sorry. I didn't know she was the princess of Valentine. The blond man shouted, And you expect us to believe that excuse? In this Sicily who hasn't heard of the lady... The man was terrified. Really, I'm just a tourist visiting Sicily, Bruno interrupted. No excuses. You can't change the truth you insulted the lady. Bruno stood proudly before the creep who was trembling in fear. Bruno unleashed a punch, sending the creep flying. Julieta approached and praised him loudly. As expected of the beast of the Valentine house, thank you again, Bru. He blushed. At the lavish palace, the patriarch had chosen the Myron family to take over Sicily. Everyone panicked. Why Myron? Why not us? What are we going to do now? Our people have already had run-ins with the Myron crew before. Those bastards, the boss shouted. Silence. He ordered, the Valentine house has made the decision to merge with the Myrons. Julieta was worried. Father, how can you call that a merger? The white-haired man was scared. That's right. Boss, if this keeps up, we'll end up kneeling before those Myron scumbags, the boss said sternly. Nonsense. Everything I do is to protect the interests of the Valentine clan. We, the Valentine house, will not kneel before anyone. You're right to be serious, boss. Saying such nonsense? It's all to protect the Valentine family's interests. Our entire family will never kneel before anyone. We're only shaking hands with the Myron family temporarily for a short while. Besides, to show our goodwill for this alliance, Julieta will be engaged to Vincent Myron. What? She gasped. What did you say? Vincent Myron. That playboy, the flower prince of the Myron house. If you're talking about the family head's son, then it's definitely that absolute jerk. The master ordered it marry Vincent and bear his child. Julieta was furious. He spoke so casually, saying that my innate amplification skill is incredibly effective at boosting mana. If Julieta has a child with Vincent Myron, that baby will surely inherit the amplification trait. The bald man asked anxiously, Master, do you mean? The master nodded. Yes, that child who is yet to be born. They will definitely have talent that even surpasses Vincent Myron. We will snatch that child away, then raise them to be a prodigy to rebuild the Valentine family. Julieta stood up in a rage. Bruno watched, thinking, before they forced her to do things she didn't want, and now they're treating her like a piece of merchandise. Does the master really see nothing in this world besides the prosperity of the Valentine family? Everyone spoke up. Young lady, please think about the future of the Valentine house. We beg you, please think of us. The bald man added, that jerk is quite clever. Surely he doesn't have any health issues. Please give your all for the future of the Valentine family, the master said sternly. If you still want to be a part of the Valentine family, then swallow your pride and act as the Myron heir's lover. Do it! Julieta yelled, but he interrupted her. This Valentine family has given you such a comfortable and lavish life, so now fulfill your duty to the family. Everyone chimed in, pressuring her about her duty. It's the young lady's duty to bear a child. Young lady, please give birth to a healthy baby. Julieta stammered, brother... The bespectacled man looked down and turned away. Julieta stood there stunned. She finally bowed her head in submission. Everyone left happily. Bruno observed Julieta in the room. Bruno asked, Julieta, tell me. Tell me the truth. Julieta slumped down. Bruno stepped closer. Julie, he called out. She stammered, I don't want to get married like this. I don't want my child to be treated like a pawn. I'm sick to death of this place. Bruno held her hand. Julieta Valentine, I will protect you even if I have to go up against the entire world. Bruno kissed her hand. Do you want to run away with me? She wept. Julieta was overwhelmed with happiness. The window swung wide open and light poured into the room. Bruno whispered, Julieta, just wait a little longer. Bruno checked the tracking device. I will save you no matter what. He opened the door. Unha, are you waiting? He asked, surprised. Are you ready? Unha was determined to save her at any cost. He opened the door, and Unha was waiting. Uncle Bruno, she asked. He was surprised. Are you ready? Unha replied firmly. Let's go together. Bruno and Unha left together into the night. He was worried, thinking to himself, I understand that Unha is far more skilled than the average player, but our opponent is JDC. I don't want to drag her into anything dangerous, Bruno cautioned. Just as I thought, get out of here fast. Things are getting way too dangerous now. Look elsewhere. I know what I'm getting myself into. I mean, you should have said that before we even left, right? So I'm coming with you. Bruno sighed. Do whatever you want. He looked at her. Do you think you can find her? Bruno checked his phone. Looks like she took her phone with her. He pointed. The Elisa Hotel, it seems that's the place. He looked over. Speaking of which, shouldn't we put on some armor? It will be extremely dangerous to go in there without protective gear. Unha pulled at her clothes. I'd love to, but there's no armor that fits this tiny body of mine. Besides, even just wearing this is hard enough to move in. Bruno remarked that she looked like she was about to rush onto a battlefield. Is she used to things like this already? She spoke up. I have the ring you gave me, so don't worry too much. Bruno was curious. You know how to use it, right? Unha picked it up. Sort of. Unbelievable. His wedding ring was actually a mana-boosting item. In the year 2026, according to the goddess calendar, the Southern European Union successfully raided the Abyss. Everyone on Earth thought it was impossible. But they cheered for those who succeeded in raiding the Black Dungeon, and players read the raid diary with excitement. However, the truth recorded in the dungeon diary was truly disgusting. Most of the players from Italy, the key members of that raid, all had the surname Myron. The women were used as breeding tools for the Myron family's special, strong genes. Is she their mother? She wondered. I thought Brother Bruno couldn't save her and that she died before I regressed. Bruno announced, We're here. Don't have any regrets. Unha chuckled to herself. Regrets, those words should be reserved for that scum. The blonde and white-haired guys were curious. Who are they? Bruno thought. If that's the case, let's go. She nodded. Okay. The two of them quickly dashed off. They attacked and cleared the scene in one shot. In the hotel room where Janko was staying, he was furious. Why the hell did you change hotels for no reason? Tom explained. I mean, they must have had some good reason. It's also strange to have trouble with the hotel on the day of the meeting when it was booked days in advance. Giulietta teased. Looks like the hotel doesn't want bastards like you in there. Janko cursed. You bitch! Tom was flustered. But I really didn't know Ms. Giulietta was in this country. Janko laughed. Me neither. If we hadn't seen the news, we wouldn't have known. I mean, at first I didn't believe it either. But since her own brother confirmed it, I guess it's reliable news, right? Giulietta mocked. I find it hilarious that a whole gang of men planned to capture a woman and came all the way here. Seems like the Myron clan doesn't know the meaning of shame. Janko grabbed his weapon. The Princess of Valentine, why don't you sit tight and keep your mouth shut? You probably think we can't lay a finger on you, huh? But we aren't doing it out of pity. Giulietta spoke up. What? Janko put his hand on her shoulder and smirked. If we really wanted to, we could have already had some fun with you. On that bed. Giulietta pushed him away. You crazy bastards! She spat in Janko's face. He shouted, You bitch, you're really looking to die! A voice called out, Janko Myron. From behind, Albert released his mana. He looked at Janko seriously. Janko was flustered. What a touching display of brotherhood, it's disgusting. Albert asked, Where are you going? Janko cursed. This is crap. I'm going out to get some fresh air. Tom showed him something. Giulietta called out, Albert, I'm hungry. Buy me a bento box from the convenience store. Oh, and buy some cake for dessert, too, while you're at it. Albert rubbed his forehead. Tom Myron. Tom shook his head. Can't we just call room service? Albert said sternly. Did you not hear that she wants food from the convenience store? He said fearfully. Ah, yes. Tom walked away for a moment. Albert, you should remember that you aren't Albert Valentine. You're Albert Myron. He looked at Tom. Albert said calmly, Don't worry. Tom laughed. All right. If that's the case, I'll be back later. The door closed, leaving only Giulietta and Albert. Albert saw her get up. Where are you going? I told you not to leave the room, didn't I? Giulietta was furious. You still have zero tact, do you? I'm going to the bathroom. God. Giulietta slumped down, covering her face. She remembered even if the whole world were her enemy. Even if it's just you, I will protect you with my life. Will you come with me? She cried, sobbing into her hands. After Janko left the restroom, she looked cheerful. On the way back, I'll call room service. Janko was startled. He turned back, murderous intent. Surging Unha was flying toward him, weapon in hand. Janko blocked the slash with his hands and stumbled back a few steps. Janko slammed into the wall. You're challenging me? Looks like I'm getting lucky today, huh? Janko gritted his teeth in fury. You bastard! Unha slashed. Pull your pants up first. I'll give you 1 hour to get dressed before infiltrating the hotel. Seljan cast a spell to enhance physical speed. Speed boost followed by a muscle strengthening spell. Strength defense regeneration mana. Recovery magic resistance spells were cast in rapid succession. Unha spoke up, grateful, thank you. But what should we do about the guests in the hotel? If for some reason they get caught in the crossfire? What then? John laughed. Don't worry, the goddess administration has already ordered the hotel to evacuate everyone. He felt energized. Good, that's a huge relief. With the mana potion he got from the Sokun spell, his strength had increased significantly. He was ready to go. Unha faced Janko. Now was his chance. There wasn't much room to maneuver and the guy didn't have a weapon. He couldn't miss this opportunity. He lunged forward aggressively. I'll finish you! Janko threw a punch, but luckily Unha managed to dodge it in time. His strike hit the wall instead, shattering it to pieces. Manhwa pivoted using his foot as an anchor to counterattack. He gripped his sword tightly, eyes filled with killing intent as he charged in with all his buffs and potions active. "Let's give this everything we've got, shall we?" Janko created a shield desperate to defend himself. Manhwa didn't back down, aiming straight for him. His sword collided violently with Janko's protective barrier. His defensive layer was pierced after that impact. Janko was stunned.
That kid. He's completely different from before.
He had even set up 3 layers of defensive shields, and he still managed to pierce through all of them. Manhwa pressed his advantage. "Is that all you've got?" He delivered a direct kick that sent him flying. Taking the heavy blow, Janko slammed into the wall with immense force, screaming in pain. He used his protective shield once more. Faced with this, he had no other choice. Janko was frustrated. "Damn it, this space is too cramped, I can't use my full power." He had to get out of there at any cost. Manhwa glared, his attacks becoming relentless. A killing blow was unleashed, the sword aimed straight for Janko's head. He dodged with lightning speed. Janko pulled a gun from his pocket. Manhwa used his own protective shield to defend against it, but he sensed that something wasn't right. He had escaped from that spot. Manhwa shouted, "That bastard, is he running away?" He gripped his sword tightly and quickly gave chase. "How dare you run away?" His defense was under heavy assault and couldn't hold any more shattering completely. Janko gritted his teeth, not expecting the situation to get this bad. Manhwa watched him desperately trying to flee. "You were careless. In the end, Tower 3 is still just a 13, huh?" Seeing him give chase, he cursed, "You annoying brat." Then he drew his gun. "I'll finish you." Manhwa didn't show mercy. "Look who's talking. This day next year will be your anniversary." He silently calculated there was no more time. His buffs and mana were slowly running dry. Manhwa drank a vial of something. He saw it and was shocked. "That thing, don't tell me that's..." "The mana potion the goddess administration used to brag about." This annoying guy was too careful. He really should have dealt with him sooner. There was no time to run to the room on the 18th floor. He had to find something to use as a weapon. Just then, Janko saw a knife. Manhwa didn't see him anymore and turned his attention to a nearby room. He rushed in. Manhwa swung his sword, intending to ambush Janko, but suddenly sensed danger. Manhwa's sword collided with the knife with such force that the surrounding glass windows shattered. Janko glared fiercely. "Who the hell are you?" Manhwa retorted bluntly, "I'm the one who's going to finish you." His strength completely overwhelmed him, knocking him back. Manhwa lunged forward, swinging his sword. The blade pierced his protective shield. Janko sneered, "You're exhausted now, aren't you?" Taking the opportunity, he grabbed his hand. Manhwa was held by his sword arm and couldn't strike again. He was pinned to the ground by Janko, who then snatched Manhwa's sword away. He had to deal with him while he had the chance. "Don't you think I should have a weapon to fight with, too?" A wave of murderous intent spread around him. Manhwa shouted, "Soul of vengeance!" A jet-black aura covered Janko's body. He panicked. "Is this a skill that corrodes the mana inside my body? How annoying! Get away, you pests!" Janko glanced, noticing something. Manhwa used his footwork to aim directly at him. A slash as fast as lightning was unleashed. He continuously launched relentless attacks, leaving Janko unable to react in time. He struggled to defend, "You annoying brainless brat." Unable to hold out much longer, Janko was knocked back by Manhwa. The surrounding objects were ruined and scattered. The room was now a wreck. The battle between the two showed no sign of ending. Janko smirked. "What's wrong? Your attacks are getting weaker." "Where did that fighting spirit from earlier go, huh?" A tall figure stood waiting in front of the door. Albert's face was stern. "Julieta, everything is for the benefit of the Valentine family." No sound responded to his words. Albert grew impatient. "I'm going out. If you need anything, just call Tom or give me a call." Suddenly he stopped and stood there as if waiting for someone. Ambek's face darkened slightly. He calmly adjusted his glasses and spoke up. "Long time no see." Bruno stumbled toward him from a distance. He glared, his voice gravelly. "Where is Julieta?" Albert glanced at his face, visibly annoyed by the interrogation. He replied nonchalantly, "Bruno, the culprit who took Julieta from the clan, will be dealt with." "You know full well that the penalty for this is your life, don't you? But I'll give you one chance to return to the clan. On Valentine's Day, Bruno return and help me destroy them." Before he could finish his sentence, Bruno attacked him. He said in a firm, steely voice, "Stop wasting your breath." Albert drew his gun, maintaining his composure. "Is that so? Bring it on!" He aimed his gun directly at Bruno. Bruno did not hold back, ready to fight. In their previous battle, Bruno had been defeated. Janko gloated, "What's the matter? Your attacks have gotten weaker. Where did that fighting spirit from before go?" Eunha smirked. "Where is it? Oh, it's right here." He raised his voice, mocking the cunning brat. At that moment, Eunha revealed a look of confidence and smiled slyly. "Why don't you drink the potion too, old man? You don't have any left, do you?" Janko gritted his teeth in anger. He pulled out a sword and lunged at him. Eunha parried the blow with difficulty. It seemed his strength had not yet fully recovered. About to collapse, Eunha finally couldn't hold on any longer. He was struck by Janko's attack and sent flying backward. He quickly regained his balance, refusing to be knocked too far away. He mocked, "After drinking the potion, is that all you can do? You've become weak, haven't you? Why don't you play with my hounds for a bit?" Eunha leaped into the air to dodge the hounds created by Janko's power. He thought to himself, "That won't be effective. If that's the case, then Eunha." He spun his sword, channeling power into a piercing, drill-like strike. He didn't hesitate and charged headlong at Janko. By the time he realized it, Eunha was already right beside Janko. Janko was caught off guard. Eunha moved with such speed that Janko couldn't keep track of him. Janko quickly pulled the gun from his pocket. Eunha also drew his gun to retaliate immediately. Janko fired, aiming straight for the target. Eunha pulled the trigger at almost the exact same time. Janko. He managed to use a shield to deflect the bullet from hitting him while Eunha was struck in the shoulder. He let out a cry of pain. He let out a breath. "Finally, I can take a breather. This is my territory." He laughed arrogantly. Arrows infused with power created by Janko were aimed at Eunha. "Spara acaso scattering arrows!" His eyes flashed with cruelty. Eunha was slightly startled, clenching his teeth. The arrows rained down on him. Eunha scrambled to dodge. Janko boasted, "Little rat, let's see how long you can avoid this." The arrows relentlessly pursued him. Eunha had to keep dodging, which was draining his energy. He regained his momentum and spun around to counterattack. Eunha tried his best to fight back, struggling to defend himself. He was pierced by the arrows. Eunha endured even as his wounds bled. Blood flowed unceasingly. Another arrow pierced his thigh. Eunha gritted his teeth, tenaciously fighting back. The arrows vanished. He stood still, swaying from exhaustion. Eunha furrowed his brows. It was a dilemma. Janko didn't let up, pulling out a gun and threatening, "Time to end it, brat." The hounds from earlier reappeared. They bit down tightly between Eunha's legs. It startled him. Since when? Above his head, a vortex appeared. He thought calmly, "I can't dodge this." Then, piercing point, strike. He quickly broke free from the hound's grip. Eunha turned his head, aiming his gun straight at them. They still tried to lunge and bite his legs. Eunha jumped, closing the distance to Janko. He swung his sword directly at him. Janko's eyes widened. He knocked him into mid-air. As soon as Eunha's feet touched the ground, he stepped on magical circles. They surrounded him everywhere. Eunha was stunned. This is magic traps. By the time he realized it, it was too late. Everything shattered in an instant. The ground was blown to pieces. He slumped to the ground, fresh drops of blood falling, trickling down at his feet. Deep down, Eunha calculated, "In this state, I can't run anymore. I have to recover first." But suddenly, Janko snatched the potion from his hand. With a vile expression, he said, "Planning on drinking it all by yourself." He snatched the bottle away. Eunha seethed silently, cursing him. Janko Myron stood there, rambling on. "The potions in this country are pretty good. They recover stamina and mana instantly, too." He ignored him, his mind focused only on escaping. "Damn it!" Janko shouted, launching a sneak attack. "Eunha, heavenly step!" He was startled, but immediately turned to counter the attack. His weapon fell to the ground. Janko kicked him fiercely in the chest. He growled, "I won't finish you off that easily, Yun." Ha was knocked back by the momentum. His body hit the wall, creating a massive explosion. Janko Myron gloated, "Animals need to be beaten to understand the situation. How dare a little puppy like you stick your nose into this?" Crimson blood flowed violently from Eunha's body. Janko Myron stood frozen in place. He doubted himself. Did this brat just kick the bucket? It shouldn't have been enough to log him out yet. He opened his eyes wide in shock. Eunha tossed the empty potion bottle to the ground, his voice calm. "I really should have used this earlier." He emerged from the dust. His face was ice cold, his eyes radiating overwhelming killing intent. Janko Myron screamed in terror, "You bastard!" "How many bottles did you drink?" He replied casually. "I have a whole set of fruit-flavored potions. How about that?" Janko wondered. For someone on the brink of death to be able to recover both stamina and mana, that's already shocking enough. But I didn't expect him to even refresh his buff effects without any cooldown time. Furthermore, his mana is being amplified even higher than before. "Don't tell me." Unconsciously, he blurted out, "An ability," Yunha added. "Not just an ability. I also have this." His face turned pale as a sheet. He stood there completely stunned. The object in Janko's hand was an amplification ring. Unha couldn't believe his eyes. There was no way. "Just how much stronger is this bastard? But I still have a chance. His aim isn't that precise. I'm definitely better than him in that regard." Unha gripped his gun tightly, his eyes burning with a look that could kill. He didn't waste another word, pointing his gun straight at him and pulling the trigger. Janko Myron countered, sneering inwardly. "You made a mistake, kid. You pulled the trigger too soon. I'm going to be the one who wins." Unha nimbly dodged a lethal blow, and while Janko was still recovering, he grabbed the blade Janko had dropped earlier. Janko froze, not understanding what just happened, but Unha was already ready to finish him off. He aimed straight for Janko's gun arm and threw the blade, mocking him. How ignorant. A sharp pain shot through his arm, making Janko wince and groan. His arm was severed cleanly in two. Unha said coldly, "Feeling the pain already?" "I've only just begun." "Didn't you say that beasts only learn when they're beaten?" Janko clutched his arm, blood spurting out uncontrollably. The blade flew back to Unha. Janko Myron hissed through his teeth, "But the beast isn't me." He staggered, still refusing to back down. "It's you, isn't it?" In the long, quiet corridor, a figure was sent flying. Bruno Valentine unleashed his berserker beast fist, his punches slamming into the hallway. The stone walls shattered to pieces. Albert Valentine narrowed his eyes at the sight. Bruno didn't give him a single second to rest, continuing his assault. Albert dodged quickly. Given the situation, he turned to run, but Bruno's attacks kept closing in. Suddenly, he froze. Bruno was already right behind him, looking absolutely ferocious. Bruno's death fist grazed Albert's face. Albert jeered, "Your technique hasn't changed at all," and grabbed Bruno's arm. With a condescending tone, he added, "I was really looking forward to seeing your current skills. How disappointing." Suddenly, a massive explosion echoed through the hall. Albert Valentine pointed his gun at Bruno's chest and pulled the trigger. Yet the bullet didn't pierce his chest. It just dropped to the floor. Albert lost his patience. "So what are you trying to do? Just stand there and take the hits." Bruno had used his warrior's shield to save his own life. Blood trickled from his mouth, and he instinctively raised his fist ready to strike Albert. But before his fist could land on Albert's face, Albert cut him off. "There are two reasons why you're going to lose. First, your moves are too predictable. Second, your mana is nearly drained, and the effect of your magic potion is about to wear off. While the potion is still active, you can't even move. The only thing you have left is your defensive magic. You've backed yourself into a corner." Bruno cursed his mana, failing as his shield shattered into pieces. Albert raised his gun to pull the trigger, but suddenly Valentine ran over shouting, "Stop! This is different from what you promised. You said you wouldn't touch the people around me." Instead of stopping, he pointed the gun at her, his voice icy. "You came out here just to talk about our promise." Albert ordered, "This is almost over. Stay right there." The muzzle pressed against her forehead. Giulietta gripped the gun and challenged him, "Shoot then if you can." He didn't expect her to do that. Albert Valentine was furious. She turned to Bruno. "Bruno, go back. Do you really want to die?" "It's not just him. Janko and Tom Myron are here too. Do you think doing such reckless things makes me happy?" "What I need is—" Before she could finish, Bruno cut her off. "I once promised that I would only protect you, my lady. Just one word from you is enough." She screamed, "Don't move, Bruno Valentine!" But he stepped forward regardless. Albert didn't hesitate and pulled the trigger. Giulietta let out a helpless cry. Bruno raised his hand to block the bullet. Albert looked confused at his action. Bruno's palm caught the bullet completely. He said, "Just one word is enough, Giulietta, even if the whole world turns against you." His eyes were sharp, his voice more determined than ever. "I only need you, so please give me your answer." Bruno unleashed a blazing fire. Albert, stunned, quickly used his shield to dodge the sudden attack. He hid behind the shield to avoid the wild flames trying to take his life. Bruno clutched his painful arm and whispered softly, "Julieta." She responded weakly,
Save me.
She slowly reached out her hand, warm tears streaming down her face. Her voice was tender, "Save me." Over on Unha and Janko's side, the two had stopped fighting. Hearing Janko's groans, Unha mocked him. "It's just a severed arm. Is such an overreaction really necessary?" His arm lay in a pool of red blood. Unha asked indifferently, "You can still use healing magic to reattach it, right?" Seeing this, Janko screamed in terror, "Stop!" But of course, he wasn't going to let him off that easily. Janko watched helplessly as Unha stepped hard on the severed arm on the ground, causing blood to splatter. It went everywhere. Janko could do nothing but blink and watch. Then he started screaming and cursing, "You little brat!" He summoned a flare burst. Unha wondered, that's a large area bombardment magic, isn't it? Watching the ignition rushing toward him, he calculates that as long as he stays clear of the blast, it won't hit him, but the ignition acts like a starving beast relentlessly hunting its prey. Unha grinds his teeth in frustration. He's using mana from the heaven step, yet it still catches up to him. The ignition snaps at his heels, and just as expected, a massive explosion erupts behind Unha, sending his body tumbling 10 meters away. As he comes to a stop, Unha is seething. But before he can even regain his focus, he senses something wrong. Janko Myron is already unleashing a second rapid-fire assault. Attack after attack, yet he feels not a shred of fear. Unha doesn't back down either, unleashing his piercing point to counter. He grits his teeth, whispering to himself, "Faster! Just a bit faster!" And the moment his feet bolt forward, the explosion echoes behind him. With a murderous aura, he's determined to face Janko Myron head-on. The man looks terrified and is about to strike, but suddenly Unha feels something wrong deep within his own body. He's furious. Why now of all times? This young body of mine, it's already reached its limit. Seeing Unha like this, Janko thinks to himself, not knowing what's wrong but realizing this is his chance. A steel cage appears fully enveloping Unha's body. It's Janko. Myron has used a binding technique to trap him, and as Unha tries to break the cage, he thinks, "Damn it, I need to deal with this before my body completely gives out." Without a second of hesitation, he swings his blade with everything he has, shattering the bars, but the impact snaps his sword into pieces. Unha's eyes turn bloodshot with rage. Janko Myron lands a sudden blow, sending him flying backward. Unha quickly recovers, bracing one hand on the ground as the other begins to glow with purple energy. Preparing to counter, he slams his hand into the ground, funneling all his resentment into a palm strike called Grudge Spirit. While Janko Myron loudly mocks him, "What is that pathetic thing supposed to do?" Veins bulge on the hand, gripping Janko's sword as he braces for Unha's attack. He screams, "I've already lost one arm." The gun in his hand is suddenly struck by something. The collision of two opposing forces shatters the ground, and for a moment both Unha and Janko Myron are thrown backward by the shockwave. His gun hand throbs with bone-deep pain, and the agony is etched clearly on Una's face, while Janko Myron screams, "Go to hell!" Unha is quick on his feet and narrowly dodges it. He immediately pivots to find a solid footing and unleashes a barrage of gunfire at Janko Myron. One bullet embeds itself in the man's chest and blood erupts from the wound. Janko, even more enraged, desperately lunges for a counterattack. His ignition wraps tightly around Unha's leg and he yanks hard, causing him to lose his balance and crash to the ground. Unha's arm slams into the dirt and Janko Myron follows up with a stomp to his chest, then viciously raises his fist and delivers a crushing blow to his face. Janko Myron has gone insane, punching and cursing, "Go to hell." I said go to hell. Unha's hands tremble and flail in the air, unable to hold on any longer, and they drop heavily. Janko Myron doesn't stop his outburst, continuing to kick Unha's body. He slowly backs away, his voice filled with triumph. "This is the end." Suddenly, Janko yells out his finishing move, "Rapid fire," and stands watching as the dust billows up, breaking into a satisfied grin. Janko Myron laughs with glee. "Done. I won." But then he hesitates, thinking, "But what if he hasn't kicked the bucket yet? I'll choke the life out of him until there's no pulse left." But as Janko reaches out his hand, it's grabbed tightly by Unha, who bites down on his arm like a wild beast and refuses to let go. A piercing pain shoots through Janko Myron. He bellows, "You little brat!" He kicks Unha hard and orders, "Get off me!" Taking the full force of the kick, he is sent flying, crashing heavily into the ceiling. Janko Myron taunts, "You little worm, you've really shown me just how much of a bastard you are. But now what are you going to do? I'm still in one piece." He hasn't finished his arrogance for long before he suddenly coughs up blood, a bright red splatter hitting the ground. Janko can't believe he's sustained such heavy damage that he's coughing up this much blood. I can't control my mana. His hand trembles. His legs lose all strength, and he collapses in agonizing, bone-tearing pain. Janko Myron finally realizes it's a mana backlash, and he roars in fury, "What did you do to me, Yunha?" Slowly pulling out a blue vial, he replies casually, "Level 6 highly toxic from a ghost spider. It's the venom of a ghost spider, and it blocks the flow of internal mana, leading to mana blockage and death." Janko is stunned. He had hidden the poison in his mouth this whole time. Janko Myron writhes in pain, his mouth still spewing curses. "You ignorant bastard. Are you planning on dragging me down with you?" Yunha mocks him. "You idiot who would carry only poison." He pops the lid off a vial in his hand, drains it, and says, "Of course I brought the antidote." Lying on the ground, the man rants like a madman. But Yunha picks up his gun and says slowly, "Stop cursing in Korean. What is wrong with your pronunciation?" He points the gun at his head, and even now Janko bluffs. "Are you confident that you won't regret this? I'm a member of the JDC. Do you know that if you send me to heaven, it'll become a global incident? If you get rid of me, the whole world will be your enemy. Are you prepared to take on the world?" Before he can finish, Yunha shouts, "Shut up." Sick of his blabbering, Yunha shoved his gun barrel straight into Janko's mouth. Sitting before him, Yunha said coldly, "The survivor gets to decide what your life is worth, and I get to decide whether this world becomes my enemy or not. Since you've already lost, go say hi to your ancestors." Janko's eyes went wide with terror. A cold bullet tore through his throat, and the ruined room fell into a heavy silence. Yunha tossed the gun aside. Exhausted, he collapsed to the floor and let out a long breath. He muttered to himself, "I've only got one potion left. Should I drink it now and head over to Bruno? Nah, maybe not. I'm almost a dead man anyway." Behind a wall, Tom Myron was hiding and watching him clutching a plastic bag to stop his hands from shaking. He couldn't stop asking himself what the hell was going on.
I can't believe it.
The great Chidisi of Italy dead at the hands of some brat? It's not like I can't take care of someone who's half dead already. But then again, finishing him off might just take too much time before the Korean players get here. Meanwhile, back at the hotel, Seo-jun was planning his move. Tom Myron decided that dealing with Julieta Valentine was the top priority. Bruno Valentine, Bruno, charged forward like a wild beast lunging at his prey, Albert Valentine. Fury radiated from Bruno's face. Albert was actually shaken by Bruno's intensity. Bruno's fist sent Albert flying backward. The force of the impact smashed a massive hole in the ceiling. Albert thought to himself, "He really is different from before. Is this because of the amplification?" Lightning fast, Bruno Valentine lunged again, ready to strike. Albert just stood there, wide-eyed. Just as Bruno was about to end it all, a voice cut through the air. "Stop!" Tom held a knife to Julieta Valentine's throat and shouted, "It's over. If you don't want to see Julieta finish her life right in front of you, drop your mana." Bruno called out her name in a panic. Tom Myron sliced a line into her neck, warning, "Don't you dare move. Stand still and put your hands up. If you think I won't do it, you're dead wrong." Bruno didn't dare risk it and obediently raised his hands. Tom Myron turned to Albert Valentine. "Sir Albert, let's end this here." "There's no time left, sir. Janko is done for." Albert cocked his gun and replied flatly, "I see." "So Janko's gone to hell then?" Tom Myron answered quickly, "Yes." Before he could finish his sentence, a bullet was buried straight into his skull. Tom only managed a pathetic moan before collapsing to the ground. Julieta Valentine gasped in horror, covering her mouth at the gruesome sight. Cold sweat trickled down Julieta's face. The barrel of Albert Valentine's gun was still smoking from the shot. Albert laughed triumphantly. "Finally, you're dead. I was waiting for the chance to take you out, but I didn't think you'd go to the afterlife before I even got the chance. And even that guy, Tom Myron, had to join you. And now the Myron family is finished in this country. Bruno, Julieta, I'll make you a different offer. Come back to the Valentine family. Since Janko is out of the picture, it's time we destroyed the Myron family and rebuilt the Valentines." Julieta Valentine stammered, "Brother, have you lost your mind? The Myron family won't crumble just because Janko is gone." She looked at him suspiciously. He wasn't the type to say such nonsense. Is this because the pressure of becoming the head of the Valentines has broken him? He's not the person I used to know anymore. Albert grinned cunningly. "We can use the fact that Janko died in Korea. The Myrons will retaliate against Korea and end up destroying themselves. Come back to the Valentines. Now I can protect you, Julieta. Bruno, if you're still grateful for what the Valentines have done for you, come back with Julieta and serve the family." Suddenly, a cold, sharp voice rang out. "Who gave you permission?" Albert Valentine jumped. Eonha lunged forward in a flash, furious. Who the hell do you think you are trying to take my people without asking? You dare try to take them? Without another word, Eonha launched a preemptive strike, slashing hard at Albert's leg. Albert was agile, jumping back to dodge, then launched a kick at Eonha. Albert's face was twisted with aggression. Eonha countered by stabbing right through Albert's thigh. Enraged, Albert pulled his gun and fired. Eonha dodged, but a bullet still grazed his thigh. Eonha backed up against the wall and got into a defensive stance. Albert Valentine sighed with regret. I've wasted too much time. Now I have to get rid of Bruno first. Suddenly, he noticed something strange. He saw Julietta Valentine helping Bruno recover. He roared, "Since when?" "Since!" Lying on the ground, Eonha provoked him. "Whether they go or stay is up to me, so don't you dare go wandering off." "Right." Eonha thought, "I've bought enough time, haven't I?" Julietta Valentine smiled gently and promised, "I won't do it again." Then she summoned her amplification skill. The massive surge of power stunned Albert Valentine. He gritted his teeth. "Damn it!" Julietta Valentine whispered softly, "Bruno Valentine, you must return in one piece." He agreed to her request. Bruno charged forward like an arrow, his veins bulging. He looked ready to kill Albert Valentine on the spot. Blood was still trickling from the wound in Albert's leg. Albert was furious his leg was ruined because of this brat. Every one of Bruno Valentine's attacks was blocked by Albert's shield, but Albert still had to take a significant impact and was sent flying. Eonha dodged out of the way, wondering, he didn't forget about me, did he? Albert Valentine smashed hard into the wall behind him. The impact made him cough up blood on the spot. The more Bruno Valentine fought, the more aggressive he became. Albert Valentine still wanted to counterattack, raising his guns with both hands. He aimed straight at Bruno Valentine and fired. As he fired rapidly, he screamed, but Bruno Valentine didn't fall behind. He thrust his hand out and blocked the bullets head on. He gathered his momentum and lunged forward, determined to finish Albert Valentine. As his fist slammed into Albert's face, distorting his features, he roared, "Go to hell!" The ceiling took a massive hit, and Albert Valentine was sent flying out of the building. As hundreds of glass shards exploded around him, he stubbornly clung to consciousness, thinking, I can't just go out like this. I've endured nothing but contempt. I told the Valentine house I would destroy the Myron family, and I swore to my father that I would rebuild the Valentine legacy. This is only the beginning. Covered in blood, Albert Valentine refused to give in. It can't end here. The impact created a massive explosion from the deep crater. His hand reached out from the rubble. He muttered to himself, as long as I'm alive, there's still a chance. Before that guy Bruno catches up, I have to run. The tides have turned, haven't they? Suddenly a voice echoed from above him. Albert Valentine, the Italian ambassador, right? How leisurely. I'm placing you under arrest for masterminding the terrorist attack on the hotel. Alice, currently in the reception area at the Blue House Ga-un, spoke up. The situation has changed. Invading our country like that, that's going to cause some real trouble. Don't you think so? The mastermind behind the Alice Hotel terror attack, Albert Valentine, was now locked in a glass cage, his limbs restrained. Ambeck remained calm. I am not the one who launched that attack. Your accusations against an Italian ambassador are groundless, and you are detaining me illegally. Young-hoon snapped from behind. This crazy bastard. Ga-eun stopped him and asked, Is that so? What are you going to do about the video of you killing Tom Myron, Jenko Myron, and the evidence that you kidnapped an Italian woman? Hearing this, he gritted his teeth, rendered speechless. That is, she continued to press him. A grade schooler killed Jenko Myron, and he's the one behind the terror plot. Are you serious? Ga-un laughed smugly. Who on earth would believe that? Anbach stared at her furiously, unable to say another word. She revealed, I've analyzed the information regarding Big Mama's political standing and power in Italy. You and Big Mama killed Jenko Myron, and you're trying to curb the power of the Myron family, aren't you? However, it seems you have too much time on your hands. Ga-un continued. I heard that besides the two of you, other players linked to Italy have arrived here. You must feel pretty lonely, right? Anbeck suddenly realized. So Tom Myron wasn't the only one sent to keep an eye on me. The Myron family had been acting in secret. Ga-un announced, We are holding everyone from Italy who was present at that scene. So they will be my bargaining chips for a deal with you. He asked quietly, What do you want? She stepped forward cautiously. I've grown tired of the lies. She looked him straight in the eyes. I want a lot of things. Scene shift to the hospital. Sunlight danced through the window in Eunha's room. A voice spoke up. So you aren't going to listen to your mother, huh? She pinched his ear and scolded him. You were injured last time and now you're back in the hospital with a 12-week injury. Eunha winced in pain. Ow, ow, Mom, I just didn't want to push myself too hard. He replied obediently, Yes, Mom. Her eyes shone with infinite love. She stood up to say goodbye. I'll come visit again, so please take care of yourself. His mother quickly left, leaving Eunha to recover. He wondered to himself, Dad and my sister will probably be here to visit soon, right? Eunha recalled the scene of his sister aggressively chasing after him. He looked out the window feeling guilty toward his whole family. He looked at the remote hesitant. Should I check the news while I wait? Eunha pressed the button. The TV audio began to play, This is the latest news. Last night there were reports of a loud noise coming from this location, Alice Hotel. Although the source of the noise remains unknown, it caused many citizens to panic for a long time. However, with the help of the Italian players at the hotel, the news continued. Because the mana was distributed incorrectly, the area turned into a dungeon. Since there are no longer any citizens in the hotel, the Italian players who were there have entered the dungeon to investigate the situation. Those who didn't know the truth would probably believe it. There must have been a deal made between South Korea and Italy. He wondered to himself, what did they get in return? Eunha watched and listened. Those who don't know the truth would definitely believe it. There must have been a deal made between South Korea and Italy. I wonder what they got out of it. A hand opened the room door. Giulietta spoke up. Big brother Eunha. Are you feeling okay? Behind her, Bruno was holding a cake. Eunha said politely, Sister, please, stop calling me big brother. She replied, Big brother Eunha is just that you're a big brother now, so you should learn to be proud of that title. He remembered the cheesy scene between the couple and teased them. Don't you two feel guilty for forgetting about me at the hotel? At that time, he had been desperately looking for attention. Hey, sister, mister, I'm injured here. The two of them heard him and just gave a light cough. Suddenly, Giulietta and Bruno looked deeply into each other's eyes. Eunha was confused. Giulietta suddenly knelt down, thanking him for saving her life. If it weren't for you, I would have spent my whole life in despair. Bruno did the same. Eunha, I will never be able to repay what I owe you in this lifetime. He felt flustered. Hey, come on, you guys, stand up. She swore, tonight in the serenity of the night sky under the bright moon and the stars, I humbly wish to establish a sacred bond. Bruno added respectfully, I will devote myself to the one who saved me, and I swear to protect the honor of my brother. If anyone asks where I come from, this is how I shall answer. Both of them placed their hands over their hearts sincerely. They spoke in unison. My father is the sun, and my mother is the moon. With the humblest of words, I seal this sacred pact. Bruno, I swear with all my heart to serve the one who saved me, and I pledge to protect the honor of my brother. If anyone asks where I come from, this is how I answer. Both of them placed their hands over their hearts with sincerity, saying in unison, My father is the sun and my mother is the moon. Eunha let out a soft sigh, looking at them with a tender gaze. Giulietta joked, With this agreement, I guess I'll call you Big Brother Eunha now, huh? Or hey bro, how about we let our kid become a direct disciple of yours, Eunha? Bruno agreed. That sounds like a great idea. Eunha couldn't believe his ears, thinking to himself, I have no intention of becoming a player, and I definitely don't want to be part of a mafia gang. He raised a hand in protest. Wait, why are you two making decisions without asking me first? Giulietta suggested, How about this? We'll let our child become your direct disciple. Eunha looked confused, not catching her drift, and quickly reacted. Kid, what kid? She happily shared the good news. We were going to tell you we're expecting. Now it clicked. Congratulations, oh man. Eunha let out a sigh of relief. At least she's safe. Giulietta rummaged through her bag. Oh, check this out. She held up a card. Eunha took it, asking, What's this? Giulietta said, Read the name. Eunha squinted. The name. It was the 2 national ID cards of the young couple, but they had changed their last names. Eunha was completely stunned. He blurted out, What is the meaning of this? She beamed, gesturing with her hand. What's wrong? We decided to start a new life, so we changed our surnames. Giulietta put on a serious face. In this case, taking your last name, Eunha, is the most logical choice, right? From now on, call us no Julieta and no Bruno. Unha stared blankly at the IDs and shouted, "Oh no!" In an old hallway stacked with books, Junsik sat in a room looking at something. He said, "There you are." Bruno spoke up. "I heard you blocked all information regarding us." He bowed in gratitude. "We owe you yet another debt, Elder," he thought to himself. From the house he gave us when we first arrived in Korea to this, we've received so much help from him. He smiled gently. "Go on, look up. It's true I pulled a few strings. The goddess is very curious about your identities." Junsik remembered his conversation with the goddess. She kept asking, "Who are those people? Who are they? Who are they? Who are they?" Bruno felt awkward. "I don't know what else to say. Thank you, sir." Junsik replied, "As long as I have the resources, I'll do what I can. Since the Alice Hotel fell into the hands of the Don and YH corporations, I've had to pull out of the hotel industry. I've decided to invest more in pharmaceuticals instead." Junsik turned to warn him. "Be careful. The goddess said she wouldn't investigate further, but you can't really trust her word." Bruno nodded. "Understood." Junsik showed his concern. "Besides, you're currently unemployed, right? Have you considered joining me as my exclusive player?" Bruno, who was indeed unemployed, stood there stunned. Junsik added, "I won't force you if you don't want to." But Bruno guessed what he meant. Junsik explained, "Even if you don't want to be my bodyguard anymore, keep protecting the kids the way you always have." In Bruno's eyes, Junsik looked like a truly kind man. He laughed out loud. "Don't stare at me like that. You're about to burn a hole right through me." He replied, "Yes, sir." A picture of a happy family appeared in his mind, accompanied by Junsik's warm voice. "I have no other motive regarding the children who have come into this old man's life. I just want to see them smile." Bruno didn't hesitate. "I accept your offer, sir." He replied, "Thank you." Bruno immediately stepped out and closed the door. Junsik sat alone in silence. "It seems I've grown old." His eyes were full of emotion. At this age, to be so easily moved. Junsik stroked the book in his hands. "Do you think so too, my love?" The photo of him and his wife was still in the same place, and all that affection remained. The ocean roared under a gray sky. A tsunami as high as a wall crashed down. The massive battleship shook violently, its hull tilting. Lightning flashed like drums, setting the stage for the disaster to follow. The sailors on deck backed away in fear. It's coming! From the pitch-black depths, a giant figure emerged, revealing only its razor-sharp teeth and glowing red eyes. It rammed into the hull, causing the ship to shudder violently. The ship snapped in two, and the creature dove back down. A voice shouted, "Now is the time!" The sailors trembled before the giant shadow. The commander ordered, "When it appears, Leviathan, rise and wreak havoc once more." It lunged forward, jaws as sharp as steel blades aiming straight for the bow. The sailors turned pale, shaking before such terrifying power. The Leviathan revealed itself, its skin covered in purple-black scales that shimmered like wet metal. Its long body twisted like a dragon. A single step crushed the surface of the water. The ship looked tiny before the Leviathan. It roared a sound that shook the sea and threw everything into chaos. Namgong Sangun ordered, "Move." The Leviathan was held back by an ice block. Sangun leaped from the deck. "I'll carve a path through." He landed on the massive chunk of ice. Facing the colossal Leviathan, Sangun showed no fear. He resolutely charged. "I'll take an arm for you." The ice began to crack. The Leviathan struggled and broke free, letting out a sky-shattering roar. Sangun leaped from high above, landing a powerful strike. He used the plum blossom ice spear technique, aiming for the Leviathan's mouth. The power of the northern blizzard surged into the weapon in Sangun's hand. He fired the weapon with all his might straight at the Leviathan. Meanwhile, Unha held his phone reading the news. The mission to conquer the Leviathan was complete. However, the losses were massive. He calculated that Namgong Sangun would retire and leave the 12 within the next few years.